Hello, and welcome to Total Training's Adobe Photoshop CS5 Extended Essentials series. I'm Amadou Diallo. I'm a photographer, author, educator, and digital imaging consultant. But most importantly, I'm your guide to the wonderful world of Photoshop. In this series, we're going to explore the essential tools, techniques, and workflow that lead to successful Photoshop results. Make no mistake, just because this is an essential series doesn't mean that we have to settle for bland, boring work. I'm going to show you how to use Photoshop like the pros do. We've got a lot to look forward to over the next few hours. At the end of this training, people will be asking you for Photoshop advice. Let's get started by understanding some of the basic principles of digital images and explore Photoshop's interface. Before we jump into the nitty-gritty of Photoshop, it's important to understand a few of the basic principles behind what the program does and how it works. Photoshop is a raster-based editing program that works with pixels. If you're completely new to Photoshop, your first question may be, well, what's a pixel? I can explain this much better with an image on screen, so I'm going to take this opportunity to open up a file. And you can do the same thing. Throughout this training series, you can open up the identical files that I've got here on your computer. Simply refer to your project files folder, and inside that folder is going to be a separate folder for each chapter. So here I'll go to File, Open, and I'm going to go to the Chapter 1 folder. Inside that folder, I've got a file called Fuji High Res. I'll click on that, go down, and hit the Open button. Now this may appear as a continuous tone image with smooth, seamless transitions between colors and tones and highlights and shadows. But if we zoom in, and we'll cover zooming in an upcoming lesson, but for right now, I'll just give you the shortcut of Command plus for the Mac, Control plus for the PC, and I'll just do that repeatedly. If we keep zooming in, and I mean really, really zoom in, all the way up to 3200%, we can see that this image is actually made up of tiny individual squares. You can see them outlined here in this grid, and each of these tiny individual squares is, well, you guessed it, a pixel. If you don't see a grid overlay on your screen, it may be that your video card doesn't support this feature. In any event, however, you'll still be able to see the outlines of individual pixels at this high magnification level. So pixels are the building blocks, the fundamental building blocks of every image that we're going to be looking at in Photoshop. Pixels also have a fixed size. You cannot take a pixel and make it bigger. You cannot take a pixel and make it smaller. You can add pixels to an image, and you can take pixels out of an image, but they remain a constant fixed size. Notice also that in the pixels here, you can see that each one has a slightly different color. You can see some have a little more of a cyan or blue, some have a little more magenta, some veer a little bit towards purple, and taken as a whole, these individual discrete colors combine to form our continuous tone image. So if I zoom back out, again on the Mac I'll do Command minus, on the PC Control minus. If I zoom back out to a more reasonable viewing level, we can see that grid of individual and distinct pixels forms a smooth continuous tone image. Now pixels are also very important because they determine the resolution of an image. And to find out more about that, we're going to take a look at the image menu. So I'm going to go up here to Image, Image Size, and let's find out some information about this image. Here at the top under Pixel Dimensions, you can see we've got a width of 1600 pixels and a height of 1218 pixels. So left to right, 1600 pixels, top to bottom, 1218. That combination of pixels gives us a file size under Pixel Dimensions at the top of 5.58 megabytes. So that's how big a file is, and the file size is determined by the number of pixels in the image. I'm going to press Return just to invoke the OK button. So in this image, you can see with that amount of pixels, and we're viewing it now at 100% or at actual size, the image spills out beyond the constraints of our document window. Even if I scroll around here, we can see that it's impossible to fit the entire image within the small area of our document window. By the way, I'm holding down the space bar on the keyboard while I click and drag to move this image around. That temporarily activates the hand tool. Let's contrast that with another image. I'm going to go back up to File, Open, back into our Chapter 1 folder. This time I'm going to select Fuji Low Res. I'll just hit the Open button with the Return key. Now, same image, shot of Mount Fuji, early morning, but let's go up to the image menu and see what is different about this file. So we go to image, image size. Now a much different set of numbers. Our width is 500 pixels and our height is only 381 pixels, giving us a file size under pixel dimensions of 558.1 kilobytes, not megabytes, but kilobytes. I'm going to invoke the OK button by hitting the return key. So we have a much smaller image now. This image has less resolution. It has 500 pixels left to right versus 1600 pixels in the previous image. So this image right now is actually at 100%, and you can see that our view is much smaller than we had in the prior image. Now you might ask, well, why can't we just zoom in like you did before? We'll do Command plus on the Mac, Control plus on the PC, and zoom into an identical size or a reasonably similar size to what we had before. Let's try that. But if I scroll in, we're zoomed in at 400%, you can see the image quality has suffered dramatically. We can actually see the outlines of the pixels, and we can see very hard edges, stair-stepped edges. This is a quality that is very low. It means that the image does not have enough information, actually does not have enough pixels to be viewed on screen at this size compared to our initial file, which we'll go back to. There we see smooth, continuous tone image. So pixels are very, very important. They're the fundamental building blocks of our image, and they determine by their sheer number the size of the file, how much space that's going to take up on your hard drive, and how big we can view that image on screen. In Lesson 1, we noted that each individual pixel in our image had a separate color. Your computer understands and talks about color in a much different way than we humans do. Photoshop doesn't know reds or blues, for example. It knows color values. In our case, RGB values, a set of 3 numbers describing how the 3 primaries of red, green, and blue are combined. From just these 3 primaries, we can create literally millions of distinct colors. So what do these numbers actually mean? To find out, let's open an image. We're going to go up to File, Open, and in my Project Files folder, in the Chapter 1 folder, I'm going to select the image titled Garden, and on the keyboard I'll press the Return key to invoke the Open button. Now in Lesson 3, we're going to talk about workspaces and panels, so don't worry if your screen doesn't look exactly like mine does at this point. But what I do need you to have is the Info panel available. I'm going to click on mine here on this tab, and that's the Info panel. If you do not see this on your screen, I want you to go up to the Window menu, scroll down until you see the word Info, and select it. That will pop up the Info panel on your screen. Once the Info panel is up, I want you to pay close attention to this left quadrant of the panel where we have spaces for RGB numbers. Now watch what happens as I move the mouse over the image area. Notice that those numbers are populated and they're also continuously updating as I move the mouse. Now these numbers represent the individual red, green, and blue components of the pixel located directly beneath where my mouse is located. So as I move the mouse and it's over a different pixel, I will see a different set of RGB numbers. Now Photoshop's color numbering system works on a scale of 0 to 255, with 0 being no color and 255 equaling maximum color. So as I hover the mouse over this blue area in the sky, we can see that at this pixel I have a red value of 96, a green of 124, and a blue of 172. Of those 3 primaries, blue is at a higher strength or intensity. It's at a level of 172 versus where the red channel is. Now if I move down here to a warmer part of the image, we can see that it's somewhat reversed. Now the red component of that pixel is at the highest intensity compared to the green and the blue. And this is very important because Photoshop works with numbers. We might think in colors, but Photoshop is doing math and working with numbers. Now let's take a closer look at how these numbers relate to each other. I'm going to move over here to the Tools panel, and at the bottom I'm going to just double click on the foreground color to bring up our color picker. This is going to be a great way to see exactly how Photoshop mixes colors together. Notice down in here I've got our old friends, the R, G, and B values. We said that 0 means no color and 255 means maximum color. If I have my red at 0, my green at 0, and my blue at 0, the color I have up here is black. If I set my red at 255, my green at 255, and my blue at 255, they're all at maximum color, And that, in this color model, equals white. So watch what happens if I have red at 255, and I turn off green, put that to 0, turn off blue, put that to 0. Now I've got a pure red color. By the same token, if I turn my red off to 0 and turn my green on to 255 with the blue at 0, I now have a maximum pure green color. So you can see that there's literally millions of combinations you could have here. Each one of these red, green, and blue values can be anywhere from 0 to 255. Right in the middle, obviously, would be about 128 or 127, depending on how you like to do your math. If I set all of these, the red to 128, the green to 128, and the blue to 128, I now have a neutral mid-tone gray. So the combination of these red, green, and blue values are how Photoshop mixes its entire bucket of colors. With some of the basic theory behind us, let's take a close look at Photoshop's interface. This will be our neighborhood over the next 6+ hours, so let's get the lay of the land. Now before we do that, I'd like to open up an image. There's a couple things we're going to talk about that will make a little more sense if we can see an image on screen. So we're going to go to File, Open, and in the Project Files folder, in the Chapter 1 folder, let's choose our old friend Garden and open that up on the screen. Now in this lesson, it's imperative that your screen look exactly the way mine does. So what I want you to do is go up to the Window menu. Under Workspace, I want you to select Essentials. This is the default that Photoshop ships with, so you may be here already, but if not, if this does not have a check mark to it, simply select it. Once you do that, you should be looking at the same thing that I've got. Now, if you've been playing around with the Essentials workspace and it looks a little bit different, what I'd like for you to do is go up in the Applications bar. I want you to put your mouse over the name Essentials. It should be highlighted. On the Mac, I want you to control-click. On the PC, I want you to right-click. And I want you to choose Reset Essentials. That'll take the Essentials workspace all the way back to the factory defaults. So now we should be looking at the same thing on screen. Now, at the beginning of your Photoshop experience, the place you're going to spend probably the most amount of your time is in the Tools panel. So let's take a look at that. It's over here on the left, and we can see we've got a single column that lists the available tools in Photoshop. Now, you can work in a single column view, that's fine. For the recording purposes here, that's spilling a bit beyond the edge of my screen. So what I'm going to do is, here at the top, I'm going to click on the Expand, these double arrows icon, and make it into a shorter 2-column tool panel. I'd like for you to do the same just to follow along, but keep in mind you can work in a single column, you can work in a double column. Either one is fine. Now the tool panel, as I mentioned, lists the tools that are available to use in Photoshop. And already it looks like there's a ton of tools in here, but this doesn't even scratch the surface, because if you'll notice, most of these tool icons at the bottom right have a black triangle. And if we click and hold for a half a second on that black triangle, we get a flyout menu that lists all the secondary tools. These are tools that are located underneath that same icon. There's so many tools in Photoshop, the engineers couldn't even fit them all with their own icon. So beneath the brush tool, we've got a pencil tool, color replacement, and mixer brush tool. Note also these letters on the far right. Here we've got the letter B. This is the keyboard shortcut for these tools. As you start to work in Photoshop and gain more proficiency, you're going to want to learn some of these keyboard shortcuts. If you press the letter B, it'll take you to the brush tool. Press it again, it'll cycle you through the pencil tool, then the color replacement, and then the mixer brush tool. So this is a great little handy tip here. You can always remind yourself of what the keyboard shortcut is here. If we go to another tool, let's say the clone stamp tool here, click and hold for a second. We've got a clone stamp tool and a pattern stamp tool. So any tool in this tool palette that has a black triangle, you know that there are other tools hiding under there just waiting for you to use them. Now let's go up and take a look at the Applications bar. This application bar gives you access to a lot of good features. You can launch Bridge from here, you can launch Mini Bridge, we'll talk about those in an upcoming chapter. You can view your guides, turn them on and off. We can even change the zoom level or magnification of an image. We could go here, set that to 50% right there. We can choose how we're going to arrange multiple documents. We can choose the various screen modes. We've got standard and 2 full screen modes. We'll also get to those in an upcoming lesson. Over here to the right, though, is where we have our Workspace switcher. And this is pretty cool. This is new to CS5 in terms of how it's laid out, because not only can we get our workspaces from up here in the window menu, we can get them right here in this application bar. What I can do now is I can actually click on this double vertical line and drag to resize them. If you've got a lot of workspaces, because Photoshop ships with some defaults, but you can add your own, we'll talk about customizing your own in a bit, you can actually expand it, or what I prefer to do is really just drag this to the right and close it down. I'm not a big fan of taking up extra space, so here I'll just set it just so that our Essentials workspace is visible. Below the Applications bar, we've got our Options bar, more specifically our Tool Options bar. This is going to show you various features and options depending on the tool you have selected. So with the Marquee tool selected here, this is one set of options that we have. If we choose the Brush tool, we've got a completely different set of options. If we choose the Clone Stamp tool, a third set of options. So the Options tool panel is going to be a great place for you to go to adjust the parameters of the tools that you've chosen in the Tools panel. Now we'll move on to what's perhaps the most confusing aspect of the CS5 interface for those new to Photoshop, and we'll talk about panels and tabs. If we move over here to the right, we've got this dark gray bar. This is a panel. A panel contains tabs. All of these, navigator, info, swatches, brush presets, layers, channels, paths, these are all tabs. They all happen to be docked within a single panel, which means that if I grab this panel, if I click, hold it, and drag, I can move this whole thing over as a unit. This is very handy because if you need to move something, if you need a little more space on your screen or move things over to the side, you can do that with one click and everything moves over. So inside these panels where we have tabs, we can access one tab versus another simply by clicking on it. If I go down here, I've got the Swatches tab highlighted. If I click Brush Presets, that shows me my brush presets, and I can go back and forth between the two. Now, what I can do with these tabs, when they're linked together like this, they're called grouped tabs or tab groups. If I double click here on the word Navigator, I'm collapsing that tab group. So Navigator and Info are collapsed, giving me more room to see swatches and brush presets and the layers, channels, paths. If I do the same thing, double click on the word Swatches, I've collapsed that preset. So now I have more room to see my layers, channels, and paths. If you've collapsed them and you want to expand them back, you simply double click again. So I'll double click on both of these and go back to where we were originally. Now, what you can also do with these tabs is you can unlink or undock them from each other. So if I select this Navigator tab, click on the tab and hold it, I can drag this outside of that grouping. Now it's residing in its own panel. Navigator and Info are now broken or delinked. I could do the same thing with, let's say, brush presets. I could bring that out, click and drag it over here, and now I've got two free-floating panels. So the grouping that panels come with, you can change that very easily. Now what happens if you want to put some tabs together? I can click on this brush presets, drag it up over the Navigator panel until I see a blue horizontal line. I'll let it go, and now these two tabs are linked. If I move the panel, it's moving both Navigator and brush presets. I could also take brush presets, click and drag it up until I see a blue outline here, and I can make it part of the tab group side by side. So I can simply go back and forth between Navigator and brush presets in that way. So there are a multitude of ways that you can adjust the Photoshop workspace. The way Photoshop ships is not the way that you have to use it, and that's one very powerful feature of it, is that you can customize it to the way that's most efficient for you to work. Now the last thing I want to talk about here is the application frame. And before we get to that, let's go reset these essentials so we can clean up our workspace again. Up in the Applications bar in the Workspace switcher, I'm going to go up to the word Essentials, and on the Mac I'm going to Control click. On the PC I'm going to right click, and I'm just going to hit Reset Essentials. That takes us back to the factory defaults. Now in the window menu, let's go all the way down near the bottom, Application Frame. I'm going to select that. If you're on a Windows machine, you're already in an application frame, but on a Mac, this is something that's only been around for the last 2 versions of Photoshop. Now what has happened is that Photoshop is now contained in a single window. We can move the whole application around as one group. And you can see here it's filling up the screen. If yours isn't filling up the screen, you can click on this expand icon up here with the plus sign, make that fill your whole screen. The advantage to this is that Photoshop in one contained unit blocks out your desktop area. So if you've got lots of files on your desktop, if your desktop is a sparkly blue that's distracting when you're trying to edit images, you can simply go up and choose Application Frame, block out any distracting elements, and you can work with Photoshop without any distractions. As you work in Photoshop, you'll have the option to create and save images in a number of different file formats. The good news is we only really need to be concerned with a few of them. The first format we're going to take a look at is the one that you're going to run into most often, and that's the JPEG file format. Let's open one up. We'll go to File, Open. In the Project Files folder in Chapter 1, let's open up the Fuji High-Res image. Now this image is in the JPEG format, and we can verify that at the top of the document window. We see after the file name Fuji High-Res, we see .jpg, which is the abbreviation for JPEG. Now JPEGs have two big advantages. They create very small images. They take up very little space on your hard drive, and they are universally accepted. There's virtually no software on the planet that handles images that cannot read, open, or otherwise handle a JPEG image. You can open a JPEG in your web browser. You could even place a JPEG in your Microsoft Word document if you wanted to. So there's really almost nothing that you can't do with a JPEG in terms of putting it into other applications. The downside to this is that the JPEG achieves its great savings in file size by compressing your image. It's what's known as a lossy file format, meaning that it reduces the file size by throwing away information about your image. Now let's take a look at how that works. With this image open, we're going to go to File, Save As. We're going to save a copy of this. We're going to keep the format at JPEG. I'll go down here and click the Save button. It's going to ask me if I want to overwrite the other file. I'm going to hit Replace because we're actually going to stop before it writes it. Under the JPEG Options dialog box, we have a quality setting. At 12, which is the maximum setting, we can see below the Preview checkbox, we have a file size of 1.3 megabytes. That's what we'll get if we choose the maximum quality setting for JPEG. If, on the other hand, we drag this slider all the way to the left to get the smallest possible file size, we can see now under the preview box that our image size has been reduced to 62.1 kilobytes. That's just over a half of 1/10 of a megabyte. Fantastic, you might think. I could fit a gazillion of these on my hard drive, but look at what's happened to the image document window. With this preview button on, I'll turn it off so you can see the image that we started with. Nice, smooth, seamless transitions. If I turn the preview on, you can see that our image now is completely wrecked. We've got very muddy waters, we've got skies that have blotches of cyan and magenta all through them, and it's just completely destroyed. So we've got a small file size, that's great, but we've wrecked the image quality. Now, of course, you can go somewhere in between these two extremes. You could move the quality settings somewhere more in the middle where you've got a decent file size, but you have an acceptably good preview of the image. But that's the delicate dance that you'll have with JPEGs. Either you get the smallest possible file size and the quality is bad, or you keep as much quality as you can, but you don't get as much savings in the file size reduction. Now let's just hit Cancel. Second file format we're going to talk about is a TIFF format. This is also very popular. Let's open up a TIFF. We'll go to File, Open. Again, in our Chapter 1 folder, let's select the file called TIFF. Now, the great advantage of TIFFs is that they don't throw away image information. You're not going to get a small file size like a JPEG, but you're not going to lose any image quality. TIFFs also have the advantage of being able to store dynamic information in your image, such as layer masks, adjustment layers, 16-bit files, all these fun, super cool things that we're going to cover in later chapters. Those can all be saved in the TIFF format. None of those things that I just mentioned can be saved in a JPEG format. So once you really start to work in Photoshop and do amazing things with layer masks and selections and adjustment layers, then you're going to be really looking at a TIFF file format. Let's see what happens if you go to create a TIFF or save a TIFF. We'll go to File, Save As. We're going to select this. We're going to keep the file format at TIFF. We'll hit the Save button, and like with JPEG, it's going to ask me if I want to overwrite the other file. I'm going to hit Replace because we're actually going to stop before it writes it. Under Image Compression, the first choice is None. That means that this TIFF format will apply no compression to the image. The file size will not get smaller, but we've not lost any quality. Now here's the sort of magic button. Right below it is LZW. Now this does apply some image compression, but it's a lossless compression. It will make the file size smaller where it can, but it will not throw away any image information. How it does this can only be answered by the Adobe engineers and their super secret ways of committing algorithms to pixels. But the upshot is we can get a slightly smaller file size. We're not losing any image quality. It'll be nowhere near as small as a JPEG, but every little bit can help. So you've got those two great options for TIFFs. We'll hit cancel for now. And so we've got JPEGs, we've got TIFFs. Another lossless file format is the native Photoshop file format, which is a PSD. Let's go back to File, Save As. And this time for the image, instead of saving it as a TIFF, we're going to choose, all the way at the top, the Photoshop option. Notice that in the Save As box at the top of this window, the file name is now appended with .psd. That's the abbreviation for the Photoshop file document. Now, I don't want you to be under the impression that because you're working in Photoshop, you have to save the file with a Photoshop file format. That is not true. We can think for our purposes of TIFFs and PSD files as being virtually identical. There's no one big advantage over the other. Everything that a TIFF can hold, a PSD can hold, and vice versa. The one advantage pointing to a TIFF, and one reason I recommend it, is that it is more universally recognized than a PSD file. Obviously, Photoshop can read PSD files, but if you have to ever open the image up in another program or place it in another program, sometimes they can't read PSD files, but the chance of programs reading TIFFs are pretty good. It's maybe not quite as universal as a JPEG, but it's a close second. Let's just cancel out of that. Those are the three file formats that we're really going to be talking about with photorealistic images. One file format that might be familiar to you web designers out there is the GIF format, .gif. One big downside, however, is that it has a very limited color palette. We talked in the first lesson about how images can hold millions of colors with all the permutations of red, green, and blue that each pixel can have. A GIF can only hold 256 colors in any given image. So if you're doing photographs or any other photorealistic images with smooth, subtle gradations, you really want to stick with either JPEGs, TIFFs, or PSDs if you want, but I'm going to recommend TIFFs for that. Let's take a look at the options we have for viewing and navigating images on screen inside Photoshop. Let's go to our Chapter 1 folder. I'm going to bring up the Open dialog box by pressing Command-O on the Mac or Control-O if you're on a PC. And we will open up for a second time the file TIFF. Now it opens up on screen in a 25% view. That's plenty for us to see the entire image. But what if we want to view this at 100%? Well, we can go up to the View menu and select Actual Pixels. This gives us our 100% view. We can see this image in all its glory. The problem now, of course, is that the image spills beyond the boundaries of our document window. To deal with that, we can use the Hand tool. Its icon is located here at the bottom of the Tools panel. It is shaped like a hand, and if you simply click and drag on the image area, you can move the image around in any direction that you want to. Pretty easy to do there. What happens if you'd like to scale back down to a smaller view? Well, the Zoom tool is located right next to the Hand tool in the Tools panel. Notice that we have a plus sign in the middle of this magnifying glass, meaning that if we click, the image will get larger, but we want to reduce it. So I'm going to show you a great shortcut. On the keyboard, hold down the Option key on a Mac, Alt key if you're on a PC, and you will see that plus turn into a minus sign. Now if we click, we simply go to lower and lower magnifications of the image. There's an option here in the options bar for the Zoom tool that I want to show you. We have a Resize Windows to Fit box. I'm going to turn it off so you can see how this works. If I zoom in with the image, you can see that the image gets larger, but the document window has stayed the same size. Now I'll turn this back on, and we're going to hold down the Option key on the Mac, Alt key on the PC to zoom out of the image, and now the document window changes along with the magnification of the image. So that's your Resize Windows to Fit. I should point out that in an earlier lesson we turned on the application frame on the Mac. If you still have it on, I want you to go up to the Window menu and deselect the application frame option in order to see this Resize Window effect. There's another tool up here that I'd like to show you, the Scrubby Zoom option. Now if this is grayed out on your computer or missing altogether, it may be that your video card does not support this feature. If that's the case, just sit back and watch me. I'm going to turn on Scrubby Zoom. And now if we want to zoom in, we can simply click and drag to the right Our image enlarges. If we want to zoom out, we simply drag to the left so we can zoom in and out to our heart's content. That's the scrubby zoom tool. Let's turn this off for now. Want to direct your attention to the navigator panel at the far right of the screen. Note below the image preview we have a slider, and this will change your magnification. See that red box that's on our image thumbnail? This is great when you're zoomed in at a high magnification, because if you need to navigate around the image, you simply click inside this red box and drag it around wherever you want to go. Now the super cool thing about this feature is that since you can see the entire image with this thumbnail, you can simply click to an area of the image and Photoshop will take you there right away. A very fast way to get around an image when you're in a 100% view. I'm going to go up to the View menu for now and select Fit on Screen. This is going to give us a view that fits nicely to our screen. We can also rotate images in Photoshop. And we can do that by going up to the Image menu and selecting Image Rotation. I'm going to choose 90 degrees clockwise. Our entire image is rotated. If we sent this to the printer, this is how it would print. If we save and close this file, we would reopen it and have it be in the same orientation. I'm going to undo that by going up to the Edit menu and selecting Undo Rotate Canvas. There's another option here. If we click and hold the mouse on the hand tool, we can see just below this we have a Rotate View tool. I should point out that if your Rotate View tool is grayed out, your video card may not be able to support this feature. Now let's see what this does. If we click and drag on the image, you can see that compass showing up and we can rotate the view of the image. Now what's different about this than what we did previously? When you go up to the Image menu, you're rotating the canvas. That is a permanent change to your image. With the Rotate View tool, we are temporarily rotating the view of the image. This is not saved. We're not altering any pixels. This is just for on-screen purposes only. So if you save the file right now and open it back up, it will show up in its original orientation. The Rotate View tool can be useful if you're doing some retouching, particularly if you're using a tablet. You can get a more comfortable drawing angle. In the options bar, we have a Reset View button, so once we're done playing with the Rotate View tool, we can simply hit Reset. Photoshop offers 3 screen modes that I want to take you through, and before I show you these, I need to give you the shortcut. If we look up here in the application bar, we have a standard screen mode, that's what we're in now, a full screen mode with menu bar, and a plain old full screen mode. The keyboard shortcut to cycle through these is the F key. So we're going to do that with the F key, and I'm going to show you why in a second. I'm going to press F once. We're now in full screen mode with menu bar. We still have our menu bar, but here's the beauty of this mode. If we select the hand tool, we can move this image freely around the entire screen. We can move it behind panels, we can move it up above there, we can move it wherever we want. Our next mode is the full screen mode, and I'll press the F key to get to this. Now we have no menu bar, no panels, no Photoshop interface, and this is precisely why we need the keyboard shortcut. There's no menu for us to click on to go back to our standard view, so I'm going to press the F key, and that takes us back into our floating document window. Now Photoshop gives us a lot of options for how to deal with multiple images open at the same time, so let's open a couple more. We'll go back to our Chapter 1 folder. We're going to select 2 files this time. So I want you to select 16-bit file, and then just below it, I want you to hold down the Shift key on the keyboard and select Fuji High Res. Both of these files will be selected. They will both be opened. Notice what's happened. We still have a single document window, but it contains 3 tabs, one for each image. And we can move among the images simply by clicking on each tab. Now if you don't like this tabbed interface, you can simply drag an image into a floating document window. Click on the tab, drag it out until you see that outline, and you have it in a floating document window. You could also accomplish that by going up in the application bar and selecting Float All in Windows. This gives us now free floating documents for each image. I'm going to close these for now, and I want to go back to TIFF to show you one last thing. Photoshop gives us some very good visual information without having to go and open up any menus. The first place I want you to look is in the title bar right at the very top of the document window. We have a file name, we have the view percentage, we have RGB, which tells us the color mode that the image is in, and we have an 8, which tells us that this is an 8-bit image. There's a copyright symbol here to the very left that indicates that copyright information has been embedded into this file. I'm going to widen this image window by dragging down at the bottom, and down here we have pixel dimensions for the image. If I click on this triangle, we can see various elements that we can show in that window. We can see the document size, we can see the profile, what color space is attached to that image, and there are all of these choices down here: measurement scale, scratch sizes. I think you're going to find most helpful document sizes, profile, and dimensions. So you can set it to any one of those three and know that you can always quickly access the additional information. So we can see that Photoshop gives us a lot of ways to manage our images on screen. No two users are alike. Photoshop can be customized to suit a wide variety of needs. Let's find out how. Photoshop has dozens of preferences settings, but fortunately, most of them can be left at their default values. Let's take a look at the ones you should consider changing to make it easier to follow along in upcoming lessons. To get to Preferences, we're going to go up to the Edit menu, scroll all the way down to the bottom where we see Preferences. I'll point out this is on a Windows machine. If you're using a Mac, you're going to find the Preferences menu located underneath the Photoshop menu. In Preferences, we're going to start with General. Now, the very first thing I would like for you to do here is go up to the Use Shift key for tool switch and turn it off, uncheck it. With this disabled, we're going to be able to move quickly from one tool to the next using keyboard shortcuts without having to invoke the Shift key, a huge time saver. While we're here, let's turn off Enable Flick Panning as well. This is an interesting little piece of eye candy, but it's far from essential, and quite frankly, if you've never seen it before, it takes a little bit of getting used to, so we won't use that. Let's go down now to Interface. I would like for you to turn off the Show Tooltips box. What's a tooltip? Well, there you see it. It shows up in yellow and it shows up over menu items and tools, giving you little hints and tips about what they do. But who needs tooltips? You've got me. So let's turn that off. We'll move down to Performance. And I just want to verify a couple of things here. Under Memory Usage, I just want you to make sure that this arrow is not dragged all the way over to the right. Now that Photoshop has 64-bit versions for both the PC and Mac, it is possible to drag it all the way to the right and use up every last ounce of memory on your system. But for our purposes, we really want to be somewhere in the 60 to 70% range. So just verify that you're somewhere along there. Wouldn't go past 70% for our uses. That'll be fine. Down here under GPU settings, we've got an Enable OpenGL drawing option. Sounds geeky, but feel free to check it. This will give us access to some visual interface enhancements. Now, if it's grayed out, that means your video card doesn't support this feature, but don't despair. This functionality is nice, but not crucial. I'll give you a heads up whenever I show features that require an OpenGL compatible video card. Finally, let's go down to cursors. Now, I just want to verify a couple of things. Make sure that under painting cursors, you've got it set to normal brush tip. And then, to the right under Other Cursors, please set it to Standard. With these two settings, we'll guarantee that we are looking at the same thing on my screen and your screen once we start painting and brushing and all that other cool stuff. And that's it. Our preferences are set up and we're ready to move on. The color settings in Photoshop are often overlooked, but with just a few changes to the defaults, we can avoid color issues down the road. We're going to go back to our old friend, the Edit menu. Scroll down to Color Settings. Note that to the right of Color Settings, we've got a keyboard shortcut command of Shift-Control-K on a Windows machine, Shift-Command-K on a Mac. This is the keyboard shortcut that you can use to directly invoke the Color Settings dialog. So as you're reaching up and pulling down menus, keep an eye on the keyboard shortcut commands where available, and if you find yourself going to the same menu numerous times, you can start using that keyboard shortcut. It saves a ton of time. Here we are in Color Settings. I want to start with a preset, North America General Purpose 2. If you don't see that in this pull down, simply click, open it up, and select North America General Purpose 2. We're just going to make a couple of changes. For working spaces under RGB, We're going to set it to Adobe RGB 1998, a much bigger color space than sRGB. For gray, we're going to use Gray Gamma 2.2, a very common working space for grayscale images. And color management policies, these all look great at preserve embedded profiles. What we are going to do is check the missing profiles ask when opening box. If we ever get an image that does not have a profile, doesn't have Adobe RGB 1998, Gray Gamma 2.2, sRGB, what have you, it's good for us to know about that, because then we're going to have to make a couple of decisions about how to handle that image. Now, under settings at the top, since we've made some changes, notice that it says custom. And if you don't want to have to remember these settings and keep reapplying them in case they get messed up, you can simply go to this save button and we'll click save. Give your file a name. We could call this Total Training, for example. Photoshop has already set this up to save in a special settings folder so it knows where to look for it, and simply hit the save button and you've got this custom color settings saved that you can reuse anytime you need it. For now we're going to just hit cancel, but we are going to hit OK so that we can continue working with these settings. It's very easy to take Photoshop from its off-the-shelf appearance to a customized setup that fits your own specific needs. In Chapter 1, we took our first brief look at workspaces. Now we'll get to customize our own. Before we do that, however, it's time to go back to our old friend, the Edit menu. Scroll down to Menus. And let's open this up. This dialog box allows us to do something very, very interesting. If I open up the File menu here, and you can see below File is all of the menu items that are listed in Photoshop. If I open up File, we see these visibility icons next to New, Open, Browse, and Bridge, etc. If I click, for example, on New, on the visibility, what I've done is I have hidden that New option in the File menu. I could do the same thing for Open. That means that when we go back into Photoshop and we go under File, we will not see New and we will not see Open. The first menu item that we will see is Browse and Bridge. Photoshop ships with a lot of menu items. Now, if there are a lot of items that you feel you're never ever going to use and you want to declutter and compact things a little bit, you can simply come up here into Menus and turn things off. You can always come back and turn them on, so you're not throwing them out of the program, you're just hiding them. Let's take a look now at keyboard shortcuts, because here's where you can really do something powerful. Again, we've got a lot of our menu commands here. I'll open up File. In an earlier lesson, I talked about the importance of using keyboard shortcuts. Well, here they all are listed. For example, the keyboard shortcut for New is Control-N on the PC, Command-N on the Mac. I can go and click on this, and if I'm not happy with that keyboard shortcut, I could change it. I could change it to any key combination that I want. If there's an item in this list that does not have a keyboard shortcut, such as, let's say, Open a Smart Object, I can click in this empty area. It gives me a box, and I can type in my own keyboard shortcut. I'll type in here, let's see, Control/ on the PC. Now on a Mac, you'd have to include the Command key for menu items, so maybe Command Control/ would work. Hit the Add Shortcut button, and voila! Open a Smart Object now has a custom keyboard shortcut that I've created. And again, you can do this for any menu item in Photoshop. You can either alter the existing shortcuts or add a shortcut to an item that doesn't have one. I'm going to go up and click Cancel, because for right now we're going to leave keyboard shortcuts in menus the way that they are standard shipping in Photoshop. So I'm going to click outside this shortcut box, then hit Cancel, and now we're ready to dig into our workspace. Back in Chapter 1, we had set up in the Essentials workspace, and I'd just like for you to verify that you're still there. Make sure that Essentials is your chosen workspace. We're going to start from here, but we are going to make some changes to the neighborhood. First thing that I'm going to do is go down here in these panels. I'm going to get rid of the Swatches panel. I'm going to click, drag that out. Hit the X button to delete it. I'm going to do the same for the Brush Presets panel. Drag that out and delete it. I'm going to close up a little bit of space here with the Navigator and Info so our layers, channels, paths can have a lot more space down at the bottom. What I'm going to do next is I'm going to take Paths, click, drag that out. To undock it, I'm going to get rid of that. What I'm going to do now is go up to the Window menu, and I'm going to choose Histogram. I want to add a histogram. It's bundled by default with Actions. I don't want Actions, so I'm going to click on Actions, pull that tab out, and delete that. I am going to now go and add adjustments so that we can see our adjustment layers. Adjustments is linked with masks by default. For now, I'm going to delink those, so take masks, click that out, and hit the X key. Now I don't want mini bridge and I don't want the history panel in here, so I'm going to click on this double dotted horizontal line, drag that out, hit the X, close those two. Now we've freed up a little bit of space, but we've got a lot more room in layers and channels. We've still kept navigator and info, but now we've got histogram and adjustments, and those are going to come in handy over the next couple of chapters. Keep in mind, if we go back and look at our workspace switcher, it still says Essentials. The workspace switcher actually auto-saves or auto-updates whenever you make a change. So right now, Photoshop is letting us call this workspace Essentials. What we want to do, though, is create a brand new workspace. So we're going to click on this double arrow, go down near the bottom where it says New Workspace. We're going to name it. Let's call this TT for Total Training Demo. So I'm going to go TT and Demo. Notice under the capture box, it gives us the option to save any custom keyboard shortcuts or menu alterations that we've made. Now we haven't actually made any, so we can leave those unchecked, but if you do make changes to those, you can save those with the workspace. We're just going to hit the Save button now, and we now have a workspace called TT Demo. I'm going to drag this double vertical line out for a second just so we can take a look at a couple of the workspaces, because here's something that's important to remember. We said earlier that the workspaces are working in an autosave function. So if we choose TT Demo here and we go back and choose Essentials, those workspaces look the same. We had modified Essentials and then created a new workspace. What we want to do now, so that we don't get confused between these two, is we want to click on Essentials. I'm going to right click on the PC, control click on the Mac on the word Essentials, and I'm going to reset Essentials. This will take it back to its factory defaults. So now we have the Essentials that we started with, and if I click back on TT Demo, this is the workspace that we're going to be using in the next couple of chapters. Photoshop power users swear by keyboard shortcuts and rarely, if ever, visit a menu. Even at this stage of your Photoshop experience, it pays to learn a few of the basic shortcuts. So let's go up to the File menu, and these are going to be system-wide shortcuts that are going to work in any program you're using. For New, on the PC, it's Control-N. On the Mac, it's Command-N. Open, as in open a file, Control-O on the PC, Command-O on the Mac. Close, very important. Instead of clicking on that little small tiny X, we can do Control-W on the PC and Command-W on the Mac. And let's not forget Save, which we should be doing often, Control-S on the PC, Command-S on the Mac. In the Edit menu, we have the all-important Undo, which we will make use of throughout this training, Control-Z on the PC, Command-Z on the Mac. So let's put our newfound mastery of these basic keyboard shortcuts to use. We're going to open up a file. Now we're not going to go to the File menu. We are going to hit on the keyboard, Control-O on the PC, Command-O on the Mac. That brings up our open dialog. We're looking in Chapter 2 in our Project Files folder, and we have the file guides. We're simply going to click on it to highlight it. Now, instead of mousing down and pressing on this Open button, here's our next keyboard shortcut. Anytime you have a button on Mac or Windows that's highlighted and it's active, waiting for you to invoke it, you can do that by pressing either the Return key or the Enter key on your keyboard. So I'm going to press Return, and that automatically invokes the Open button. Now we have a missing profile dialog box. If you followed me carefully in Lesson 2 when we set our color settings, you should be seeing this warning box that says the document guides.tif does not have an embedded RGB profile. What would you like to do? Well, in this case, we're going to assign Adobe RGB. That happens to be our working RGB color space because you did follow me in Lesson 2, correct? So we're going to select Assign Working RGB. And we're going to hit OK with the mouse. No, we're not. We are going to notice that the OK button is highlighted. It's active, waiting for us to commit with either the Return or the Enter key. So I'm going to press the Enter key. That invokes OK, and up comes our file. We talked in Chapter 1 about using the F key to cycle through our various screen modes. I'm going to press the F key once to get us into the full screen mode with menu bar. Now, our next little look at handy shortcuts is going to focus on the hand tool. We saw in an earlier lesson how we can simply go and select it in the Tools panel, but instead of that, we can press the space bar. So simply by pressing the spacebar, no matter what tool is active, we invoke the hand tool, and I can simply click, drag, and move this image around on the screen just as if I had selected the hand tool in the Tools panel. When we talk about increasing or decreasing the magnification or the view of this, we noted that the Zoom tool does that, and I also gave you earlier a shortcut which I will reiterate here. On the PC, it is Control plus Command plus on the Mac. To zoom in, no matter what tool is active, we can zoom in. We don't have to go and select the zoom tool. If we want to zoom out, we can do on the PC Control minus on the Mac, Command minus, and we can zoom out. So no matter what tool we have active, we can zoom in and we can zoom out on an image. Now that's fine for just general zooms, but what if we want to zoom into a specific area on the image? Well, we can do that too, just with keyboard shortcuts. On the PC, we're going to press Control spacebar, that's Command spacebar on the Mac. Notice that we have the magnifying glass with the plus icon, but what we're going to do is click and drag a marquee around the area in which we want to magnify. So I'm going to go to the upper left corner of this red square, click and drag, and you can see those outlines, and if I let it go, that is now the exact area to which we have zoomed into. If you're not seeing this same behavior when you click and drag, select the zoom tool, that's the magnifying glass icon, then go up in the options bar and make sure that the scrubby zoom option is unchecked. If I need to zoom back out, I can do Control minus on the PC, Command minus on the Mac, bring us down to a smaller view. If I want to go to fit to screen view, I can do Control 0 on the PC, Command 0 on the Mac. If I would like to view this document at 100%, I can select Control 1 on the PC, Command 1 on the Mac. There we go, we're at 100%. So I know there's a lot to throw at you in one chunk, but get used to these things over time and you will save many, many hours as you work in Photoshop. Photoshop makes it very easy to measure, align, and accurately place objects. Let's take a look at how to do that. We're going to use the same image that we had open in the previous lesson, so if it's still up on your screen, you're one step ahead of the game. I'm going to go to Control O on the PC, Command O on the Mac, open, go to Chapter 2, select Guides, press the Return key. I'm going to assign Adobe RGB as our working color space. I'm going to press Return. Now we have the document up in our window. If you have this open from the previous lesson, you are probably in one of the full screen modes. What I'd like for you to do is go up here to the top to the mode switcher and set your document to standard screen mode. Now the first thing we're going to take a look at is rulers. And how do we view the rulers? We go up to the view menu and click on rulers. Note the shortcut command of Control R on the PC, Command R on the Mac. And now we have rulers around our document. The great thing here is that it tells us the dimensions. We can see that this document is 10 inches by 10 inches. It's a square. Now this is showing in inches. If we right click or control click on the Mac on this image, we could change the dimensions to pixels, centimeters, millimeters, points, picas, or percents. Lots of choices here. Here we'll leave it at inches, but note that you have those options. So it's all well and good that we know that here is 0 and there is 10, so we have 10 inches across. What if we want to know the measurement of an object in the document? For example, we want to know what's the width of this red square. Well, we can go over here to the upper left corner of the rulers, click and drag, and notice we see these horizontal and vertical lines. That is our origin point. We are setting our origin point now to the edge of this red square, and we know that now it is 3 inches across. 3 inches left to right, 3 inches top to bottom. So you can drag your origin point anywhere you want in the image. Now if you'd like to reset it back to its default 0 at the edge of the document, you simply go back here in the upper right hand corner and double click, and we are back to 0. We also have another tool for measurement, the ruler tool. If we go down here where the eyedropper icon is, we click, hold it down, we can see that underneath here is a ruler tool. Now watch what we can do. If we didn't know that this square was 3 inches, we could simply take the ruler, set it on the left edge of the square, drag it over to the right edge, and if we let go, Note up here in the options bar, L1 is our length. That is showing us that it is 3 inches. If you're seeing a drastically different number here, make sure that in the options bar you have Use Measurement Scale unchecked. Well, with a 3 inch by 3 inch square, how long is the diagonal? I wasn't very good in math, so I'm going to have to actually measure this. Staying at that upper left-hand corner, we bring it all the way down here to the right, and we can see that the diagonal of a square is 4.2 inches and some change. So that's great. We've got the ruler tool that we can use to measure lots of different things. We've also got guides that we can use. I'm going to go and click on the marquee tool just to get rid of that display of the ruler. And I'm going to move right up into the ruler bar, click and drag down to the image, and I've got a horizontal guide. I'm going to move over here to the ruler bar on the left, click and drag, and I've got a vertical guide. Now guides are great for aligning objects along their edges. You'll notice down here in the layers palette that we have 3 separate layers. We're going to go into layers in a future chapter, but for right now the thing to understand about layers is that they allow us to move objects individually. So let's go to the tool panel, select the move tool, make sure you have auto select checked. That's very important. With this checked, we're going to be able to click on this red square, drag and move just that red square, leaving the other squares alone. So you can see we can easily align this up against the guides. Now you'll notice that when you drag, you sort of feel a tiny little magnetic pull that's letting you butt right up against that edge without spilling over. That's because we've got Snap to Guides on. In the View menu, you can see this snap has a check mark next to, and what is it snapping to? Well, one of the things it's snapping to is guides. So that's a handy feature. We don't have to sort of guess of when we're there. You can kind of feel the tug of it snapping your image right there. Now once we've placed guides, we can move them. You can see the cursor turning into a double vertical line with arrows on either side. That means that we are selecting the guide, and I can drag it in any direction that I want to. I can do the same for the horizontal. If you're finished with the guides and you want to just get rid of them, you can go up to View and Clear Guides, and that is going to throw your guides away. Now the last thing I want to talk to you about is something called Smart Guides. Let's go up to the View menu, and we're going to go to Show and Show Smart Guides. Well, nothing has happened, but watch what happens as we start to move this red square. As I move it over, look at that. As soon as I am centered over the blue square, I get 3 magenta smart guides. It's telling me that I've aligned in the center and I've aligned on the left and right edges. If I move further to the right, it shows me now that I have aligned to the center and to the right edge of that blue square. If I keep going, look at this. Now I'm completely aligned bottom edge to top edge. Smart guides are great when you're trying to just visually place things very quickly, but you want to be precise. So you can see that we have a lot of ways to move and align images and also measure them. These are going to come in very handy as you start to work with discrete elements in Photoshop and put them together into a single image. When it's time to edit an image, here are some tools that every Photoshop user needs to be familiar with. The Levels tool is really the key to understanding how Photoshop manipulates pixels when you edit an image. Let's open up a file, Control-O on the PC, Command-O on the Mac. We're inside our Chapter 3 folder, and we're going to open the file Full Range. Now in the last chapter we turned rulers on. We're going to turn them off. Up in the View menu, scroll down to where it says Rulers and select it. Now when we made our custom workspace, we included a histogram panel. So let's click on it to open it up, and let's make 2 quick changes. Here in the flyout panel in the far right, I want you to set it to expanded view, and to the right of channels, instead of colors, let's set the histogram to luminosity. Now the histogram is a graph that shows the distribution of pixels in your image based on one thing only: brightness. So it shows you how many pixels reside at a particular level of brightness. The far left end of the histogram is reserved for maximum deep dark shadows. The far right end of the histogram is reserved for complete super duper blown out whites. Remember that Photoshop works on a level of 0 to 255 in terms of image brightness? So let's see how that translates to this image of the waterfall. If we start over here on the left, down at a level of about 3, and note that we have here level and count, I want you to pay attention to those. We have no pixels at this location. There's no data here in the graph, it's all empty. But as we move over to, say, a level of 25, we start to get some pixels. 25 is a relatively dark tone. As we move over to the right, just underneath where this peak is, at a level of about 60, 61, we can see that's where we have the greatest number of pixels in this image. And we've actually, if you look at count, we've got 3,260 pixels residing at that level. As we move over to the right, we're heading towards our mid-tone areas. Now we're at a level of 128, and we have a small little peak there, a little hump. We've got 818 pixels at that mid-tone level. And as we move over here along the right, another little hump comes down, tapers off nicely, so that by the time we get over here to a level of 250, we have no pixels occupying that range. So the histogram is really just a diagram of where our pixels fall in terms of brightness. Now there's no such thing as a perfect histogram. Each image is going to have its own unique shape. Let's open up a few. Control O on the PC, Command O on the Mac. This time we're going to open up multiple images. So I'm going to click Shadow down here at the bottom, and now I'm going to hold the Control key on the PC. On the Mac it'll be the Command key. I'm going to Control Command click on Mid, Control Command click on Highlight, and Control Command click on Clipping. We're going to open up 4 files at the same time. With those selected, I simply press the Return key, and Photoshop is going to open up all 4 files. Now this shadow image, this is highlighted in the tab, so that's the image we're looking at. Look at the shape of its histogram. It's bunched all the way over to the left. That means that we have the greatest number of pixels devoted to the darker range of brightness. And you can see the image is a dark image. It doesn't mean that it's bad, it just means that it has a lot of dark pixels. If we go and click on the tab that says Highlight, open that image up, we'll see that we have almost the reverse. We have no pixels at the shadow end, no pixels in the mid-tone area. All the pixels are bunched over to the right. Let's take a look at a third image. Let's click on the tab called Mid. Let's see what that image looks like. Here, the bulk of our pixels are in the mid-tone range. They're all bunched up in the middle of the histogram. So really the histogram is image dependent. It's going to change depending on what image you're looking at. There is one thing, however, that you don't ever want to see. Let's go and open up this file called Clipping. You can see at the far right of that histogram, we have for the first time a slender peak that butts right up against the right end of the histogram. That means that pixels have been clipped, or there's no data for them. That's the one thing that we do want to avoid with a histogram. In this image, the greatest number of pixels is residing at that maximum level, that would be 255, and if a pixel is at 255, it's just pure white. There's no detail, no information. And we can see in the image that corresponds to this area here with our blown out sky. There's no detail, no information in there, and that's a situation that we'd like to avoid at all costs. Similarly, if you had an image where that peak butted right up against the left edge for the shadows, then you'd have plugged up shadows with no detail. So those are really the only 2 scenarios we want to avoid with the histogram. Otherwise, just get used to the fact that different images are going to have different shapes in the histogram. If this warning icon in the histogram panel has been bugging you for the past 6 minutes, you can simply click to update the cache that Photoshop is using to display the histogram. Click and it's gone, the histogram is updated. Now let's jump to the Levels tool. We're going to click on Full Range, open up Image, Adjustments, and the Levels tool. We've got our Levels dialog box here. Notice that in the Levels dialog we have the histogram. So let's close this histogram panel. We don't need to see it twice. In this Levels dialog box we've got 3 sliders beneath the histogram. One at the left for the shadows, a gray one in the middle for the midtones, and one on the far right for the highlights. And this is how the Levels tool works. We move these sliders. Right now in this image, any pixel indicated by a graph in the histogram that resides above where this slider is pointing is going to be set to maximum black. So if I drag this over to the right, I have set all of these pixels directly above it to be maximum black. If these pixels above it are maximum black, any pixels that initially were residing to the left are also going to be maximum black. And let's move this out of the way so you can see what it does to the image. Not only does it darken the shadows, it destroys the unique pixel values of a lot of areas in this image. Here, we'll slide it back out. This is where we started. As we drag this to the right, any pixel value that was here is now maximum black. So before we had a distinction between pixels that were darker, pixels that were even darker. Now they have all been set to the same value. I'll slide this back out. Same thing will happen on the highlight end. If we click this highlight slider and drag it over to the left, now any pixels that are residing directly above this are set to maximum white, meaning any pixels that were brighter than that initially are also set to maximum white. So this is actually clipping colors and throwing away unique pixel information, setting them all, in this case, to maximum white. This middle slider indicates where a pixel is going to be at a middle brightness value. So if we drag it to the left, the image brightens because now these pixels, which were dark, are now at a middle level of brightness. If we drag this slider to the right, the image gets darker because these pixels, which were bright, have now been brought down to a middle level of brightness. And that's how you use the Levels tool. You can quickly change the brightness and darkness of the entire image just by moving those three sliders. The Curves tool, while a bit harder to wrap your head around, offers a degree of precision and control that is unrivaled in Photoshop. Let's start with a new image. Control-O on the PC, Command-O on the Mac to open. In our Chapter 3 folder, we are going to open the image titled Curves. Now this is going to open up by default in our standard screen view. Let's go up to the Applications bar, and we're going to select Full Screen Mode with Menu Bar. We could also use our handy shortcut F key to do this. Now we're going to go to Image, Adjustments, and Curves. And this is why we switch to screen mode. Over the image, I'm going to press the space bar to invoke the hand key. You remember that from lesson 2, right? We're going to move this over here so that we can see both the image and the curves dialog box at the same time. Now there's an option here I want you to set in Curve Display Options. I want you to click and open that up. Drag this box up to the top. Under Show, I'd like for you to turn off the check mark for intersection line. We don't want to really confuse ourselves with too many things to look at one time, but do make sure that under Show Amount Of, you have the radio button set for light. This will give us our 0 to 255 numbers that we've been talking about all along. So we can close this options box now. In the Curves dialog window, first thing you're likely to notice is that we have a histogram behind it. So this should look very familiar to us. We have a triangle on the left and one on the right, again very similar to what we saw in the Levels tool. And Curves is oriented in the same way. Shadows are on the far left, highlights are on the far right. Every curve starts with a diagonal line that represents no change to the image. Now let's see how this tool works. We're going to go click on the On Image Adjustment tool. That's this finger hand icon with the up and down arrows. We're going to click on it to select it. And as I hover the mouse around the image, I'm not clicking, I'm not dragging, I'm simply hovering over the image. Note that in the main window of the Curves dialog, we have a hollow circle that is moving along that diagonal line. That hollow circle represents the brightness value of the pixel located directly underneath my cursor. So as I'm moving up in here in the clouds, you can see that that hollow circle is to the right side towards the highlights. But if I move my cursor down into these shadow areas, you can see that hollow circle now has drifted down to the left end of the histogram. So here we're focusing on shadow pixels. If I move it up here, we're focusing on highlights. So it's very important to note that this is a live update and will continuously track where you're moving the mouse. When we want to edit the image, we simply click, and notice that when we click on the image area, we have this hand icon with the up and down arrows, but in the Curves dialog box, that hollow circle has now turned into a solid black square. That means that point is selected, and if we drag up with the mouse, we're holding the mouse down and dragging up, we are brightening the image, and look at what happens to our curve. Now, in the curves window, we have changed the shape of this curve. We have raised it up above where this original diagonal line was. Whenever the curve goes above the line, those pixels are being brightened, and you can see that we brightened the image. If I were to go and drag this curve down, and as you can see, I can simply click to select a point, drag this down, the image gets darker. Look at the shape of the curve. It's now fallen below the diagonal line. I want you to pay attention too between the distance from the original diagonal to where we have made our new curve shape. Up in the highlights you can see that the curve has bent below the original line, but by a relatively small amount. There's not so much of a difference up here between our new curve and the original. Whereas you can see as we get down into the midtones, and especially down around in this region, we have a much greater amount of space, which means a much greater change in brightness. In this case, a change in darkness. So that's how we work with the curves tool. We simply use this on image tool. We cycle it over a part of the image. We can see that hollow circle, and we click up or down to brighten or darken the image. Now, if that's all we could do to curves, it wouldn't really be that much more useful than levels. But the fantastic thing about the curves tool is that we can select and move multiple points. I'm going to go here, click on this point, and I'm going to drag it out of the window area to delete it. With our on image tool selected, we're going to go up in the clouds area, and I'm going to take a cloud area here. Notice my hollow circle is over in the highlight range. I'm going to click and drag up a little bit. That looks pretty good. Of course, the whole image is brightened now, but here's where the magic of curves comes into play. I can go down here into my shadow areas, way down to the left end of the curve dialog window. I'm going to click and drag down a little bit more, right about there. Now notice what has happened. In the shadow region, I have pulled my curve down below the original diagonal, so those pixels have gotten darker, while in my highlight end, my curve is above the original diagonal, meaning those pixels have gotten brighter. So I've done two separate things to the image. The bright pixels I've made brighter, and the dark pixels I have made darker. And notice the shape of our curve. It's fairly shallow, but it's still an S shape. I could enhance it a little bit more. I'll click here, open this up a bit, and maybe click down here and pull those shadows down a little bit so you could really see it look like an S shape. This will be a very familiar shape to you as you work with images in Photoshop, because this is the way to enhance contrast, to add contrast to an image. An S-shaped curve means that your highlights have gotten brighter and your shadows have gotten darker. What we've done so far is taken a few minutes of explanation, but in actual practice we're really looking at just a few seconds of work. Let's take a look at the preview by toggling it on and off to see just how far we've come. If I uncheck preview, here's where we started, a flat, low contrast, uninteresting, dull image. With just 2 points on the curve, however, we quickly go to a much fuller, richer, and dynamic image. And that's part of the beauty of working with the curves tool. So far we've talked about changing the brightness or luminance of pixels. Now we're going to look at how to change actual colors. We're going to open up a file in our Chapter 3 folder, Control-O on the PC, Command-O on the Mac. And in this Chapter 3 folder we are going to open Saturation. Pull that up on the screen, and like we did in the previous lesson, we are going to change the screen view to full screen with menu bar. So we can do that up here in the screen view switcher, full screen mode with menu bar. This is going to let us move it out of the way once we call up the Hue Saturation dialog box. To get to that, we go to Image, Adjustments, and Hue Saturation. We'll move this over here. Again, the space bar to temporarily invoke the hand tool. We'll slide this image over and move the Hue Saturation dialog box there. Now, when we talk about hue, we need to really understand what we mean. Hue we can think of as color. Saturation, on the other hand, is the intensity of the color. So we can have a single hue, a single color, and we can have that at various levels of intensity or various levels of saturation. Now, the Hue Saturation tool is fairly straightforward. We've got a hue slider, a saturation slider, and a lightness slider. For now, we're just going to concentrate on the first two. When we're set to the master mode like this, we can simply go, take the hue slider, drag it to the left, the image is going to get warmer. If we drag it to the right, the colors are going to get cooler. So that's pretty straightforward, but not very useful. There aren't that many times when you would want to just take the hue slider and drag it all the way to the right. One thing you will do more often, though, is adjust the saturation. If you wanted to add more saturation to this image, you drag this slider to the right. If you wanted to take saturation out, you drag it to the left. And if you dragged it all the way, you would take all of the color completely out of that image. Going to hit 0 here to set our saturation back to no change. But here's the great thing about this tool. Just like we did in curves, we have an on-image adjustment tool. And if we click on it to highlight it and move the mouse over the image, we'll click on any particular color. Let's say I'm going to click on this green leaf, for example. Notice that the cursor changes into our hand icon, and this time the arrows go left to right. So if I simply click and drag to the left, notice that I am taking the saturation out, but I am only taking the saturation out of the color that I have clicked on, in this case the green leaves. So we're leaving a bunch of color in the petals and in the background, but these green leaves are losing saturation. We could drag it the other way to greatly saturate that, and we can quickly end up in a big old mess, but you can go any direction and you can isolate your change to a particular color by using the On Image tool. Now let's set that saturation back to 0. And how would we adjust the hue with this tool? Well, again, with the On Image Adjustment tool selected, we're going to click on an area of the image, but this time we're going to use a modifier key, Control on the PC, Command on the Mac, and if we Control Command click, now we'll notice that it's not the saturation that's changing, it is the hue. So we can change these leaves to a warmer hue, we could change these leaves to a cooler hue. So again, we've got a quick, fast, and easy way to isolate particular colors just by using the On Image Adjustment tool. I'm going to reset this value in the hue from 97 back to 0, and we can further refine the choices of colors that get moved and colors that do not get moved. On Image tool is selected down here. We're going to move over to the petals of the flower, click, and drag to the left. Now that's desaturating the petals, leaving the other colors alone. But suppose there are colors in this image that we would like to include in that desaturation effect. Well, if we look at the Hue Saturation dialog box, we've got 3 eyedroppers here down at the bottom, and I want you to pay attention to the last 2. One has a plus sign, one has a minus sign. We're going to click on this plus sign. We've got our add eyedropper, and if I go here to a different region of the image, let's say this background, this color is different enough from the petals of the flowers that it did not get moved. But if I simply click with the add eyedropper, it now expands the range of colors that are selected to include that background area, so that is automatically now desaturated to the same level as the petals of our flowers. So that's a great way to expand the range of colors that you want to desaturate in this case. If we wanted to take colors out of that range, we can simply go and choose the minus eyedropper tool, and we can simply click, let's go back on this background area, and we'll simply click the minus sign, and look at that. That's taking those colors out of our desaturation effect. Again, limiting it to the petals of the flowers. So you've got a lot of flexibility and precision here in the Hue Saturation dialog box. Let's take a look at how to crop and straighten an image. We're going to start with a file. We're going to open a file in our Chapter 3 folder. Let's go this time to the image titled Crop. We'll bring that up on screen. The tool we're going to use is named, appropriately enough, the Crop tool. That's located here in the Tool panel. The shortcut command for this is the letter C. And the easiest way to use crop is simply click and drag on an image. Once I let it go, I'm not committing to the crop. I can further refine this. I could say, well, that's a little bit too high, I'll bring it down. We could bring this out on the side, and we can move it freely anywhere we want in the image. Notice a few things in the options bar. We've got a crop guide overlay. Mine is set to none. Yours might be set to rule of thirds, for example, which breaks the image up into grids. There's a finer grid called grid, so you're free to use any of these you want. For now, I'm going to leave it set to none. We have a shield color. We'll toggle this off, and you can see that the shield color applies a separate overlay to the area that is going to be removed, the area that is going to be cropped out. That's helpful. It gives you a little visual idea of what your image is going to look like by blocking out the material that you're going to crop. We can choose a color for that shield. Right now it's set to black, and it has an opacity of 75%, which is great because we can still see through it in case we need to make fine-tuning adjustments. Now if we go, I'll drag this out to the bottom. To commit to this crop, you can simply press the return or enter key on the keyboard, or on the PC we can right-click, control-click on the Mac and select crop. And there we have our crop. I'm going to undo this with Control-Z on the PC and Command-Z on the Mac because there's something else I want to show you. We just did a freeform crop, but suppose you want to crop to a specific ratio or perspective. In the width and height box, I'm going to type in numbers. For the width, I'll put in a 4, and for the height, I'll put in a 5. Now, when I drag with the crop tool, I am automatically constrained to a 4:5 proportion. So if I had to fit this for a magazine layout, for example, and their pages were spec'd for a 4:5 ratio, I could automatically crop to that perspective and know that my image is going to fit. I'm going to cancel out of this with a right click on the PC, control click on the Mac. Now, those of you who've been paying attention, I'll zoom into this a little bit more, may notice that this image is not level, it is not straight. When you use the crop tool, I'll draw it again, you have the option, if you move the cursor over one of the corners, you get this double bent arrow tool, and that lets you adjust the crop and move it, and you can use that to straighten out an image, but it's a very imprecise method. So here's how we're going to do it. We're going to go back to the tool panel, and we're going to choose the ruler tool. The ruler tool is hidden underneath this eyedropper tool. So we'll go here and select ruler. Now this is great because we simply click on something that should be straight. I'm going to use the top edge of this building. I'm going to click on the left corner and drag over towards the right corner. I've now drawn a line over an item that should be straight but that is currently crooked. In the tool options bar, I have a straighten button. If I click straighten, watch what happens. It not only straightens the image, it crops off the excess area of the image that it had to do to eliminate any white spaces. So that's a great, easy, one-step way to straighten an image and crop it at the same time. If you don't want the image to be straightened and cropped all in one step, here's a little trick. You can hold down the Alt key on the PC, Option key on the Mac, while you press the straighten button, and the image will only be straightened. It will not be cropped. You'll end up with something that looks like that, and you can crop it manually. We can make an image appear warmer or cooler by adjusting the color balance. Photoshop offers two tools that make this a snap. Let's open up an image. We're going back to our Chapter 3 folder, and we're going to open up our old friend, the garden image that we first saw in Chapter 1. Now, there are two ways that we can adjust the color balance. The first way is in the Image menu, Adjustments, and we'll go down to Photo Filter. Now, this brings up a preset selection of filters that mimic what photographers used to carry out into the field with them. We're starting here with a warming filter, but if we click on the pull-down menu, we've got 3 warming filters here to choose from. I'll choose warming filter 81. That should give us a good difference, and I'll toggle off the preview. There's where we started. Here's that warming filter. We could also go cooler. I'll go down here and select cooling filter 82, for example, and you can see, here's the preview off, here's the preview on. You can see just how far we can go with these filters. Now within these preset filters, you can adjust their strength by moving the density slider. If you drag the density slider to the left, you are decreasing the effect of that filter. If you drag it to the right, you're making that filter appear even stronger. So you've got a lot to play with here, and simply by clicking through this menu, you can go warm to cool in just a couple of steps. Let's cancel out of this, and now we're going to look at our second method. We're going to go back to Image, Adjustments, and this time we'll select Color Balance. Now this works with 3 sliders that move between 6 primary colors. If we want to warm the image, we simply go along towards the red. In the second slider, we'll maybe move a hair towards magenta, and in the third, we'll move towards yellow. Here's the preview off. Here's it on, so you can see it definitely warms up the image. Under tone balance, we want to stay on midtones. This is going to be the most realistic approach. It's going to focus our efforts in the midtones of the image and taper off nicely into the highlights and shadows. If we wanted to cool this image, we could go towards the cyan end a little bit. Maybe we'll take a little bit of magenta out that we did, but the big one is we're going to go from yellow over to blue. And if we toggle the preview on and off here, there's where we started, and now we have a much cooler image. So we've got two quick and easy ways to adjust the color balance in Photoshop. Photoshop offers a great tool for converting images from color to black and white. Let's open up an image. We're going to go back to our Chapter 3 folder, and this time we're going to open up the file labeled BW, short for black and white. Now with this image on screen, what I'm going to do is select the Fit to Screen view. The shortcut for that is Control-0 on the PC, Command-0 on the Mac, to get it just a little bit bigger on our screen. And the tool we're going to use for this conversion is named, appropriately enough, Black and White. It's located in the Image menu, under Adjustments, and we'll simply scroll down and select Black and White. As soon as this dialog box opens, it gives you a default black and white conversion. I'll toggle the preview off. Here's our color information, and here's the default conversion. There's also an auto button that you can choose. If you're not happy with the default, you can see if the auto gets you to a better starting point. But for now, we can just go back to default because we're going to do all of this manually. Now in other tools that we looked at, we had an on-image adjustment tool that we had to click and select. Here in black and white, it's turned on and activated by default. So all we have to do is move our mouse over the image. I'm going to move it here over this area of the chair, and if I simply click and hold down the mouse, you can see the icon turning into the hand with left and right arrows. More importantly, in the black and white dialog box, you can see that the yellow value is highlighted. If I click and drag to the left, you can see those numbers go down, and the yellow parts of this image are getting darker. If I click and drag to the right, the yellow parts are getting brighter. Why yellow? Well, because I clicked on an item in the image that was yellow. Yellow was the underlying color information. So just because Photoshop gives you a black and white preview of the image doesn't mean it forgets the colors that were in this image. That's the beauty of the black and white tool. It lets you make image adjustments based on the underlying color information. If I go here and click on this chair, you can see that that's going to select blues primarily. So I'm going to slide this to the left to darken that blue value. Maybe I'll brighten it up a little bit. I changed my mind. I'll go a little bit brighter there. I'll select on this chair, and let's see what color is underneath there. That's red. What happens if we drag to the left? We're making those much, much darker. Notice that the yellow chair and the blue chair have been left alone. The table was also red, so that's getting darker. Let's go back here and find another color. In this foliage, let's click here and see if we can find a green color. We have green here, so we're simply going to click and let's lighten this up a bit. So we're going to open up those greens in there. And so with just a few clicks of the mouse, you can see that we can drastically alter the contrast in this image simply by changing tones based on their underlying color information. Let's go back for a minute, toggle the preview off. Here's the color information that we started, so you can see the individual discrete colors we have in the image of reds, blues, yellows, and greens, and now we've adjusted the brightness of all those values. Now there's another thing we can do with the black and white tool, is we can tint the image. Once we're happy with this black and white conversion, we can go down and click on this tint box, and let's see how this works. We've got hue and saturation. The important thing when you're working with this tool is to boost your saturation up. It has to be very high so you can see the changes that you're making in hue. We're ultimately going to come down from this, so don't worry about your colors looking exactly right. Here the saturation is very high, but that's just so we can find a nice hue. If we wanted to get a nice sort of sepia print, we'll come over here. That's a little bit too much red. We'll add a little yellow in there, something about like that. Now to make it look real, we will bring the saturation down, way down, and if we come down here just to about 7%, you can see we've got a nice sepia toned image. If we wanted a cooler image, we can take this hue and drag it over towards the blue end, get a much cooler rendering of the image, something about like that. If that looks a little bit too strong, a little bit too cold for you, we can take the saturation slider and bring that down even further, down to about 3%, so we just have a slightly cool image. So within one dialog box, we can take the image from color to black and white and even perform a tint. The ability to create precise selections is what separates good Photoshop work from great Photoshop work. Here are some tools to get you there. Photoshop has two sets of tools that come in handy when making basic manual selections. Let's see how they work. We're going to open up an image. We'll go to our Chapter 4 folder and select the file titled Marquee. The very first tool we're going to work with is, well, you may have guessed, the Marquee tool. It's the very first tool in our Tools panel. If you do not see a rectangle here, I want you to click on this bottom right disclosure triangle and scroll up and select Rectangular Marquee tool. In my image on screen, you can see two guides. If you do not see guides on your screen, I want you to go up to the View menu, Show, and select Guides. The last thing I'm going to do is change the screen mode. I'm going to go up to the mode switcher and select full screen mode with menu bar. I could have also used our handy shortcut, the F key. Now, using the rectangular marquee tool could not be any easier. You simply click and drag and draw any type of rectangular shape that you want. If you want to constrain your shape to a square, you click, drag, but on the keyboard you hold down the Shift key. And no matter how big or small you make it, you're automatically constrained to a square shape. Note that the point at which I click and drag becomes the upper left-hand corner of my selection. But there's a way to make that the center point of the selection. I'm going to move my mouse directly over the intersection of these guides, and if I click and drag, you can see that intersection is the upper left-hand point. But if I hold down the Option key on the Mac, Alt key on the PC, that starting point now becomes the exact center of my selection. Let's take a look at the choices that we have up in the Options bar. The very first icon here on the left is the New icon. That's what we've been using, so if you have a selection that you've drawn and you draw a second selection, this option automatically wipes out the first selection. Moving here to the right, we have the Add selection. So I'm going to start with the first selection. Now, notice that my cursor has a plus sign at the bottom. Any selection that I draw now will be added to the first one, so we're not wiping out the first one automatically. If we go over here, our next choice is Subtract, and this one, our cursor has a minus sign at the bottom. If I drag anywhere over an existing selection, that area of overlap will be deselected. Finally, we have the Intersect option. Now this one gives an X at the bottom of our cursor. And watch what happens. If I click and drag, the only selection, the only area of the selection that ultimately will remain is where these two intersect. So I've got a thin sliver over here on the left, and if I release the mouse, that is the only part of the selection. Let's go back to our default. Under the Style menu, we've been working in normal mode, but suppose you want to have a fixed ratio or specific proportion for your image. We can simply go to Fixed Ratio, and here I've set it to a 6:7 proportion. So if I drag, no matter what I do with the mouse, I'm always going to be constrained to a 6:7 ratio. Underneath this, we've got Fixed Size. Now this one is interesting. Right now it's set to 3 inches by 3 inches. And this time I don't have to click and drag. I've already told Photoshop the dimensions of my selection, so all I have to do is click, and I have automatically a 3 by 3 inch square. Once we have a selection, we can move it. If I bring the mouse inside my selection area, notice that the cursor turns into a white arrow with a little rectangle around it. We can simply click and drag and move the selection anywhere we want to over the image. Once we've drawn a selection, what can we do with it? Well, if I move my mouse inside the selection and hold down the Control key on the PC, Command key on the Mac, note how my cursor changes. I can now cut the selection out of the image. So if I click and drag, I've now cut this out and made a hole in the image. I'm going to do Control Z on the PC, Command Z on the Mac to undo that. There's one last thing I want to show you. We'll go back up and set normal mode. I'm going to draw a shape. Now, up to this point, we've been drawing a shape around the areas that we want to select. That would be the inner contents of this shape. But if we go up to the Select menu, we can scroll down to Inverse, and we can invert the selection and select everything that we did not draw with that shape. So this time, with Inverse selected, if I go inside my selection area, and on the Mac, if I press the Command key, Control key on the PC, and drag, I am now removing that inverted selection. Everything we've been doing with the rectangular marquee tool applies equally as well to the second tool that it is grouped with, and that is the elliptical marquee tool. The difference here is that you're starting with an elliptical shape. You can hold the Shift key to make a circle. Everything else is identical to what we've just been doing. The last two tools in here work a little bit differently. We have a single row marquee tool and a single column marquee tool. These allow us to click and make a selection of a single row or a single column of 1 pixel's width. Let's take a quick look at how that would work. I've selected the single row tool. I'm going to clear our existing selection. The keyboard shortcut is Command D on the Mac, Control D on the PC. And now with a single click, I have selected a row across the entire image that is exactly 1 pixel in height. If I go and select the single column tool, I can now click and select 1 column that is a single pixel width. Now we're going to move on to the lasso tool. To do that, we're going to close this document. I'm going to close it with Command W on the Mac, Control W on the PC, and we're not going to save this, so just hit Don't Save. We're going to go back to our Chapter 4 folder and open up the selection image. Before we get started with the lasso tool, I'm going to hit F to take us into full screen mode with menu bar, and I'm going to hit Command 0 on the Mac, Control 0 on the PC just to fit this image to screen. And the first lasso tool that we're going to use is the freeform drawing tool. It's just called lasso, and it's the first option in the lasso tool panel. This tool works by allowing us just to click and draw in a freeform manner. So I'm going to click, drag it around, and draw, and wherever I let go of the mouse, we're going to automatically have a completed shape moving from our first point to our last point. So there we've got this freeform shape, and again, if I move the mouse inside, I can move the shape. If I move the mouse inside and hold down the Command key on the Mac, Control key on the PC, I can cut this shape out of the image. Let's undo that with Command Z on the Mac, Control Z on the PC. Now the second tool here residing in the lasso tool panel is going to be a bit more useful. It's the polygonal lasso tool. And this works a little bit differently. Here we're going to click, drag, and click repeatedly. We're going to just connect straight line segments. So if I click here and then drag, and click again, you can see that I'm just creating straight line segments. In this case, around the gentleman in this image. They're all straight lines, and we're just setting anchor points in between them. So I can simply click repeatedly. I'm just making a very rough outline of his shape. When you're ready to close the selection, and with this tool you have to do it manually, you can see that my cursor now has a circle beneath it. Once you see that circle, you know that your next click will complete the selection. Now I have a selection, and again, we can move this selection or we can cut out the object. The final lasso tool that I'm going to talk about is the magnetic lasso tool, and this tool is very interesting. I'm going to zoom in here on the image onto this subway sign. The magnetic lasso tool is great because it allows us to trace over shapes and automatically snap along edges. I'm going to cut out this U in the Union Square sign. So with the magnetic lasso tool selected, I'm going to simply click and then start dragging. Points are automatically added, and it's following the outline of this letter. This tool works great in areas of high contrast, and obviously black and white have about the highest contrast you can get. So all I'm really doing is tracing along the edge of this letter. And there's my hollow circle that lets me know that I can complete the selection. Now, it's not perfect, but I can move the mouse in here, Command click on the Mac, Control click on the PC, and I've made a very rough cutout of that U shape. One of the issues that new users have when they first try the magnetic lasso tool is they trace around an object and they get a very rough result that's a little sloppy, kind of like what we just saw. And then they give up on the tool and say, oh, it doesn't work. But if we go up here to the options bar, there are settings that can help us get a better result. First, I'm going to undo what we just did, Command-Z on the Mac, Control-Z on the PC. Up here in the options bar, we have a setting for width. That tells the tool how far out from the edge it should look. That's fine at 10 pixels. Contrast determines the amount of difference in contrast between what's going to be selected and what isn't. And that's what we're going to change here. 10% is a little low. We'll change this to maybe 40% and see what that does. Frequency just tells the tool how often it should place the anchor points. I think we're fine at 11. So with that new setting, let's go down and try that U again. I'm going to deselect with Command-D on the Mac, Control-D on the PC. And now let's see what we have. We'll start here tracing around the edge. We're moving up. Much nicer result. We didn't get that little spillover. And there's our hollow selection. So we'll close it up. And a much better and tighter selection. So now if I cut this out, you can see a big difference. So when you're going to use the magnetic lasso tool, spend a couple of minutes experimenting with those width, contrast, and frequency settings, and you can get really great results with very little effort. For our next lesson, we're going to open up a separate image. So for now, you can simply close this without saving. The Quick Selection tool is a giant leap forward in making selections of real-life objects. In fact, it's downright awesome. Let's open up an image. We'll go back to our Chapter 4 folder, and this time we'll open up the image titled Quick Select. I'm going to hit F to go into full screen mode. I'm going to do Fit to Screen with Command-0 on the Mac, Control-0 on the PC, just to get the image size a little bigger. And we're going to go to our Tools panel and locate the Quick Selection tool. It's this brush with the little selection spilling around it. The shortcut for that tool is the letter W. Now I've got a brush size selected, but it is very small. You can see that as my cursor is over the screen, basically I just see 4 points. If I go up to the options bar and click on the brush size options, I can drag the size. Here it's at 15. I can make it much larger. Now that's one way to change the brush size. Here you can see I've got a bigger brush, but it's still too small. What I'm going to recommend is a shortcut to change the size of the brush. On your keyboard you have left and right bracket keys. If you press the right bracket key repeatedly, you continuously increase the brush size. If you press the left bracket key, you reduce the size of the brush. The beauty of this method is that you can actually see the size of the brush as you're adjusting it. Also in the options panel, I want you to make sure that you have this auto enhance box checked. Over here to the left, we have 3 painting modes, and we want to be on this middle mode, which is the add mode. Now what I want to do in this image is select the background and leave the subject alone. With the Quick Selection tool, all you have to do is start painting. I'm going to simply paint over this background area starting on the sky, and look at that, already it selected the sky and left our subject virtually untouched. I'm going to come down here to finish. Now notice that as I drag down to the left, it has spilled over and captured some of our subject's arm. This is the beauty of the Quick Select tool. Right now my circle has a plus in it. That means we're in the add mode. I'm going to reduce the brush size a bit. And if I hold down the Option key on the Mac, Alt key on the PC, that plus changes to a minus. This is going to subtract from our selection. So now I just paint over the area that was included by mistake. And now I'm going to continue painting in my add mode. I'll come down here on the right side of his body. And I'm going to zoom in to make sure I get this area as well. My brush size is much too big for that. And again, I'm reducing the brush size by repeatedly pressing the left bracket key. This is a much better size here. I'm going to come in. And because I've got auto enhance on, as I let go of the mouse, Photoshop does its best to try to make my selection even more precise. That looks pretty good. I'll try to get this one little spot up here in the top. That's not bad. I've got a little bit of spill over here on the edge, so I'm going to go into my subtract mode with the Option key on the Mac, Alt key on the PC. And that looks pretty good. One last area down in the bottom that I want to get to. I'll paint in here with a little bit bigger brush size. And finally, this last area of green. But I'll take out some of this. I think this is part of the chair he's sitting on. Looks pretty good. Now we've got a selection of the background and we're leaving the foreground alone. Well, what can we do with this selection? Well, one thing we can do is use an adjustment on this. We talked about levels and curves. Let's go up to the image menu, go down to adjustments, and we'll bring up levels for this example. Now, because I have selected an area, in this case the background, any adjustment tool that I use in Photoshop is going to be restricted to that selection. So if I grab this slider in the middle and drag it to the right, you can see that I'm darkening the background significantly, but my subject in the foreground is being left completely alone. The quick selection tool is going to quickly become your very best friend when it's time to make complex selections. When we need to make a selection based on the color of objects in an image, we can sit back and let Photoshop do all the hard work. Let's open a file. We'll go to our Chapter 4 folder and this time open the color range image. I'm going to press the F key to take us into full screen mode with menu bar. I'm going to invoke the hand tool by pressing and holding the space bar while dragging this over to the left to make room for our dialog box. And we're going to go up to the select menu and choose color range. Now what we want to do in this image is select these tulips, but we don't want to select the stems. We just want to select these red tulip heads. In the color range dialog box, we have 3 eyedroppers. This first eyedropper is what we're going to use to actually make our color selection. So with this eyedropper selected, we simply move over the image and I'm going to click on a color area that I'm looking to isolate. Now, in the preview window of the color range dialog box, you can see some of the image has turned to white. The areas that are white are the areas that have been selected. So we've started to select some of these tulips, but we need to make our selection broader. To do that, we're going to click on this second icon, the eyedropper with the plus sign. This is our add eyedropper, and what I'm going to do is click on a color that has not been included in our selection. There we go. You can see that much more of the tulips are now white. There's a few more spots here that I'm going to go in and clean up. Get this down here. That's looking pretty good. Maybe one more click there. That looks great. Now you can see in our preview that all of those tulips have been selected. There's a fuzziness slider at the top of the color range dialog box that you can use to expand or contract your selection. If you drag it to the left, it will contract your selection, making it more precise. If you drag it to the right, it will expand it and include more colors. Right now, I think we're pretty good at 78, so I'm just going to press the return key to invoke the OK button. And now we have a selection of these tulips. You can imagine how long it would have taken if we had to either drag these with the polygon tool or even draw with the quick selection tool. Not as fast as just going to the color range tool. What can we do with this selection? Well, last time we did a levels adjustment. Now let's do a hue saturation move. I'm going to go up to Image, Adjustments, and choose Hue Saturation. Now, we can move the hue slider and it will affect only the areas of the image that have been selected. So if I drag it to the left, for example, you can watch the tulips and they change in color. If I drag it to the right, they also change in the color, get a little bit warmer. Now with these marching ants around our selections, it can be a little difficult to see exactly what's going on. So we're going to go up to the View menu, and under Extras, we're simply going to click it to turn off those selection borders. We're not deleting them, we're just turning them off so that we can have a better visual sense of what we're changing. So let's try that hue slider again. As I drag it to the left, you can see we're changing the color, going more towards the purple. Back to the right, we're getting a little more orange. So it's pretty amazing. Just with one trip to the color range dialog box, we now have a fairly fine-tuned selection of the image. I'm going to press the return key to hit OK. Now, I'll go back up to the View menu so we can turn back on our edges, so we can see our selection. Now, this only took a few seconds to make this selection, but there are times when you're going to really be laboring over an image for a considerable amount of time, and if I saved and closed this image, that selection is gone forever. But I'm going to show you how to save a selection. With this selection active, we're going to go over to our Channels tab. And at the bottom of the Channels tab, we're going to click on this second icon that is our Load Selection as Channel button. Once we do that, we've now created an alpha channel. An alpha channel is just a fancy word for a selection that's contained in the Channels panel. With the alpha channel added, we can save and close this file and open it back up 3 years from now and very quickly get back to this exact selection. Let's see how that works. I'm going to deselect this selection right now with Command D on the Mac, Control D on the PC. Our selection is now gone and seemingly lost forever. But if we go back to our Channels palette, select the alpha channel by clicking it so it is highlighted in blue, and this first icon at the bottom, the Load Channel as Selection button, we're going to press that. Now we're going to click back on our RGB channel, and voila, we have our original selection. How do we know it's the original selection? Well, let's try it out. Let's make another adjustment to the image. We'll go up to Image, Adjustments, and this time we'll do Levels. So we have a selection of all of our tulips, and if I drag to the left, I can brighten them while leaving the rest of the image untouched. So if you need to select something based on color, the Color Range tool is a great place to start, and we can save selections. This selection is saved as an alpha channel. It'll stay with our image unless we manually throw it away. Non-destructive editing is a critical part of any high-quality workflow. What is it, and how do you apply it? Let's find out. Adjustment layers are the most common examples of non-destructive editing in Photoshop. They give us the ability to modify and undo changes to the image even after it has been saved and closed. Let's open up a file. We'll go to our Chapter 5 folder and select the Adjustment Layers image. Now I'd like to direct your attention to the bottom right portion of the screen where you find our Layers panel, and for the very first time we have a series of adjustment layers. We've got a Curves adjustment layer, Photo Filter, and Hue Saturation. Now we've worked with each of these three tools before. The difference this time is that they've been applied as adjustment layers. Well, what's so great about adjustment layers? The answer, a lot. If I move over here to the Layers panel, I can turn the visibility of each of these adjustment layers on and off independently. If I click on this eye icon, I'm temporarily disabling the effect of this adjustment layer. I'm not throwing anything away, I'm not tossing them out, I'm simply temporarily hiding their effect. So with all three of these turned off, you can see how the image looked before I started making any edits. I'm going to turn these three back on. Another great feature of adjustment layers is that at any point after they've been created, you can modify them. If I double click anywhere in this Curves adjustment layer, we open up an Adjustments panel, and you see our Curves interface that looks remarkably similar to curves that we've used in previous lessons, and the behavior is identical. You can see how I've modified the shape of the curve. The highlights have opened up a little bit and I've brought the shadows down just a hair, but there's nothing preventing me from going up, clicking on the On-Image Adjustment tool, clicking and dragging somewhere in the image, and further modifying that effect. Another great thing that you can do with adjustment layers is change their overall strength or opacity. If I move back to the Layers panel, with the Curves adjustment layer selected, it's highlighted in blue, I'm going to click on the word opacity. Right now it's at 100% or full strength. If I type in a lower value, 30% in this case, you can see how much that reduces the overall strength of the adjustment layer. I'm going to set this opacity back to 100%. I think it works fairly well with this image. If you find yourself completely unhappy with the result of an adjustment layer, you can simply get rid of it, delete it. If I go back down to our Curves adjustment layer and right-click on the PC, control-click on the Mac, I can scroll down and select Delete Layer. Now that layer is gone as if it never existed. I'd like to point out that in the Layers panel right now, you're just seeing small generic adjustment layer icons, these little black and white cookie shapes. If we go to the flyout menu in Layers and scroll down to Panel Options, we can choose a larger thumbnail size. I'll choose one in the middle. We'll hit OK. And now we can see the individual icons for our adjustment layers. It's up to you whether you'd like to work with these small generic icons or larger ones. For our recording purposes, I'm going to go back into panel options and reset this for our smaller thumbnail size, but feel free to use whichever one you prefer. In our next lesson, we're going to continue working on this image, but for right now, I'd like for you to close this file without saving it, then reopen it so we can begin the next lesson with the image back in its original state. We're beginning this lesson with our Adjustment Layers file open. If yours is not on screen, you can find it in the Chapter 5 folder inside the Project Files folder. You may have noticed that in our Layers panel to the right of the eye icon, we actually have three separate icons. On the left is our Adjustment Layer icon. On the right is what's called the Layer Mask icon, and in between these two is a chain link. How do these elements work together? To find out, we're going to create a brand new adjustment layer. There are many ways to do this in Photoshop. Perhaps the easiest is to move to the Adjustments panel, and you can see 15 icons along 3 rows, each representing a separate type of adjustment. If you hover the mouse over an icon, its name shows up at the top of the panel. That saves you a lot of work from having to decipher what these icons mean. We're going to start with the Hue Saturation layer. It's in the second row and the second icon. By clicking, notice that we have automatically created an adjustment layer. It's towards the bottom of our Layers panel, and it's named Hue Saturation 2. I'm going to move the saturation slider fairly far to the left and desaturate this image. Now, big deal, you're saying we could have done this without an adjustment layer. But what if we wanted this desaturation effect to be applied not to the entire image, but just to a portion of the image? Well, now we need to really take a look at layer masks. In our Layers panel, we can see to the left of Hue Saturation 2 is a white layer mask icon. The thing you need to remember about layer masks is that white reveals and black conceals. Well, what's being concealed or revealed? It's our adjustment layer here on the left. Our adjustment layer is currently set to desaturate the image at a value of -65. That adjustment effect is linked via this chain link icon to a white layer mask. Because the layer mask is white over the entire frame of the image, that desaturation effect is being applied to the entire image. Watch what happens if I change the color of that layer mask. With Hue Saturation 2 highlighted in blue, and make sure you can see these 4 brackets around the layer mask icon. It's very important. If you do not see it, simply click on the layer mask icon, and I'm going to go up to the Edit menu. Edit and then Fill. And under Contents, I'm going to select Use Black and hit OK. Now you can see that our layer mask has changed from all white to completely black. Watch what happens if I toggle the visibility of this adjustment layer on and off. You can see that the image does not change at all. Why is that? Well, we still have a desaturation effect in our adjustment layer. It is linked to a layer mask, but this time the layer mask is completely black, and black blocks out the effect of that adjustment. It's as if it doesn't even exist. On its own, this might not seem very helpful, but what I would like to do in this image is desaturate part of the clouds. There's an area of these foreground clouds where the blue is really bothering me, and I'd really like to take the color out of that area while leaving the color throughout the rest of the image. We can accomplish that by painting on the mask. So what I'm going to do is go and select the brush tool in the toolbar. The shortcut for the brush tool is B. I'm going to go up to the options bar, click and make sure that my hardness is set to 0%. This gives us a nice feathered edge on the brush. At the bottom of the Tools panel, I want to go to my foreground and background colors, and I want my foreground color to be white. Right now, white is set to my background color. I'm simply going to click on this double bent arrow, and now that white chip is on top of the black one. That means we are going to be painting with white. If you're seeing another color in here altogether, I want you to move down and click on this Set Default icon to automatically set you to a white foreground and a black background. As we paint with white over this black mask, watch what happens. As soon as I start painting, you can see the areas over which I brush are now being desaturated. I'll hit this little portion in the top of the clouds, and that looks pretty good. Now notice what's happened in our layers panel. The hue saturation layer mask has been updated. It's no longer a completely black mask. We've got areas of white. Those represent the brush strokes that we just made. Let's take a closer look at what's just happened. If I move over to the Channels panel, at the bottom we have a Hue Saturation 2 mask. This mask is created automatically every time we select an adjustment layer mask. And if I turn on the visibility icon here, we can see that the bulk of the image is covered with a red overlay. That represents the black area of the mask. Where I have painted, you can see the actual image color showing through. So this represents the brush strokes that we've made to create this adjustment on the mask. I'm going to toggle this preview off, go back to the Layers panel, and let's review what we've just done. We created a hue saturation layer, desaturated the entire image, then set our layer mask to black, blocking out the effect of that desaturation. We then selected a brush tool, set our foreground color to white, and painted with white over the mask. The areas over which we painted in white are now allowing the desaturation effect to show through. So it's a great way to apply localized or selective adjustments where you want to alter one part of the image without touching other parts of the image. Now I did a fairly good job of painting on here, if I do say so myself, but suppose instead of painting just over the clouds, I had accidentally painted over in this sky area and desaturated some parts of the image that I didn't mean to. Well, all is not lost. Painting with white on a black mask is very easy to reverse. We simply go down to our tool panel, switch our foreground color to black, and just paint over that area again. We are painting black over that white area of the mask that was inadvertently painted. So you can get an idea of the power and flexibility that you have when you combine adjustment layers with layer masks. We've just seen how to paint on a mask, but there's another way of hiding and revealing the adjustment layer by using the gradient tool. Let's open a file in our Chapter 5 folder. We're going to select the file titled Gradient. Notice in our Layers panel we have a Curves adjustment layer, but the visibility is toggled off right now, so we're looking at the image in its original state. As it stands, the sky in here is pretty good, but the foreground is a little dark and heavy. Let's turn on this curves adjustment and see what change has been made. Here I've made a curve that has opened up the foreground nicely, but the sky is too bright and washed out. We're going to fix that with the gradient tool, but two things we need to verify. In your tools panel at the bottom, you need to make sure that your foreground color is set to white and your background color is set to black. If these colors are reversed, simply go to this double bent arrow and click. That will reverse the colors. If you're seeing another color in here altogether, I want you to move down and click on this Set Default icon to automatically set you to a white foreground and a black background. Let's go and choose the Gradient tool. It's located in the Tools panel, and the keyboard shortcut is the letter G. The last thing we need to verify is up in the Options bar. Here we've got a gradient picker that lets us set the mode. I'm going to click, and we want to make sure that we have the very first option selected. This is our foreground to background gradient. In this case, our foreground is white and our background is black. That's what we want to be painting with. So I'm going to click that to select it. And just to the right of this gradient, I want you to make sure that this very first option is highlighted in terms of the type of gradient. Now we're ready to get started. The gradient tool works by drawing a gradient from, in this case, white to black. So where we start drawing with the gradient is going to set white, and where we release the mouse is going to set black. In this image, what I would like to do is have the foreground area of the image remain white on the layer mask. So I'm going to start my gradient here at the base of this tree. I'm going to click and drag up, and I'm going to hold the Shift key while I drag to constrain what I'm drawing to a straight line. I'm going to stop my mouse at about the top of this mountain range. The point at which I release the mouse is going to tell Photoshop to take the image area above here and set that layer mask to black. So right now the layer mask is going to be black above this mountain ridge, and it is going to be white below the base of this tree. The area in between where I have drawn this line will be filled in by a smooth, seamless gradient. I'm going to release the mouse, taking care to hold the Shift key until I let go of the mouse. And now look at what we've done. Our sky has gone back to that nice rich sky, while our foreground has opened up nicely. So you can use the gradient tool to move seamlessly between white areas of the mask and black areas of the mask. I'd like to point out that although you can experiment and draw as many gradients as you like, each new gradient will replace the previous one. So on a single layer mask, you are limited to one gradient at a time. A thorough discussion of blending modes could easily take up an entire training series. Here, we'll look at a quick and easy way to build up image contrast using blending modes. First step, as always, is to open an image. We'll go to our Chapter 5 folder, and we'll open the image titled Blend. Simply put, blending modes perform math on your image using the RGB values of two sets of pixels. So in order for blending modes to work, you have to have at least two items in your layers panel. We're going to add an adjustment layer above our background layer, and here's the trick. It really doesn't matter which one we use because we're not going to make any adjustments to the layer. We're simply going to use an empty adjustment layer as a conduit for invoking a blending mode. So let's go to our adjustment panel, and we'll just choose brightness contrast. I'm going to go to the layers panel, and at the very top we have our blending modes menu. Now there's a lot of options in here, but let's break it down a little bit. This second group, starting with darken, is our darkening group. This is what you choose if you want to make an image darker. This is followed by the lightening group of blending modes, and they, of course, lighten an image. This third group, beginning with overlay, is our contrast group. And this is what we use to adjust the contrast in the image by brightening some pixels and darkening other pixels. We're going to choose overlay. Now you can see a huge difference in the image, much more contrasty. That's a little bit harsh here, so let's go and choose soft light, a much gentler approach. It's still a little too heavy in the water though, but we can adjust the opacity of the blending mode. Going to click on the word opacity. We're set at 100%. I'm going to reduce that to 50%. A much more realistic effect. Instead of adding contrast to the image, if we wanted to darken it, we would simply choose the multiply blending mode. If we wanted to lighten the image, we would choose screen. And of course, as you move between different blending modes, you can adjust the opacity as needed. So far, it may seem that adjustment layers and layer masks have no downsides, but before you tack on 15 layers to an image, you should be aware that layers and masks significantly increase file size. Here's a way to get similar results without the bloated file size. The history brush, in conjunction with snapshots, allows us to make selective changes to an image. Let's go to our Chapter 5 folder and open up the file titled History. Now what we need to do is show the History panel. We'll go to Window and simply select History. Right now it's grouped with Mini Bridge, which we'll talk about in an upcoming chapter, so for now let's just get rid of it. I'm going to expand the History panel, and I'm going to dock it right beneath our Adjustments panel. The History panel keeps track of the changes you make to an image, allowing you to quickly revert to an earlier image state. Photoshop, by default, limits you to 20 history states at any given time. You can increase this number in preferences, but adding more history states uses up more memory. Snapshots allow you to create temporary copies of an image state that will reside at the top of the History panel, even if its corresponding history state has been recycled. In this image, I'm going to change the color of two of the outfits. To do that, I'm going to go to the Image menu, Adjustments, and select Hue Saturation. Here I'll take the hue and I'll drag it over to the right to turn this outfit into a nice light purple. I'll hit OK. Now what I want to do is add a snapshot. You'll notice that at the very top of the History panel, we've already got one snapshot that simply has the name of the image file. By default, Photoshop adds an initial snapshot every time you open an image. We can add a snapshot by clicking on this camera icon at the bottom. I'm going to hold down the Option key on the Mac, Alt key on the PC to allow me to name the snapshot while I'm adding it. I'll call this one Purple. Now I'm going to revert back to our original image state by clicking this initial snapshot. I'm going to select the Hue Saturation tool again, Image, Adjustments, Hue Saturation, and now I'm going to change that outfit to a nice bright green. We'll hit OK. I'm going to make another snapshot, holding down the Option key on the Mac, Alt key on the PC. I'm going to name this one Green. Now in the Tool panel, I'm going to select the History brush. That's located directly beneath the regular brush tool. You can see it's a brush icon with a curved arrow. I'm going to go up to the Options bar and make sure that my hardness is set to 0. I want a nice soft feathering for this brush. And in our History panel, we have 3 snapshots. I'm going to revert back to our initial snapshot, and I'm going to set the source of the History brush to our second snapshot titled Purple. I'll set the source simply by clicking in this box. Now I'm going to paint on the image. I'll make my brush a little bit larger. And I am painting from this snapshot. So you'll see that this outfit is now becoming purple. It's picking up the state of the image document from the point at which I created that snapshot. There we go. I'll just get a little bit on the upper left shoulder. And that looks pretty good. Now I'm going to set the source of my History brush to the green snapshot. And this will allow me to paint on the second outfit a completely different color. Now you can see I had a little bit of spillover here on this mannequin at the far left. To get rid of that, I'm going to set the source from my History brush back to our initial snapshot, and I'm simply going to paint that back out. That's all there is to it. Let's go back to our initial image by clicking on the initial snapshot and compare that with our final result by clicking on our final History state. I should point out that when you save and close this file, both your History states and your snapshots will be completely wiped out. So these features only work within a given work session. Sometimes, even the best photographers take pictures that need a little touch-up to look their best. And just like Henry Higgins in My Fair Lady, Photoshop lets us improve upon the original. When it's time to clean up imperfections, Photoshop offers some fantastic tools to get the job done. Let's open a brand new file. We'll go to our Chapter 6 folder and open the image titled Film Scan. I'm going to zoom into a 100% view. That's Control 1 on the PC, Command 1 on the Mac. And I want us to start here in the upper left part of the image. And you can see we've got our work cut out for us. A lot of things in here that need to be cleaned up. The first tool we're going to look at is the Clone Stamp tool. This allows you to paint one part of the image over another, removing flaws and defects. The Clone Stamp tool is located in our Tools panel. It's the icon that looks like a rubber stamp. The keyboard shortcut for this tool is the letter S. To use the Clone Stamp tool, you must first select a sampling point, the area from which you will be copying pixels. To do that, I'm going to hold down the Option key on the Mac, Alt key on the PC, and click. You can see the cursor change with the crosshair in the middle of that brush, and I have set a sampling point. The trick to using the Clone Stamp tool effectively is to continuously update your sampling point. I want you to go to the Options bar and make sure that you have this Aligned box checked. If you don't turn this on, you'll be sampling from the same spot every time you click. a dead giveaway that you've been retouching the image. I'm going to set a new sampling point, Option Alt, and now I'm simply going to click, painting over the areas I want to remove. And that's really all there is to it. It can be tedious work, but it makes a huge difference at the end of the day. Notice that inside my brush cursor, you can see a preview of the area that is going to be sampled. If you find this distracting, go up to Window, scroll down to Clone Source, and at the bottom of this Clone Source panel, you can turn off the overlay. Now as I move the mouse across the image, you can see directly underneath my brush through to the underlying image. It's your choice whether you want to turn the overlay on or off. I happen to prefer it off, so I'm going to leave mine unchecked. Let's get rid of this panel, and I'm going to continue cleaning up. Now we don't have time for me to clean up the entire image, but I'll just do enough so that you can see a difference. A few more spots up in here. It's actually kind of soothing, and it's very gratifying to get rid of parts of an image that you don't want anyone else to see. Remove a couple of more spots. Alright, we've done some work. Let's take a look at the before and after. We'll scroll up in our history panel. Here's the image that we started with. And with about 10 or 12 clicks of the clone stamp tool, this is where we end up. Not bad. When smooth and subtly changing textures like skin are involved, it's time to reach for another tool, the healing brush tool. So let's close this file. You don't need to save it. We'll go back to our Chapter 6 folder, and this time we'll open up the file titled Skin. The healing brush tool works on the same principle as the clone stamp tool, but it matches the texture of the sampling point to the destination point. Even better, we've got a spot healing brush that offers one-click retouching. I'm going to zoom in a bit on this image. That's Command plus on the Mac, Control plus on the PC. Let's get rid of this history panel. And the spot healing brush is in the tools panel located directly above the clone stamp tool. It's got a band-aid icon with some marching ants around it. The keyboard shortcut for this tool is the letter J. Now with the spot healing brush, we don't have to set a source point manually. Photoshop automatically takes a look at the image and tries to select an appropriate sampling point. Now when you're retouching on skin, you can help out Photoshop a great deal by going up to the options bar and making sure that you're set to proximity match. This instructs Photoshop to look for a sampling point that's relatively close to the defect you're trying to remove. I'm going to zoom in just once more. Move over here, and there's a couple of stray hairs that we can remove. I'm going to increase my brush size. The keyboard shortcut is the right bracket key on the keyboard, and simply going to click. And it removes that. It'll remove that over there. Let's go get rid of this. Another spot down here, and just beneath the eye. It really couldn't get any simpler. You just click, and Photoshop automatically removes the defect, blending the sampled pixels to the destination. The spot healing brush tool is great for small discrete areas that you need to remove, but if we have a situation like this with milk around this young man's lips, we need to reach for the healing brush tool. That's located just beneath the spot healing brush tool in the tools panel. Again, the keyboard shortcut of J. Now with the healing brush tool, we have to set a source point like we did with the clone stamp tool. So I'm going to make my brush bigger. Right bracket key is the shortcut. I'm going to press the Option Alt key to select my source point. And as I start painting, initially it looks like this is just going to be a horrible retouch. But once I let go of the mouse, Photoshop goes to work and automatically matches the texture and lighting of these sampled pixels to our destination point. So we are simply going to set another source point, paint again here, come down along there. This is looking really good. Right now I shudder to think back to life before the healing brush. This kind of retouch used to take considerably longer. I'm going to make a smaller brush size now and go into this lip area. See if we can remove a bit of this. And this last little bit around the edge. Not bad. We'll come over here on this side, small brush size. I'll get this last little bit. There we go. Not bad at all. I'll go a little bit bigger on the brush size and just finish up this area around his lip. Once more. And that's a pretty good job for just a few seconds worth of work. The healing and spot healing brushes both work great for retouching on skin where you're going over relatively small areas. When we need to remove larger areas from an image, we're going to go to yet another retouching option. And this features something that's brand new to CS5, the content-aware healing option. Let's open up a brand new image. We'll close this one and we don't have to save it. And we'll go to our Chapter 6 folder and open up the file titled CA Fill. Now in this image, what we would like to do is remove these three lovely ducks from the foreground. We're going to use our lasso tool in conjunction with CS5's new content-aware fill. So let's choose the lasso tool. The keyboard shortcut is L, and we're going to choose the freeform lasso. And what I'm going to do is simply draw around each of these ducks. I'm taking care to include the reflection on the water. Now when I want to make an additional selection, to invoke the add mode, I am simply going to press the shift key. You'll see a plus icon around my lasso that allows me to add to this selection. And the third duck is selected right here. Now I'm going to go up to the edit menu, down to fill, and under fill I want to select content aware in this pull down menu and simply hit OK. Look at that. Photoshop has removed the ducks and filled them intelligently with other areas of the image, blending them seamlessly. Couldn't get any easier than that. There's another situation that you may come up with if you're using Flash to take your pictures, and that is the dreaded red eye. Let's close this file. We don't need to save it, and we'll go back to our Chapter 6 folder and select the file titled Red Eye. Red eye is not very attractive at all. It occurs when your subject is looking directly at your flash. Now the good news is that we can quickly get rid of this in Photoshop. I'll warn you now, this is going to be very complicated. Underneath the options where we have our healing brush, we have at the very bottom the red eye tool. Again, very complex. You may want to take notes for this. I'm going to center my cursor over the red part of the eye and click. I'll do the same for this eye. There we go. Could it be any easier? I don't think so. The last thing we want to talk about here in terms of fixing defects is image noise. We'll close this red eye file. Again, we don't need to save it. We'll go back to our Chapter 6 folder and open up the file titled Noise 1. Let's zoom into this image at 100%. That's Command 1 on the Mac, Control 1 on the PC. You can see in this image that we've got a lot of brightly colored pixels, reds, magentas, a little bit of blues in there. This is what's known as image noise, and the cause for it is shooting at a high ISO on your digital camera. This happens when you're in low light situations, and it's oftentimes unavoidable, but let's see how we can clean this up in Photoshop. We're going to go up to the filter menu, scroll down to the noise submenu, and go to reduce noise. Now this filter is nice. It pops up a nice big 100% preview of your image. And what we are going to do is simply move to the reduce color noise setting and boost this up. The default is at about 45%. And what we're trying to do simply is take the saturated colors out of those noisy areas. If you want to see the preview, simply move your cursor into this preview box, click and hold. That's where we started from. And if we let it go, we see the after. So that's pretty good. Strength, you want to be very conservative here. This affects luminance noise, and this can very quickly lead to a soft, mushy file. So you don't want to stray too far above the default. It's the reduce color noise option that you really want to be concerned with. They have a basic and an advanced mode. In most cases, you're going to be fine with basic, but if you need to reduce image noise on a per channel basis, if you want to work differently on the red channel versus the green or the blue, for example, you can simply click on advanced. And now, instead of an overall strength setting, you can go and make changes per channel. For this image, the noise is fairly uniform over all three channels, so we're good in the overall setting and in the basic mode. Again, you want to use the reduce color noise option to get rid of as much color as you can. With sharpen details, you don't want to stray too far from the default in most cases. If you drag it all the way to the right, you're going to start to introduce artifacts to your image. And if you go all the way to the left, the image is going to be a bit softer than it really needs to be. If you're working with a JPEG that's been heavily compressed, you'll find this Remove JPEG Artifact button very handy. That can help remove some of the jaggedness or blockiness that you see in JPEGs that have been very heavily compressed. But that's it. The reduce noise filter, just a couple of settings on that, and you can have markedly improved results. We'll hit OK, and now you can see that result applied over your entire image area. The clone stamp and healing tools work fine when your source and destination elements are the same size. But what happens when you need to sample elements that grow or diminish along a perspective-based plane? The answer lies in the vanishing point filter. Let's start with a brand new file. We'll go to our Chapter 6 folder and open the image titled Vanish Point. I'd like to remove the street lamp from the image, but the building was photographed at an angle, and because of that, the bricks on the left side of the frame are smaller than those towards the right. As it stands, there is no place where I can sample bricks that will be the same size as those currently hidden by the street lamp. This is exactly why the Vanishing Point filter was created. We select it in the Filter menu and go down to Vanishing Point. To work with this filter, we first need to define for Photoshop the plane along which this image flows. The Create Plane tool in the upper left is selected automatically when we launch this filter. We're going to use this tool to select 4 corners along our image plane. I'm going to zoom in to 100% because the effectiveness of this tool is going to really depend on the accuracy with which we define these corner points. I'm using Control plus on the PC, Command plus on the Mac to zoom in at 100%. And I'm going to choose these window outline shapes as my image plane. I'm going to click here in the upper left corner, move over here to the upper right corner, and I'm going to scroll down, maintaining a straight line along that window frame, and stop right at the top edge of this stonework. Now you may have noticed that I just brought up the hand tool to move the image around in this preview window. I did that with our old shortcut of pressing and holding down the spacebar and dragging with the mouse. And as soon as I let go of the spacebar, I can continue marking my corner points. Again, we want to be as precise as possible with the definition of this plane. I'm zooming out here by pressing Control minus on the PC, that's Command minus on the Mac. Keep in mind that many of the keyboard shortcuts I've been showing you will still work even when you're in a filter, like Vanishing Point. The area inside the plane we've just created is going to define the locations from which we can sample pixels, so I need to enlarge this. If I hover the mouse over this center point, I can simply drag it to extend it up higher. The perspective will remain the same, it's just going to drag the entire grid. I'll bring this over here to the left, open this up a bit on the right, and I'll zoom out so that I can scroll all the way down to the bottom. Now I can zoom back in, With our plane drawn, we're ready to use the stamp tool that's located here in the left part of the filter. Now what we need to do is set a source point. And again, you really want to be zoomed in at 100% because the accuracy of this placement is going to go a long way towards the quality of our clone. I'm going to select a source point in this upper right corner of the window frame. I'm going to hold the Option key on the Mac, the Alt key on the PC to select the source point. Now, as I drag the mouse, you can see the overlay of the sampled pixels. Unlike in the previous lesson, where this overlay was optional, here it's crucial that we see what we're sampling from, because now what we want to do is find the corresponding location in this right window frame and line it up until we get an exact match. We want to have the bricks be a seamless, continuous match in both the horizontal and vertical direction. So I'm going to line this corner up. That looks pretty good. I'm simply going to click and start painting. And look at that. I'm completely removing the street lamp, and I've got a nice seamless blend of the bricks replacing it. I'm going to scroll up a little bit and get the remaining parts of this upper lamp out of the way. Here I'm going to pause for a second and give you time to pick your jaw up off of the floor. This is really an amazing tool. This is as close to magic as you're going to get. Simply paint out here. I'll come down and I'm going to stop before I hit this stonework. This part of the image has a lot of detail, so I'm going to choose another source point so that I can make a very precise alignment. I'll choose something in this corner area over here. I'm going to Option click on the Mac, Alt click on the PC. Now what I want to do is look for a region in this destination area that matches up exactly. Let's see if I can get this lined up right over here. That looks like a pretty good match. Perhaps we'll start from this one. There we go. That's absolutely 100% perfectly aligned. So I'm simply going to click and start painting. And again, we've got a nice seamless transition from our sampled pixels to our destination pixels. Once again, as we hit another detailed area of the image, I'm going to choose another sampling point. Here I'm going to start just at the left corner. I'm going to Option click on the Mac, Alt click on the PC. Now we want to match this corner up with the corresponding left corner. And we get something that's just about there. That looks really good. I'm going to click, move over our street lamp, and simply start painting. There we go. That looks good. I'm simply coming straight down here. Painting out, and you can see I'm even duplicating the debris that is coming from our source area of the image. Again, before we hit this final section of the street lamp, I'm going to click another source point. So I will Option click on the Mac, Alt click on the PC. And now we want to line this little bottom edge of stonework up so that it blends in seamlessly. That looks good. We'll click and simply paint out. I'll zoom back out. And there you have it. We've removed the street lamp and we've sampled bricks that were able to maintain the perspective of the original image. If you're paying close attention to your screen, you may notice that there are some areas of bricks that are not lined up as perfectly as they could be. Normally I'd go back in and touch those up a bit, but since you have the image on your computer, I'm going to ask you to take a very close look at your results, and if necessary, go back into Vanishing Point and make some adjustments until each and every brick is perfectly perfect. We'll hit OK. And our work in the vanishing point filter is accomplished. The most common flaw when photographing architecture is the phenomenon known as converging lines. Vertical elements appear to fall away from us because the camera lens was tilted up when the photograph was taken. Let's see what that looks like. In our Chapter 6 folder, we're going to open the file titled Perspective. You can see here that this fountain appears to be leaning backward, particularly the lamppost. The lens was tilted up to fit everything into the scene, but we now have the issue of converging lines. As you can probably guess by this point in our training, Photoshop can help you correct this distortion. We're going to go to the Filter menu and select Lens Correction. Now in the Auto Correction tab, I want you to change two settings. We're going to turn off the auto scale image setting. We want to keep the same field of view, but under Edge, I would like for you to set it to Edge Extension. This is going to allow Photoshop to try to fill in any blank edges that occur when we correct this distortion. Now we're going to select the Custom tab, and down towards the bottom under the Transform options, we are going to take the vertical perspective slider and drag it to the left. You can see as I drag, the image is straightening up. We'll go right about there. Looks pretty good. If you look carefully at the image, you'll also notice there's a little bit of a shift from left to right. So we're going to the horizontal perspective slider, and we'll drag that just a couple of points to the right. That looks pretty good. I'm going to toggle our preview on and off simply by pressing the letter P on the keyboard. There's our original image. I'll press P again. Here's our corrected result. We can simply go up and hit the OK button to commit to this filter. And now we have our image in its fully corrected state. If you pay close attention on your screen, you may notice at the bottom we have some artifacts that were created when we let Photoshop do an edge extension. There are many ways to fix this. I've already shown you some of the tools you could use, like Clone Stamp, Healing Brush, and even Vanishing Point. There are also more advanced techniques that are beyond the scope of this course, so feel free to experiment on your own. What I'm going to do is simply crop the image. We'll select the Crop tool in the Tool panel. The shortcut is the letter C, and simply start from the top, and we'll go right about to here. Looks pretty good. And now we have a fully corrected image. If you need to change the ratio or proportions of your image dimensions and don't want to crop out any of the image content, the Content Aware Scaling tool is just for you. We're going to open a brand new image in, surprise, surprise, our Chapter 6 folder. This time we're going to open the image titled Scale. Now let's suppose I want to change the ratio of this image by making it shorter from top to bottom. Let's go back in time to life before the Content Aware Scaling tool. We would go to the Select menu, select All, then move to the Edit menu, and select Free Transform. This places control points around our image, and we would simply go up to the center top control point and drag it down. Now this does indeed change the ratio, but look what happens to the image. The people are squashed like bananas. Not a believable result at all. I'm going to move up to the options bar and click the Cancel button. Now, with our image still selected, I'm going back to the Edit menu, but this time I'm choosing Content Aware Scale. We have the same control points. I'm going to click on this top center point, drag down to change the ratio, and now look at what a difference that tool makes. The image has scaled very nicely, but the people still look like, well, people. I'm going to go back up to the options bar and click on this check mark to commit to that change. Now, the only thing left to do is simply crop out the empty white space from this image, and we have a completely new but believable image ratio. We've been putting words on the page since Gutenberg introduced movable type, and Photoshop lets us do some amazing things with a minimum of fuss. Let's get started. Although best known as a tool for editing images, Photoshop lets you do a lot of creative things with type. Let's take a look at some of the basic options for adding words to a document. We're going to begin in our Chapter 7 folder, and we'll select the file New Type. Now if you get a warning message when you open this file asking you to update layers, you can simply hit the update button. This file was created on a PC, and moving from Mac to PC with a lot of typefaces can sometimes be a little tricky, but if you simply hit update, you'll be fine. Now in order to start typing, you have to select the Type tool. That's located in the Tools panel, and its icon is the letter T. That is also the shortcut you use to select this tool. If I click and hold on the icon, you can see that we have 4 separate tools available here. A horizontal type tool, vertical, and then we have 2 mask tools. We're going to talk about the mask tools towards the end of this lesson, but for now we're going to start with the horizontal type tool. With the type tool selected, I want to point out a couple of features in the options bar. Here, we can choose the typeface that we're using. If you click on the pull-down triangle, you have a listing of all the active fonts in your computer. Next to that, we can choose our font style. Here, we can choose between italic, bold, or even bold italic. This is where we choose our type size. Right now, we're set to 12 points. I'm going to increase this so that as I start typing, you can actually see it on screen. To the right of that, we have our anti-alias options. Right now we're going to leave it at its default setting of sharp. Now the easiest way to add type is simply to click and start typing. When you finish typing and are ready to commit, you can move to the options bar and click on this checkmark icon to commit. The keyboard shortcut for that is simply to press the Enter key. As soon as you click with the type tool, Photoshop automatically creates a brand new layer. In our Layers panel, you can see at the very top a new layer. There is a T in the middle of that layer icon, and that signifies a type layer. Photoshop automatically names this layer based on the words you type. Because the type exists on a completely separate layer, we're free to move it around. Simply bring your mouse over the type, hold down the Command key on the Mac, Control key on the PC. You can see the cursor change to an arrow, and we can simply move that type around. If you need to edit your type, simply click inside the type. We've got our blinking cursor, and now we're free to add or edit that type any way we want. I'm going to hit the Enter key on the numeric keypad to commit to that change. If we want to change the type size, we can simply go up to the options bar, and instead of 60, I'll choose 48, make it a bit smaller. Another way to change the type size is to take your mouse, click on the type, again hold down the Command key on the Mac, Control key on the PC. You'll see we have a bounding box. We'll move to this upper right corner. I'll start to drag, and as I drag, I'll hold down the Shift key. What that's going to do is automatically scale the type up or down as I drag to make the box bigger or smaller. I'm again going to hit the Enter key to commit. Here's a great way to cycle between different typefaces. With our layer selected, you can see in the Layers panel that Photoshop CS5 is highlighted in blue. I'm going to click in the font menu box. Verdana is now highlighted. I'm going to use the up and down arrow keys on the keyboard to cycle through some of the fonts loaded on my system. This is the Verdana typeface. We'll go to Trebuchet, Trojan Pro, and you can see that you can quickly preview what different fonts will look like. We can easily delete a type layer in Photoshop. I'm going to move over to the Layers panel. We can see that our Photoshop CS5 type layer is active. It's highlighted in blue. And I'll move down to the trash can icon and simply press it. And there we go, no more type layer. If we want to add a block of type instead of just a few words, that's easy to do as well. In the document window, with the type tool, we are simply going to click and drag. And you can see we now have the outlines of a text box. Whatever type we enter will remain inside the constraints of this box. I'm going to cancel this. We'll move up to the options bar and click the cancel button. The keyboard shortcut for this is Command period on the Mac, Control period on the PC, because I have already created a text box. In the Layers panel, I'm going to turn on the visibility of this type layer called Alice. If I click, you can now see the boundaries of our text box. I'm going to reduce the size of this text. First, I'll press the Enter key to commit, then move up in the options bar and select a much smaller type size. There we go. Now we can see all of our type inside that box. Again, if I click inside the box, we can see the boundaries, and we can freely change the shape of this box. If I hold the mouse over this middle box, I can drag it out. The type will automatically reflow around the boundaries of the box. If I go to the upper right corner, hold down the Command key on the Mac, Control key on the PC, click and drag while holding the Shift key at the same time. Again, I can reduce the size of the type. It will get smaller. If I drag this back up, it will get bigger. I'm going to hit the Enter key again to commit. The last thing I want to do here is create a type mask. I'm going to go over to the Tools panel, click and hold on the Type tool, and select Horizontal Type Mask tool. Now to make the mask, I want the point size to be much higher than it is now, but the first thing I need to do is take the focus off of this existing type layer. I'm simply going to go to the Layers panel and click the background to make it active. Now I'm going to change the type size. I'm going to go all the way up to 72. Our Horizontal Type Mask tool is selected, and I'm simply going to click and start typing. I'll press the Enter key to commit. Now, instead of type, we simply have outlines waiting to be filled. Let's go up to the Edit menu, select Fill, and I'm going to use a pattern. Any pattern will do. I'm choosing one of the default patterns that ships with Photoshop, and I'll simply press OK. I'll hide the marching ants by pressing the keyboard shortcut Command H on the Mac, Control H on the PC. Now we can see that our selection has been filled with that pattern that we chose. The big difference between the Type Mask tool and the other tool we've been using is that Type Mask is applied directly onto a layer. We have not created a new type layer. This is now a part of the background layer. In our very next lesson, we're going to use this same file, so I'd like for you to keep it open. Putting type on a document is just the first step. Let's explore the options available for fine-tuning with Photoshop's typography controls. We're beginning this lesson with the document we had open from the previous lesson. If yours is not on screen, you can find this in the Chapter 7 folder. Simply open the file titled New Type. We're going to create a new document. We're going to go up to the File menu, select New, and in the New dialog box, we want our new document to have the same dimensions and resolution as our new type TIFF file. So under Preset, instead of default Photoshop size, we're going to select their file name. Photoshop will list all your open files here down at the bottom of this list. Now we're guaranteed to have two files of matching size. I'm going to separate these files into their own floating document windows because I want you to be able to see these two side by side. I'm going to reduce the size of this to fit it a little better into the window, and the same thing for our new document. What we're going to do now is copy a layer from one file to the other. So we're going to click to activate our new type file, and we're going to go to the Layers panel and simply click on this top type layer, drag it over our new layer, and before we release the mouse, we're going to hold the Shift key. That will align it exactly the way it looks in our original file. And there we go. We now have our type layer in our brand new file. We can close this new type file and we don't need to save it. I'll make the size of this a little bit bigger. And let's increase the type a bit. That looks good. Now how can we make adjustments to this type? We're going to go to the Window menu and select Paragraph. That opens up a paragraph and a character panel. We're going to look at Paragraph first. This first row of icons determines how our paragraph is going to be aligned. The default is a left align. If I click this center, our paragraph is now centered. And if we click right, it is now right aligned. What does it align to? Well, I'll click inside here. It aligns to our bounding text box. I'm going to move this entire panel down. Get it out of the way. That's much better. What we can also control in this paragraph tab is the justification. I'm going to set this back to a left align. Right now, we have a left aligned paragraph, meaning that all the characters are flush along the left end of the box, but they're staggered along the right. If we click this first justification icon, our words now flow from the left to the right edge of the text box. This second icon will leave our full justification, but the bottom line of the paragraph, it will center it instead. So you can see that change to the bottom line. Our third option here is again going to retain full justification, but it is going to right align the very last line of the paragraph. Our final option here is simply going to take that last line and stretch it out all the way from left to right. We're going to set it back to our initial state. And now we're going to look at the indent features. If I click here on this left indent, the default is at 0. If I type in 40, the whole paragraph indents 40 points from the left edge. I'll set that back to 0. If we move over here to the right, we can change the indent along the right. If I type in a 40 here, we now have a 40-point inset from the right side of our text box. Reset this. We can also choose to indent just the first line of the paragraph. I'll select this and type in 40, and you see just the first line of that paragraph is indented. Again, we'll reset it back to 0. These final two options at the bottom are our before and after spaces. When we have multiple paragraphs, these are going to determine how much space is in between each paragraph. To take a look at that, I need to open up this box. I'll drag it down so now we have the end of our first paragraph, the beginning of our second paragraph. If I click anywhere in the first paragraph and change this after space, we're going to see a difference in the spacing between our first and second paragraph. There we go. If I hit 40, we increase that after space. Instead of increasing the after space of the top paragraph, I could click in the second paragraph and change the before space. If I change that to 40, we'll see the same visual effect. This second paragraph is set to a right align. I'm going to reset this to a left align paragraph. Let's take a look at the character formatting options. We're going to click on the Character tab. Now the options here are only going to take effect on areas of text that we manually select. So the first thing we're going to do is select some text. I'll choose the first few words of this second paragraph. Now a lot of these should look familiar. We can change the typeface here. We can change the font style if we want to make it italic or make it bold. We can change the type size. So if we wanted just these first 4 words to be a larger type size, I'll simply click on the icon and I could change this from 30 to 40. I'll go and change this back. To the right we have our leading option. This controls the spacing between lines within a paragraph. In most cases you're going to be best off leaving it to auto because that way Photoshop will adjust the leading based on your type size. Below leading we have our tracking option. This increases spacing between both letters and words. So if I start with the default value of 0 and increase it, you can see that I now have more space within the area of text that was selected. I'll set this back to 0. Kerning is similar to tracking except it only increases the letter spacing. So we're going to place the cursor in between 2 letters, click, and then I'll simply increase the space here. We'll go up to 160, but you can see that the spacing is only increased between the I and the D. We'll set this back to its default of metrics. At the bottom we have vertical and horizontal scaling. We'll start with vertical scaling first. If I select the word considering here and change vertical scaling to, let's say, 150%, you can see now it's going to stretch that word. The same thing will happen if we go and change the horizontal scaling. It will widen that word. The last option here is baseline shift. Now this can come in handy. I'll select this entire first line. Baseline shift will move a line of words up or down. So if I click to select it and increase the value in the baseline shift box, the entire line has shifted up. I can bring the line down by entering a negative number and make it shift down closer to the second line. I'll put this back to 0. You can see that Photoshop gives us tons of options to change not only paragraphs, but individual characters. There's no rule that says your type has to flow along a straight line. In this lesson, we'll learn how to add type that runs along more creative shapes. First, I'm going to take this character and paragraph panel and dock it up here to free up some screen space. Now let's go to our Chapter 7 folder and open up the file labeled Type 2. I'm going to press the F key to cycle through to the full screen mode with menu bar. We're going to talk about paths in an upcoming chapter, but I'd like to show you how to make type run along a path. Go to the Window menu, scroll down and select Paths. You can see that in this file I've already created a path titled Curve. We're simply going to click on it to activate it. I'll zoom in a little bit on the image document. With the Type tool selected, watch what happens as my cursor goes right at the intersection of this path. You can see a little double bent line icon. That means that if we click, we are going to type along this path. Okay, so we've clicked, our type is running along the path. If we need to edit the type, clean up some mistakes, we simply click with the mouse and make our corrections. And let's make this a lowercase o. Now, if I hold down the Command key on the Mac, Control key on the PC, watch what happens to my cursor. You can see that I now have a right-facing arrow. This means that I can now move the type along the path. So I'm simply going to click and drag. I can move the text all the way to the right. I could drag it back to center it in the middle of this path. If I click and drag down, I can flip and invert the type and make it go underneath the path. We'll set it back here right on top. There's another way that we can change the shape of text. I'm going to go to our Layers panel, turn off this layer, and turn on the existing layer above it. Let's scroll down so we can get a good view. Let's close this Paths panel. If I click inside this text, you'll see that we've got a text box similar to what we had in the previous lesson. But in the Options bar, I'm going to go and click the Warp Text icon. Now we're going to have some options. Under Style, it's set to None, but let's go and choose the first option, Arc. You can see that it's skewing and stretching the text to fit in that shape. We can choose the amount of bend that this has. If I drag it to the left, the bend will move in the opposite direction. I can change the horizontal distortion. I can change the vertical distortion. I'm going to put all of these back to their defaults. Let's see what other styles we have. We can make this a bulge, a flag, and my personal favorite, the fish. So lots of ways that we can change how text is displayed inside Photoshop. I'm going to hit OK to commit to this change. And note that I can still click inside here and edit text. The text is still on a separate layer. Notice in the Layers panel now, the icon has changed to show that we have a warp text layer. So you can see that there are plenty of ways that we can manipulate text inside Photoshop. Layer effects are some of the most fun to use features inside Photoshop. In this lesson, we'll leave plain boring text behind and see how to spice up any typeface. Let's get started as always in our Chapter 7 folder, and let's open the file Type 1. Now if you get a warning message when you open this file asking you to update layers, you can simply hit the update button. If you didn't get a warning message there, you may see a warning icon in your layers panel on this text layer titled 6. Simply double click on that warning icon, then hit the enter key to commit to that updating, and you're fine. This file was created on a PC, and moving from Mac to PC with a lot of typefaces can sometimes be a little tricky, but if you simply hit update, you'll be fine. I'm going to take us into full screen mode with menu bar by pressing the F key on the keyboard, and I'll zoom into 50% here. That's Command plus on the Mac, Control plus on the PC. And you can see we've got a fake promotional poster here. I'll confess that you may not shed pounds, look younger, or have a happier life after watching this training series, but you will be better at Photoshop. This document is chock full of text layers. How do we know that? Well, a quick visit to the Layers panel shows a ton of individual text layers. And what can we do with them? Well, before we add layer effects, what I'd like to do is add some color to these fonts. That will give us many more options when we apply layer effects. And here's how I'm going to do it. I'm going to click on the very top text layer, and then shift click on this third layer so that all three layers are highlighted and selected. That means that any change I make to one text layer will automatically be applied to the other. So I'm going to now open my character panel. If your character panel is not here in the dock from previous lessons, simply go to the window menu and select character. What I'd like to do is change the color. I'm going to simply click in this color swatch box. Here's my color picker, and I'm going to type in new RGB values. I want a dark gray instead of black. So I'm going to type 80 for the red, hit the tab key, 80 for green, tab again, and 80 for blue. Hit the return key to invoke the OK button, and now our top three layers of type are dark gray instead of black. Now let's do something about this shed pounds type. I'm simply going to click to highlight it in the Layers panel. Again, I'm going to go and click in this color box, but now we're going to do something very cool. For design consistency, I'd like for the headline type to take on a color that already exists in the image. So if I move my mouse over the image area, notice that as it hovers over this sleeve, the icon turns into an eyedropper, and if I simply click, this color from the shirt is applied to the text. I'll hit OK. Let's go down to Look Younger. I'll click on that layer to activate it. Again, click in the color swatch box, and this time I'm going to pick a blue from the shirt, a lighter tone of blue right about there. Looks pretty good. I'll simply hit OK. And be happier, we can't leave that alone. I'll click to select it in the Layers panel. This time I'm going to select a much brighter color. In fact, I'll pick up the white from this t-shirt. Notice that it's not a completely neutral white. It's got a hint of blue in it, but that's going to add a nice subtle touch to this design. I'll hit OK. Now we have some color to work with. The very first layer effect we're going to use is the most common, and that is a drop shadow. So let's go and click on the Adobe Photoshop CS5 Extended. That type is very big there, and it will be easy to see these results on screen. I'm going to zoom in at 100% view. That's Command 1 on the Mac, Control 1 on the PC. And I'm pressing the space bar to temporarily invoke the hand tool so that I can move this text to an area where you can see it. I'll close this character panel. And with my text layer selected, I'm simply going to go down to the bottom of the Layers panel and click on the Layer Effects icon. This brings up our Layer Effects menu, and I'm going to choose the drop shadow. This brings up the layer style dialog, and you can see a number of settings all at their default values. You're almost never going to want to use these defaults. They're very, very heavy-handed. So what I'm going to do is drop this opacity down to about 20%. So I'll move the slider here just about there. Looks pretty good. Next, I'll move down to the distance slider. As I drag it to the right, notice that the shadow moves further away from the text. We don't want to go that far, so I'll bring it back down and end up right around 6. That looks pretty good. If I drag the spread slider to the right, you can see the drop shadow spread out. We don't want to go too far with that either. I'll bring that down to about 5 or 6%, somewhere around there. We don't want to make a big move. And for size, we're going to leave this at the default. I'll show you what happens if you drag it to the right. When you keep going to the right, you simply obliterate any definition in there. So we're going to leave this right back at the default of 5, and we've got a nice, subtle, yet effective drop shadow. The last thing we'll do here is change the angle. You simply click on this line and rotate it around the circle. This changes the angle of the drop shadow in relation to the text. You can drag it to any angle that you desire. I think here let's try to look for something about 111. Maybe let's boost it up just a bit, right about in the 170 range, 173. That looks great. And I'll simply hit OK. We have a nice, believable drop shadow. Now we have the total training line above this and the with host Amadou Diallo text line. If we want to apply this drop shadow to these other lines of text, instead of clicking on drop shadow and going back into the menu and remembering our settings and reapplying them, watch what we can do. I'm going to hold down the Option key on the Mac, Alt key on the PC, click on the word effects, and I'm going to simply drag this up onto the top layer. Now that drop shadow has been copied from our second text layer up to the first one. I can do the same thing, Option key on the Mac, Alt key on the PC, and drag this down to the with host Amadou Diallo layer. So now all three layers have the exact same settings for our drop shadow. That's a huge time saver. We don't have to start from scratch each and every time we work. I will show you an alternative way to be equally as efficient. If I double click on the word drop shadow, it'll bring back my dialog box, and at the very bottom, if you find yourself working with the same layer style values over and over, you can simply press this Make Default button, and every time you create a new drop shadow, it will start with these settings as opposed to the factory defaults. If you later change your mind and want to go back to those factory defaults, simply press the Reset to Default button. I'll press Cancel here because we didn't actually make either of those changes. Now that drop shadows are out of the way, I'm going to take you through some other layer effects that are very, very cool. You'll see in a moment that there are a lot of layer effects to choose from. I'm not going to take you through each and every one, but I will show you the ones that are most effective when working with text. I'm going to scroll down in my Layers panel and let's select the Shed Pounds text layer. Here we're going to add another layer effect, and this time we are going to start with an inner shadow. I'll move this box out of the way, and you can see the dramatic change that inner shadow applies to our text. We're going to leave opacity where it is. We'll leave the blend mode untouched. The distance, if I drag this to the right, you can see that it's actually moving that inner shadow away from our original text. We don't want to go too far with that. We'll leave it right here about 6 or 7. 7 doesn't look bad, so we'll leave it there. We have a choke slider. If I drag this to the right, it will add an almost beveled look. It restricts the original text color. We don't want to go too far with this either, so I'm going to back it off and leave it right about there at a value of 8. The size, as we did with the drop shadow, I'm going to leave that at its default. I will move the angle here a little bit. Maybe I'll come down just about there, for example. Just give it a nice bit of shading. Now in this text layer, I'm going to add a second layer effect. I'm going to click on Bevel and Emboss. I'd like to point out that two things happen when you click on the name of a layer effect. You get a check in the checkbox on the left. That means the effect is being applied, but you also have the settings for that layer effect show up directly to the right. What we're going to do is set Style instead of Inner Bevel. We're going to set that to Emboss. We're going to change the depth here. I want to get a little bit more embossed look there. Look at that. Look at what happens if we go very far. I'm not going to take it that high, but somewhere around here looks pretty good. I'm going to leave the bulk of the settings here at their defaults, but I am going to go down under Shading. Highlight mode is set to Screen. I'm going to set that to Multiply. I want a dark edge around the outside of the text. There we go. I'm going to hit OK. And now, by just selecting a couple of options, we have a vastly different rendering of text. If you want to see the before and after, I can simply go here to Effects and toggle this eye icon on and off. Here is the plain text, here is the text with our layer effects. Let's go down to this second headline type, look younger. What can we do with this? Well, first we'll select it in the layers panel, and this time we're going to take a look at outer glow. I'll slide the image over here to the left to get a better view of it. With outer glow, we're going to leave our blend mode at the default of screen. We'll leave opacity and noise at their defaults. Here I've got a nice sort of bright yellow color. If you have a different color here, I want you to click on this color swatch and simply type in these RGB values, 255 red, 255 green, and 190 for the blue, and then simply hit OK. Down here under Elements, I want you to make sure your technique is set to softer, and we're going to change the spread value here. As we drag to the right, we get more of a glow. It spreads out further, and we want to go pretty far with this. We want to make this change very obvious. 43% looks pretty good. And now we're going to look at yet another amazing layer effect, the gradient overlay. Again, I mentioned that if I click on the text gradient overlay, I see my options. If I wanted to add it without seeing the options, I would simply click this checkbox. But let's click on the text gradient overlay so that we can manipulate this default setting. I'm going to change the blend mode here. Instead of normal, I'm going to set it to screen. That's going to be a nice blend between our original text color, which was the blue that we pulled into the shirt. We have a nice gradient here, but this is a linear gradient. We are going to click on Style and change that to Reflected, and watch what happens. Right now, the gradient is light at the top and dark at the bottom, but if I change it to Reflected, you can see this gives us a mirrored effect. The gradient is now starting at the top and the bottom of the text. I'm going to adjust my scale slider here. If I drag scale to the right, you can see that I've compressed the gradient. There are much fewer areas of white. So let's go back down to the left. Right about there looks pretty good. And you can see that I've expanded the highlights. Gives me a much more dramatic effect. And I'm going to hit OK. Let's move over here so we can take a look at our last headline type, Be Happier. I'm going to select that in the Layers panel. And here, when we work with white text, we're limited with the layer effects. Many of them require a color in order to show a visible change, but I'm going to show you a layer effect that will work on any color. This time, under Effects, I'm going to choose Stroke. Let's move things around a bit so we can see our text. There we go. What I'm going to do here is change the size of the stroke. That's a little bit heavy. I'm just going to come down 1 point to 2. So I'll type a 2 in there instead of a 3. That way we still have a little bit of air between the letters. For position, this stroke is on the outside of the typeface. I could set it inside. That would, in a sense, cut the typeface. I could set it to the center and split the difference. I'll leave this to outside. One last thing I'll do here is move down in the Fill Type box. I'll leave it set to color, but I want to change the color of that stroke, so I'm going to click in the color swatch box. I'll move this box down out of the way. Our screen is getting very crowded. Notice that as I move the mouse over the image area, I have again an eyedropper, so I'm going to click here in the upper right on this shirt, and now I have a blue stroke color. I'll hit OK to accept that color, and I'll hit OK to get out of the layer style dialog. And let's do a fit view to screen. That's Command 0 on the Mac, Control 0 on the PC. And let's take a look at how far we've come. I'll drag this over to the left, and let's go to our history panel. Here is the image that we started with, plain boring text, and here's where we ended up with layer effects plus a bit of color. We've only begun to scratch the surface of what's possible using layer effects, and now that this lesson is over, I'd like for you to keep this image on screen and experiment. Go through the layer effects options, try different settings, see what you can come up with all on your own. If you've never worked with vectors, you're in for a treat. Let's find out how to harness the power of shapes and paths.
Photoshop's shape tools offer a powerful way to create vector graphics. What's that? You've never heard of a vector? Well, you're in for a treat. Let's back up a step. So far, we've been working with raster images, images made up of fixed-sized pixels. Vector elements are made up of line and or curve segments and have some unique differences. Vectors have sharp, crisp edges, take up much less storage space than pixel-based objects, and most importantly, vectors are resolution independent. They look great at any size. Let's open up a file. Inside our Chapter 8 folder, select the file titled Stars. I'm going to zoom in here to a 100% view, Command 1 on the Mac, Control 1 on the PC. Here we've got two identical looking stars. However, one is a vector shape, the other a raster shape. And let's take a look and see what happens when we make this image much larger. We're going to go up to Image, Image Size, and instead of a width and height of 720 pixels, I'm going to double that to 1440. We are now upsampling our image. I'll hit OK. And let's see what we've got. This star on the left looks pretty good, but oh my goodness gracious me. That star on the right is a raster shape. It does not hold up well in large upsampling moves. While you can see that on the left, we've got a great, nice, crisp looking vector shape. So that's one great advantage of vectors, is that you can create them at any size and you can enlarge them or reduce them with absolutely no quality loss. Now the first type of vectors we're going to talk about are shapes. And the easiest way to create a shape is using one of these shape tools. I'm going to zoom back out here. Actually, let's turn this layer off. It'll give us much more room to work with. We'll turn both of these off. The Shape tool is located in the Tools panel just below the Type tool. If we click and hold on the tool, we see we've got a number of options, but if we look up in the Options bar, we have those same shape options and a few more that I want to talk about for a moment. Here at the top, we've got our shape layer. This will create a shape layer when we draw. To the right of that, we have a Path tool. We're going to talk much more about paths in the next lesson. Here we have a Fill Pixels icon that will let us create a pixel-based or raster shape. We've got our two Pen tool options. Again, Pen tool coming up in Lesson 2. Here we've got our choice of shapes. We've got a rectangle, a rounded rectangle, an ellipse, a polygon, a line, and this amoeba-looking creature is our custom shape. Whichever shape we choose here, we have some very important options. I'll click here on this pull-down menu. We can choose to work in an unconstrained fashion. This means we can drag any dimensions that we like. We can limit ourselves to a square. We could type in a fixed size. If we know the exact dimensions that we need to be working with, we can type that in and simply click to draw the shape. We can restrict ourselves to a certain proportion or ratio. There's a From Center checkbox that will enable us to draw the shape directly from the center. That can be very helpful. And for all you web designers out there, this Snap to Pixels button should be checked. This will give you much cleaner graphics for the web. Now, which shape should we draw with first? Let's choose the polygon because that gives us another cool option. Here we can see that we can choose the number of sides that our polygon is going to have. Let's start with the default of 5. I'm going to simply click in the image area, drag with the mouse. Here is a big 5-sided polygon. As soon as you draw with the Shape tool, your shape is filled with a color. By default, that is the foreground color. But if you have a specific color in mind, in the options bar we have a color picker. We just click on it, and let's choose maybe something in this blue range. Looks pretty good. Let's try an 8-sided polygon. Let's see what that looks like. I'll set this to 8 and draw a new polygon. There we go, 8-sided. And I'll actually select a different color for this one. Let's go back down towards the oranges. That looks pretty good. Notice in our Layers panel we have added two completely new layers, specifically two shape layers. Raster objects and vector objects cannot exist on the same layer. So if you start with a raster object and you add a vector object, you will automatically have a completely new layer. But we can have multiple vector objects on a single layer. Right now we've been working in the new layer mode that's up here in the options bar. That's telling Photoshop to create a brand new layer every time we create a shape. Let's move to the add mode. This will allow us to add vector shapes to a single layer. So now with the add mode selected, I'm going to choose the ellipse tool and I'm going to draw an oval. Now we have, if you look in the layers panel, two shapes in our shape 2 layer. I can add a third here. Let's go with the rounded rectangle and I'll draw that down here. So we've got a total of 4 vector shapes, but only 2 layers. The last shape tool I want to talk about is the custom shape tool, and that's a lot of fun because this is going to give us access to dozens and dozens of pre-built shapes. If I select the custom shape tool here, next to it we have our shape options. I'll click here on this pull down menu. Here we've got a nice little listing of some shapes, but this flyout arrow on the right gives us access to a huge library of shapes. I'm going to go down here and select symbols, for example. Photoshop is asking us if we want to replace the current collection. We'll hit OK. And now look at all these that we've got down here. Let's choose the nuclear symbol. That's always a good party starter. We'll select that. And now, on our same shape layer, because we are in the add mode, I'm going to draw this nuclear symbol. There we go. How easy was that? Let's leave this image open because we're going to start here in the very next lesson and we're going to learn all about paths. We're beginning this lesson with an image from the previous one. If yours is not on screen, you can find the stars file inside your Chapter 8 folder. Paths are closely related to shapes. In fact, shapes are simply pre-built path combinations. Let's take a look at how to build paths from scratch. Before we do that, we're going to clean up things a little bit. I'm going to turn off these 2 shape layers and turn on this bottom layer. In the window menu, I'm going to select the Paths panel. We'll be using that momentarily. To create a path, we're going to use the Pen tool. The Pen tool is located in the Tools panel. Its icon is an old-style fountain tip pen. To use the Pen tool, you simply click and create line segments. So I'm going to click here, move up, click a second time. The space in between the 2 points at which I clicked is filled by a line segment. I'll click a third time over here, and now I'll come and close up this path. You see the hollow circle next to my cursor. That means we are going to close a path with our very next click. So there we have a triangle shape. In addition to line segments, you can make curves with the Pen tool. We'll go down here to do this one. I'm going to click. At our second point here, I'm going to click, hold the mouse, and drag to the right. And you can see now I've got some curve control points here. And I'll make a final click down there. I'll make one more curve shape. I'm clicking on the Pen tool icon a second time just to tell Photoshop that I am finished with that path. And this will give me the ability to draw a completely new set of line segments. For this third path, I'm going to click, drag down. There's my curve control points. I'm going to make a second click and drag down. And a third set, I will click and drag up. Once we've created the initial shapes of curves, we can go in and edit those shapes. In the Tool panel, just beneath the Pen tool, we have 2 selection tools. We have a Path Selection tool, which will select the entire path. What we're going to use first is the Direct Selection tool. This will allow us to select control points and anchor points. So if I go back up to this first curve that I drew, click right here in the center, you can see that I have access to this left control point. I can drag this out to extend the shape of my curve, and I can drag it up to bend it. If I click a second time here in this middle box, I get the lower half of that curve. And I can drag this one out, extend this up as well, and now I have a much more interesting shape. Well, that's all well and good, but what can we do with paths? Well, two things that we can do are fill and stroke them. I'm going to go back to the Tools panel, and this time we're going to choose the Path Selection tool. We now have three paths. We have our triangle, we have our wave shape, and we have this little squiggly guy down here at the bottom. If I select with this Path Selection tool, I can go to my Paths panel, click on this flyout menu, and I can choose to stroke the path. It's actually saying stroke subpath because in this single work path we have three paths. So I'm going to add a stroke, and it asks what tool we would like to stroke with. I'm going to select the brush tool. That's okay. And now we have a stroke. Where did the color for that stroke come from? Well, it came from our foreground color at the bottom of our Tools panel. The width and hardness of that stroke, however, came directly from our brush tool. If we go and select the brush tool, we can see that I've got a size of 40 pixels and a hardness at 100%. Let's change these settings. I'm going to go down to a hardness of 0 and make my brush size smaller. I'll hit the Enter key to close this box. And now what I'm going to do is go back and undo, Command Z on the Mac, Control Z on the PC. Now I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to select our Path Selection tool, click to select our path, and under Stroke Subpath I'm going to select the same options, the brush tool. This time, however, you can see that because I had changed my brush options, the stroke is completely different. I'm going to go and select this triangle up here because I had closed the path, and I'm going to fill it. So I'll go to Fill Subpath. We have a choice now if we want to use the foreground color. That's fine. We're going to leave all the other options at its default, and our triangle is now filled with red. One thing that's very important to understand about paths is that by default they're not linked to any particular layer until you fill or stroke them. Now, even if I turn off this work path in the Paths panel and you can see the paths disappear, the strokes and fills remain on the layer. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to save paths, convert paths into selections, and convert selections into paths. Let's begin, as always, in our Chapter 8 folder with the File Clipping Path. Now we're going to start out with a white layer. Let's select it in the Layers panel to make sure it's active. And in the interest of time, we're going to create a path with our Shape tool. Yes, our Shape tool. Remember, I mentioned earlier that we can create paths with the Shape tool if we select the Path mode. So in the Options bar, instead of the Shape Layer mode, we're going to click on the Path mode. We're going to use a custom shape. I'm going to change one option here. I'm going to select from Center. And in these shapes, let's choose a different shape library. In this right triangle, we're going to scroll down and choose Banners and Awards. We'll hit OK to replace the contents, and let's select this big old trophy. Now we're simply going to draw. And if you'd like to move the path while you're drawing it, simply hold down the space bar. That lets you move the path around the image until you have it precisely where you want it. That looks pretty good. I'm going to release the space bar and release the mouse button. It's important to understand, however, that when you create a path, it is not saved. The initial path is known as a work path, and you can see in our Paths panel, it is named this work path. Work paths are temporary. They are not saved with your document. If I were to close this file right now, this path would be lost forever. Not such a big deal in our case, but let's imagine for a second that this was a painstakingly hand-drawn path that we do not want to lose. We move to the Paths panel, click on the triangle at the top right, and Save Path. Very, very important. We get to name it. Let's call this Trophy. Now, no matter how much we modify it or edit it, it will be saved with our image in its most current state. Well, what can we do with paths? We've seen in the last lesson how we can stroke them and fill them, but we can also convert paths into selections. At the bottom of our paths panel, the third icon from the left is a load selection button. We'll press that, and now we have a selection. Well, what can we do with a selection? One thing we can do is fill it. Let's go to the Edit menu, down to Fill, and I've got pattern selected, and I'm simply choosing one of the two custom patterns that Photoshop ships with. So we'll hit OK. Now we've filled that with a pattern. We could also fill a path with a solid color. I'm going to click back on the path to activate it. In the tool panel, I'm going to click on the path selection tool, and I'm going to click and move this path. Notice we have a selection and a path. The path is separate now from that selection. By moving this trophy path, we can make a selection out of it. So I'm going to go back to our paths panel, click on the Load Selection button. Now we have a selection active where we move the path. Again, back to the Edit menu, Fill, and this time we'll just use a color. Let's choose something down here maybe. Hit OK, OK again, and there we go. So once we have a path, we can easily convert it to a selection. We can use that to make shapes, we could use that to make cutouts over images, lots of possibilities there. We can also do the opposite, take a selection and convert it to a path. Let's see how that works. I'm going to turn off this top layer. I'm going to deselect that trophy by hitting the M key to switch to the marquee tool and clicking anywhere in the image. There's also a keyboard shortcut to deselect. It's Control D on Windows, Command D on the Mac. And on this background layer, I'm going to go to Channels. In this image, I have saved an alpha channel that is actually a silhouette of this child. I'm going to show you what that looks like. There is our silhouette. I'm going to click on the alpha channel, and at the bottom of the channels panel there is a load selection button. So I'm going to click that, and that is simply going to make a selection from this alpha channel. I'll turn our RGB channel back on, turn the alpha channel off. So now we have a selection, a tight silhouette around our subject. In the paths panel, I can make a work path from this selection. It's the fourth icon from the left. I'm simply going to click. Now you can see that I have a work path. Now what did we say about work paths? They are temporary. If we close this document right now, that work path is gone. So we are going to go in our paths panel, click on the flyout menu, and save path. We'll name this Silo, short for silhouette. Now what can we do with this path? Well, if you're working on an image that's ultimately going into a page layout program, such as InDesign, we can make what's called a clipping path. A clipping path will allow this image to be placed in a page layout and automatically remove the background image. Our selection is just of the child riding on this toy. The background, the sky, the mountain are going to be removed. We can convert our saved path, Silo, into a clipping path simply by going back to the top of the Paths panel and select Clipping Path. We're going to choose which item we want to make the clipping path. Here we have the choice between Trophy and Silo. We're going to select Silo and simply hit OK. Now, if we pass this image along to the page layout department and they were to place this in a magazine, they could choose any background behind this that they wanted to, or they could just let it float free on the page. So paths are very useful when you think about them as a method for both creating selections and receiving selections to make clipping paths. Photoshop offers a few very important options when adding multiple shapes to a single shape layer. Let's take a look at them. In our Chapter 8 folder, let's start with the file called Twirl Vessel. This file was created by New York City artist and illustrator Sarah Sills, specifically for use with this training program. So thank you very much, Sarah. We are going to click on the Shape 1 layer in the Layers panel, and in the Pass panel, select the Shape 1 vector mask. We're going to add a shape with the Shape tool, and we're going to use the ellipse. Now over here, we've talked about the New option, which creates a brand new shape layer every time we draw with the Shape tool. And the following option is the Add feature, which adds the shape to our existing shape. We're going to start here with the Subtract option. If I drag an oval shape and intersect this image, watch what happens. Note that my cursor has a minus sign at the bottom. This shape subtracts color from everything it touches, so where it intersects the vase, the color is gone. Let's undo that. Control Z on the PC, Command Z on the Mac. Our next option is the Intersect mode. Let's see what happens here. I'll drag another oval and we'll intersect the vase. You can see in the Intersect mode, it is only the areas of intersection that receive the color. Let's undo that. Control Z on the PC, Command Z on the Mac. And finally, we'll look at the Exclude option. One more oval intersecting the vase. And here with Exclude, it is the areas of intersection that are being excluded. These options can come in very handy when creating vector masks.
Smart objects can save us time, storage space, and provide greater flexibility when editing. Let's find out what they're all about.
The term smart objects may sound like marketing hype, but this is how Photoshop allows you to work non-destructively with individual layers. Adjustments made to the smart object layer can be reversed at a later date with no loss in image quality. In the previous chapter, we talked about the benefits of working with vectors. Smart objects allow you to bring in vector graphics that were created outside of Photoshop without having to convert them to pixels. Let's begin with our Chapter 9 folder inside our Project Files folder and open the file Twirl Vessel 2. Going to go to full screen mode with menu bar by pressing the F key. We'll zoom in a bit here. Notice in our Layers panel, nestled between the background layer and the shape layer, we have a smart object. How do we know it's a smart object? Because the smart object icon is located in the bottom right of that image thumbnail. I'll toggle the image off and on so you can see what this smart object is. It is the flowers in the vase. Now, smart objects simply link or reference source files. It's not a file itself, it's pointing to an original file. In this case, the original flowers file is an Illustrator document. Now, before smart objects came along, when you placed an Illustrator file in Photoshop, the image was automatically rasterized. And we saw back in Chapter 8 what happens when you resize raster images. I'm going to select this smart object and go to the Edit menu and select Free Transform. Now, if I click and drag on our transform box and make the image smaller, I'll zoom in at 100% view. Because it's a vector graphic, we don't lose any image quality. I'll zoom back out again. If we changed our mind and said, oops, we didn't want to make it smaller, we wanted to go back closer to the original size, I simply go back to the Edit menu, Free Transform, and now we'll drag this and enlarge it. Right about there. I'll hit Enter to commit. And because this is a vector graphic, at 100% view, we still have nice, clean lines. I mentioned that this smart object is referencing an Illustrator file. Here's another cool thing you can do with smart objects. If I move to the Layers panel and double-click on the smart object icon, Photoshop automatically launches Illustrator where the file was originally created, and you can see our source file. If you get a warning about color settings, just click Continue. And if you don't have Illustrator, you can just sit back and watch. Now that it's in Illustrator, I'm going to make two quick changes to the image. You can simply watch what I'm doing, or you can follow along. If you'd like to follow along here, note that I have the Color panel open. You can find the Color panel under the Window menu. With the Direct Selection tool, I'm going to select these orange petals, and select all of them with the same fill color and change this to blue. I'll select these petals and let's change these to a bright yellow. Now I'm going to save the Illustrator file. Watch what happens when I go back into Photoshop. Our smart object automatically updates to reflect the changes that we've just made. So if you work with images moving back and forth between Photoshop and Illustrator or another program, smart objects are going to save you a lot of time. You simply make your change to the document in its originating program, and Photoshop automatically updates the contents. One great benefit to working with a smart object is that you can replace it with another smart object and maintain all of your existing modifications. To see that in action, let's first learn how to create a smart object. Perhaps the easiest way is from the File menu, and you simply select Open as Smart Object. In our Chapter 9 folder, I'm going to open the file Guanajuato. Photoshop automatically creates a brand new document. In our Layers panel, you can see that we have a smart object. You can also create a smart object from an existing layer in your document. Let's close this image, and we don't need to save it. Back in our Chapter 9 folder, I'm going to open the file titled Vase. In our Layers panel, you can see Layer 1, a regular plain old layer, but if I go to the Layers panel and click on the flyout menu at the top, I can select Convert to Smart Object. Now I've got a smart object. There's another way to create a smart object within an existing file. Let's close this image, we don't need to save it, and back to our Chapter 9 folder, I'm going to open the file titled Frame. We're going to add a smart object to this image. Before I do that, I'm going to move to the Layers panel and select the background layer because I want my smart object to be placed right in between the background layer and the Shape 2 layer. We're going up to the File menu, and this time we're going to select Place. In the Chapter 9 folder, I'm going to select the image Face 01. This image is automatically imported as a smart object. It comes in with a transform box. We can use that to scale or rotate the image. So I'm going to start in the upper right corner. You can see the cursor turn into a double arrow icon. I'm going to click and drag to resize the image, taking care to hold down the Shift key. This will constrain the image to its original proportions. I just want to fit this little guy's head nicely inside the picture frame. Once I release the mouse, I can place the cursor directly over the transform box, click, and drag to move the image around. Now I can commit to these changes by simply pressing the Enter key. Now what I'd like to do is remove the areas of the image that fall outside the picture frame. The easiest way to do that is with a layer mask. In the Layers panel, I'm going to click on the Add Layer Mask icon. I now need to select the Brush tool from the Tools panel. I want you to make sure that your brush is set to a hardness of 100%, and at the bottom of the Tools panel, make sure that your foreground color is set to black. Now we'll simply start painting. Keep in mind that we're just painting on the layer mask. We're not permanently throwing any image information away. Now there's one more thing I'd like to do to this image. Let me bring this up to a 100% view. But first I need to move to the Layers panel and click on the Smart Object icon to set the focus on the Smart Object as opposed to the layer mask. Now I'll go to the Filter menu. Under Sharpen, I'm going to select Unsharp Mask. I'm going to talk about sharpening in an upcoming chapter. For now, I'll just use these settings, a radius of 0.8 pixels, a threshold of 10 levels. Maybe I'll bump up the amount just a hair to 144%. I'll toggle the preview on and off. Sharpens the image up nicely without overdoing it. I'm going to hit OK. We have now added a filter to a smart object, and there's a very special relationship between the two that I will talk about in Lesson 4. But now comes the fun part. I've got a smart object with a layer mask and a filter applied. I'm now going to replace the contents of this object. In the Layers panel, I'm going to simply right-click on the PC, control click on the Mac, anywhere in this blue highlighted area, I get a pop-up menu, and I'm going to choose Replace Contents. In our Chapter 9 folder, let's try Face 02. We have a brand new image, reduced to the same size, moved to the same location, linked to the same layer mask, and with the same filter applied. That's the beauty of Replace Contents. You can take a smart object, swap out a completely different image, and all of your work is maintained. Smart objects provide a flexible and easy way to work with multiple instances of a single object. Let's go to our Chapter 9 folder and open up the file titled Flyer. We'll zoom in a bit here. You can see in the Layers panel we have a background layer, and above that a Smart Object layer titled Strawberry. One thing we can do with Smart Objects is duplicate them. So if we want more strawberries in this image, we simply go to the Layers panel, and over the Strawberry Smart Object, right-click on the PC, control-click on the Mac, and select Duplicate Layer. We'll leave the default name for now. Next, we're going to select the Move tool. It's right here to the right of the Marquee tool. The keyboard shortcut is V. Make sure that you have this Auto Select option on. Now, we're going to click on our strawberry and drag to move the duplicate. We'll put it here over towards the center of the image. Let's make another duplicate, and back to the Layers panel. Right-click on the PC, control-click on the Mac, duplicate layer. Let's select this strawberry, move it over here. We're going to add 2 more. We'll bring this one down here, and the final one we'll put over here. Now we have 5 strawberries in our image, and we can adjust them individually. Clicking with the Move tool on this strawberry, I'm going to go up to the Edit menu and select Free Transform. Moving the mouse over the right corner of the image lets me rotate it. I'm going to hit Enter to commit. Now let's click on this strawberry towards the bottom, and again the Edit menu and Free Transform, and we'll rotate this one in the opposite direction. So far, there's nothing we've done to these strawberries that could not be done if they were normal, regular layers. But here's the payoff. If we want to make a global change that affects all of these strawberries, we can do that in one single step. Back in the Layers panel, I'm going to double-click on this Smart Object icon, and that opens up our source object. This is the strawberry from which all the others are originating. Let's pull this document out into its own separate window. I'll zoom in here at 100%, and let's make 2 obvious changes to this strawberry. Let's click on our adjustment icon and make a levels adjustment. We'll brighten it a bit by dragging to the left. We'll go back to our adjustment list and let's click on Hue Saturation. Select the On Image tool. We're going to boost the saturation of the strawberry and boost the saturation of the stem. There we go. An obvious change to the image. Now watch what happens when I save this file. We'll go to File, Save, and automatically all the strawberries in our flyer document are updated. What do you get when you add a filter to a smart object? A smart filter. And with a smart filter, you can go back and adjust your effects at any point in the future. It's non-destructive. You can even mask the filter's results. Let's get started with the File menu and select Open as Smart Object. Inside the Chapter 9 folder, let's choose, oh I love saying this name, Guanajuato. This image was created just for us by New York illustrator Sarah Sills, so thank you Sarah. I'm going to take this image into full screen mode with menu bar by pressing the F key on the keyboard. Zoom in just a hair. We have a smart object. Let's create a smart filter. In the Filter menu, we're going to select Filter Gallery. Let's fit the view here so that we can see the entire image on screen. In the Distort filters, I'm going to choose Diffuse Glow. I've got my graininess set to 1, a glow amount of 5, and the clear amount set to 15. And that's a very nice effect, a kind of dreamy landscape. We're going to hit OK to commit to this. Let's add a second filter. Back in the filter menu, let's go to lens correction. Here we'll click on the custom panel, and I just want to add a little bit of a vignette here. Drag this slider to the left to darken the corners. That looks pretty good. And let's change the midpoint. We'll bring that effect in even more. There we go. I'm going to hit OK to commit to that. We now have a smart object with 2 smart filters. But wait, we just went to the filter menu. There is no smart filter menu. Aha! Whenever you have a smart object, any filter applied to it becomes a smart filter. Well, what's so smart about smart filters? Well, for one thing, in the Layers panel, we can toggle them on or off. I can toggle off our entire collection of filters. I could toggle them off individually. Even better than that, if I double-click on a filter name, the filter is called back up and I can go and redo my settings. I don't have to start from scratch. The identical settings that we used are still there. Let's cancel out of this. Another great thing about smart filters is we have a filter mask. Directly to the left of the word Smart Filters in the Layers panel, you see a white mask. If I click to select it, I can now paint on this mask. My brush tool is selected. In the options bar, let's go and drag the hardness all the way to the left. We want a nice feathered brush for this. Close this by pressing either Enter or Return on the keyboard. We want to paint with black on this white mask. I'm going to increase my brush size. And wherever I paint is masking out the effect of both filters. Now I'm going to undo that with Command Z on the Mac, Control Z on the PC. I'm going to now change the opacity of my brush to get a more useful or realistic result. If I click on the word opacity, instead of 100%, I'm going to set it down to 30%. Now when I paint, we see a much more subtle and believable result.
Adobe Bridge is Command Central for managing your digital assets. It's fast, easy to use, and comes included with Photoshop. Let's find out more.
At its core, Adobe Bridge is a file browsing application. We'll see that it actually does much more than that, but the reason to use Bridge is to take control of your growing library of files. Note that I said files, not images. That's because Bridge can also display PDFs, page layout documents, audio files, and in CS5, even videos. First things first though, how do we get to Bridge? You can launch it from inside your Applications folder, but the beauty of Bridge lies in its tight integration with Photoshop. In fact, we can launch Bridge right inside Photoshop. To do that, move up to the Applications bar and simply click the Launch Bridge icon. Bridge can be a little confusing at first, so let's talk about the interface. A key to working with Bridge is understanding that the screen is basically divided into 3 main areas. On the left, we have a series of panels, and this is where you will locate or find images. In the center, we have a large content window. This is where the images that you have found or located will be displayed. And on the right side of here, most of these panels are going to allow you to add information to the images in the content window. Now, for the first time in this training, I'm going to be using images that are not included in your project files folder. Why? Bridge is best understood as a tool for managing large numbers of images. What I'd like for you to do is navigate to an image collection on your computer. How do you do that? Well, let's go to this Folders panel, and you can see here we have all of the volumes that are on my computer. Right now, I'm on a volume called Images. You navigate through your computer with these disclosure triangles. If you're like me, clicking on disclosure triangles to navigate is not a fun way to spend your time, so I'm going to show you a better way to do that. Click on the Favorites panel. Notice that in my content window I have 3 folders, Canada, Italy, and Travel. If these are folders that I'm going to be accessing on a regular basis, I'm going to add them to my favorites panel simply by clicking and dragging. There's the Canada folder. Here comes Italy. And let's bring over travel. Now, whenever I want to access the images inside these folders, all I do is go to my favorites panel and click. Here you can see all of the images inside the Italy folder. Just like Photoshop, Bridge has workspaces, so it's easy to change the arrangement of items on the screen. Right now I'm in the Essentials workspace. Bridge ships with many others, and you can create your own custom ones just like in Photoshop. I'm going to pull this workspace switcher out just so you can see some of the other choices available. And let's just click through a couple. We have film strip, metadata. Let's go over and see what keywords looks like. You've got multiple options for arranging the layout. Let's go back to Essentials. I want us all to be looking at the same thing. And to make sure that we're starting with the same view, I want you to right-click on the PC, control-click on the Mac, on the word Essentials, and select Reset. This will take it back to the factory default, and now your screen should be set up exactly like mine. In the content window, the images are very small. It's not very usable, so let's go down to our thumbnail slider and drag them, and drag to the right to make these files larger. We'll go right about there. We can sort of see 3 files across. To the right of the thumbnail slider, we also have the option to view the images differently. We can see them in a grid. We can view them without the grid lines. We have details view, a list view, metadata view, many different ways that we can view the information in the content window. I'm going to go back to our View Content as Thumbnails option. I'd like to point out that at the top of the application bar along the right, we have a search bar. Bridge, though, ships with some powerful filtering and collection features, so we're not even going to use the search bar. Bridge really excels at customized searches. In the next lesson, I'll be showing you much more effective ways to find images. With our content window full of images, if we'd like to scroll through them, we can simply drag the slider and look through the images that are in this folder. But there's one more way to do this that I'd like to show you. If we go to the View menu, we can choose Review Mode. That takes us into a screen where we can cycle through all the images in the content folder simply by clicking on them. And we can navigate through one by one. That can come in very handy. To go back to our normal mode, simply click the X at the bottom right of the screen. And although we've set up favorite folders that make it easy to navigate from one set of images to another, if you ever get confused about where you are on your computer, I'd like to point out this file path bar that lets us know in this case we're in the Canada folder, which is located on the images folder, and so on and so forth. So you can always find your way back and move up one level. Now that we have at least a basic grasp of the layout, let's continue on to the next lesson and see what we can do in Bridge. For my money, Bridge's most powerful feature is the ability to quickly and easily show you the files you want to see. In our filter panel here on the left, you can see a large number of criteria that we can use to search through images. But I want to show you something, because this is only a partial list. If we click on this disclosure triangle, you can see all of the built-in criteria that Bridge ships with to let you search and sort through images. Now you'll notice that this filter panel may look a little different on your screen because it auto-populates itself to limit you to seeing just the filters that apply to your images. Note down here towards the bottom of the list I have artist, album, genre, key, and tempo. Those apply to audio files, and because there are no audio files in my Canada folder, they're not showing up in the filter list. So the filter list will automatically populate itself with criteria it can actually use to sort through your images. Let's see how this works. I'm going to open the Date Created panel. And let me make these thumbnails smaller so you can get a sense of what we're about to do. There we go. You can see I've got a ton of images in there. Down at the bottom, you'll notice that I have 159 items listed here. Let's select a date. I'll choose 9/26/2006. Now, I've reduced that list to 58 images. I'm going to click an additional date, 9/28. So I want images now shot on both of those dates. Now I've bumped my items up to 90. Let's go down here to orientation. Going to select portrait. Now we're down to only 18 items, and I'll go and open the ISO speed ratings box and click 400. Now I'm down to 4 images. There are 4 images in this folder that have an ISO of 400 that are in a portrait orientation and that were shot on September 26th and September 28th. With filters, you've got a very powerful tool for combing through your images. I'm going to deselect these one at a time and keep an eye on the content window. As I remove search criteria, it repopulates with all of our images. In the Collections panel to the right of Filter, we have another option for gathering images. I'm going to go down to the bottom of this panel and click on the New Collections button. We can name this collection. I'm going to call this one Rocks. And let's go back to our Canada folder. And I'm simply going to click and drag to add images to this collection. You can see how this works. You manually locate images, put them in the collection. The collection remains with Bridge. The next time you launch Bridge, it'll be there. And if you click on the collection, you see the images that you've added. I'll go back to Canada. Now that can be useful, but there's an even more powerful way to use collections, and that is to create a smart collection. The icon for that is down at the bottom of the panel. Watch what happens when we click New Smart Collection. We get a Smart Collection window, and now we have some choices to make. First, Bridge wants to know where should it be looking for the images. Should it only look in the Canada folder? Let's make it search our entire image volume. Now we get to decide the search criteria that Bridge will use to pull the images. I want to see, I think, all of the images that I've shot in black and white. So I'm going to go up to Color Mode. Color Mode equals black and white. I can add search criteria, so I'm going to click the Add button. And out of those black and white images, I only want to see the files that are saved as TIFFs. So I'm going to go up here to Document Type. Document Type equals, and TIFF should be way down here at the bottom. So now Bridge is going to search through the images volume for images that are in black and white mode and that are set to a TIFF. Under Results, we can determine whether the images have to meet both of those criteria or if they can just meet any one of them to be shown. We're going to leave this on if all criteria are met. We have a checkbox on Include All Subfolders, so even if there are folders inside that volume, Bridge will still look through them. And we're going to include non-index files. I'm going to hit the Save button. It asks me for a name. I'm going to name this collection BW for black and white. The Contents window shows the results of a search over my entire images volume for black and white TIFFs. Each of these files is a black and white image, and each of them is saved as a TIFF. This is an absolutely fantastic tool that you're going to use, and it gets even better. Because this is not a static collection, it automatically updates. If I were to add a file to my images volume that was a black and white TIFF, it would automatically show up in this smart collection. So you make the smart collection once and it continually searches through your collection of images, automatically updating itself. It really doesn't get any easier than that. I'm going to go back to my Canada folder here and show you another way that you can use to select images. I'm going to make the thumbnails larger. That looks pretty good. If I click on an image, you'll see just below the image area I have 5 placeholders. These are where we can rate our images. I can add a 1-star rating, a 2-star rating, or a 3-star rating here. I could do the same to this first image. I'll give this a 1 star, and I'll give this image 2 stars. With ratings applied, I can go up to my filter menu up here, and I can choose to show images that have 1 or more stars. So I'll click on that. Now we can see all the files that have at least 1 star. I'll reduce the thumbnail. Suppose I want to be more picky and I just want to see images that have 2 or more stars. I can select that, and you can see we've called our list down, and if I show 3 or more stars, we are down to 1 image. If you'd like to go back and see all of the images, you can clear the ratings by simply going up to the Filter menu and selecting Clear Filter. Keep in mind that star ratings can be used in conjunction with both filter selections and any collections that you make. That's a very powerful combination of search tools. Metadata is simply a fancy word for information about data. In our case, the data are the image files. Metadata is not a new concept, but with the onslaught of digital cameras over the last decade, it's taken on a primary importance. So what does metadata mean for us? Well, if I click on an image, you can see in our metadata panel the first instance of metadata, and that's the exposure information. You can see the aperture, the shutter speed, the ISO. All of this metadata comes from the camera. As soon as you press the shutter button, your camera records a wealth of information about your digital image that travels with the image. So this is our first instance of metadata, and it is recorded automatically. Let's find out more about metadata. I'm going to get a little more room on the screen. I'm going to close this preview panel by control-clicking on the Mac, right-clicking on the PC, and selecting Close Preview. I'm going to drag this pane over to the left to get more room. Under metadata, we have various fields here. I'm going to open up File Properties. We've got basic information about the file name, date it was created, size, color mode, all that good stuff. Let's take a closer look at the camera data, also called EXIF information. You can see the lens that I used to capture this shot. I didn't use a flash. I set my white balance to auto. You can even see the make, model, and serial number of the camera that was used to capture this shot. All of these are examples of metadata that come directly from your camera. Now let's look at the IPTC panel. Here is where you have information that you add to your image. I've got all my contact info up here. I've got location information. This image was shot in Rocky Harbor in Newfoundland in Canada. I've got my copyright information down here. Notice that at the right of each field is a pencil. That means it's editable. We can add or delete information here. If you want to add a title, simply click in the title box, enter it. You can add instructions. You can add rights usage terms in here. So all of these fields you can change, you can add information, do whatever you want, and the information will travel with your file. I'll type something in here. Now, anytime this file moves, whether I email it to someone or upload it on the web, this information will stay in here. Let's drag this window a little bit. Bridge is now asking us if we want to apply these changes to the metadata. We'll hit apply. Drag this out a bit wider. And I want to show you a few more fields. We've got camera raw information. We're going to be talking about camera raw in the very next chapter. But here you can see the camera raw settings that have been applied to this file. Metadata is really well implemented throughout Adobe's products. So again, we can see information from camera raw here showing up right inside of Bridge. If we've got audio files, video files, we can see information specific to those formats. Keywords are another form of metadata that you can work with in Bridge. I'm going to click to open the Keywords panel. You can see that Bridge ships with defaults, but it's easy to create your own. I'm going to go down to the New Keyword button and click that, and we'll type nature. You can also create sub-keywords that will appear inside the parent keywords. I'll add that by clicking on the New Sub-Keyword button. So inside nature, we're going to have a sub-keyword titled clouds. Now, what can we do with keywords? Well, just like with regular metadata, we can assign or tag them to images that will make it easier to find them later on. I'm going to scroll down here in the content window. And let's find some clouds. There we go. We've got 3 of them. I'm going to click to select the first image. You can see that I have already assigned the keyword clouds to it. To assign a keyword, all you have to do is click on the box next to the word in the keyword panel. I'm going to click this second image. That has been assigned clouds. as well. Now what I can do is move over the clouds keyword, right click on the PC, control click on the Mac, and select find. Our find criteria automatically comes up to search for keywords containing the word clouds. I'll simply hit find, and now Bridge has found all of the images that have been tagged with the keyword clouds. Keywords are a very powerful way to add information to your image that can be leveraged later on when you go to search for them. Remember when I said Bridge is more than a file browsing application? Something else it excels at is outputting your images for screen view, for the web, and even print. Bridge has a great slideshow feature. Let's take a look at that. In my favorites folder, I'm going to go back to my Italy folder. And under View, I'm going to go to Slideshow Options. Many things to choose from here. We can choose the duration of the slideshow, whether it's going to have captions if we've added that, how the image is going to be fit to the screen. We're going to leave all these settings at their default and simply hit the play button. Now we've gone into a full screen mode with our slideshow, and the images will dissolve into each other. To exit the slideshow mode, you simply press the Escape key on your keyboard, and we're back to our standard view. Another thing you can do with Bridge is create an image gallery for your website. In the Workspace switcher, I'm going to select Output, and click on Web Gallery if you're not there automatically. We have a number of templates. I'm going to leave it at standard. We can title the gallery, we can put our contact information, we can put about this gallery information. For right now, I just want to leave it standard so you can see what it does. Let's get a preview of what this would look like. We're going to click the Refresh Preview button. And there we go, we've got a preview of the website. I'm going to drag this panel out so you can see the entire frame. There we go. All of these we can change. You could give it your own gallery name. Obviously, instead of my photographs, you might want to make it something a little more personalized. We can put our contact name. All that information we can change in here. So my photographs, you can change that to something else. You could change the gallery name. All these fields are editable. You can also preview this in any web browser that's installed on your computer. So we've got a fast and easy way to create an online image gallery. Bridge also lets you create PDFs that you can either email or print. I'm going to click on the PDF icon. Now what we'd like to do is set some basic parameters for the document. We're going to choose a US paper size. Letter size looks good. We can choose the quality for our images. We'll move this quality slider up to 100% here. We can choose a background color, all those cool things. But let's get this set up so we can actually see a preview. I'm going to select a number of images here, and let's go and hit Refresh Preview. See what that looks like as a PDF layout. So you've got images on the page. Note now, I'll scroll down here to Layout. We started with a layout of 2 rows and 2 columns. The images are going to be fairly large, and obviously this is going to create a lot of pages, but we can change this. I'm going to set 6 columns by 4 rows. We'll try that. Now I'm going to hit the Refresh Preview button. Bridge is generating a preview. With a 6x4 column and row layout, we can actually fit more images on this page, so I'm going to add some more images. I'm going to shift click here to extend that selection out, and this should be much better. Let's hit the Refresh Preview button. There we go. Now we filled up a page with images. So a quick and easy way to create PDFs. We can print this, we can email this, lots of options here, and we don't even have to go into Photoshop. While it hardly seems like a hassle to move from Photoshop to Bridge, in CS5 we don't even have to do that. Mini Bridge is a new addition that puts a streamlined Bridge interface directly inside of Photoshop. We can launch Mini Bridge from the Applications bar. Simply go click on the icon and up pops Mini Bridge. Notice in the navigation panel we have favorites. And if I click and drag down here, you can see the favorite folders that we set up earlier in Bridge. If I click on Canada, in our content window we have the contents of that Canada folder. If I scroll down below favorites, we see collections, and if I click, aha, we have our smart collection that we created, black and white. A simple click here will give us our black and white TIFFs. Mini Bridge does a great job of letting you pull images from various locations. What can we do with them? Well, since we're in Photoshop, it would make sense that we could open the images. If you right-click on an image, Control-click on the Mac, you get a pull-down and you can simply open the image. We'll slide this out of the way temporarily. There we've got our image open in Photoshop. Let's close this for right now. Pull back a Mini Bridge. There's something else that we can do. All the time we spent talking about smart objects, it'd be a shame not to leverage that inside Mini Bridge. I'm going to select this image and click in the Tools menu, Place in Photoshop. And what does placing a file in Photoshop do? Yes, it creates a new document with a smart object. I'm going to collapse Mini Bridge. We've got this file now, and look in the Layers panel, we have a smart object. So Mini Bridge is really your one-stop shopping for finding your images in various locations and opening them in Photoshop so you can get to work.
If you're serious about photography, RAW files are probably already a part of your workflow. Let's find out how to exploit the enhanced capabilities of these files.
Before we begin discussing Adobe Camera Raw, let's first talk about why it's even necessary. If you own a high-end digital camera, it has the ability to shoot in what's called RAW mode. This provides numerous benefits to shooting JPEGs, including an expanded dynamic range and better image detail. The downside to the RAW format is that it cannot be processed directly in Photoshop. It must first pass through a RAW file converter, and that is where Adobe Camera Raw comes in. It transforms the file into a file format that Photoshop can handle, but it does so much more. It's a full-fledged editing tool in and of itself, offering a complete non-destructive workflow that retains every last ounce of quality from your camera file. How do you access Camera Raw? Well, that's simple. Point Photoshop to a RAW file. Let's go Open. Inside our Chapter 11 folder, I want you to select two files, Basic 01 and Basic 02. You can simply hold the Shift key to select the second file, and we'll select Open. Here's the Camera Raw interface. The first thing you'll notice is that both files open up in this film strip on the left. We'll begin with the first image, but before we start, I want you to go to your Camera Raw preferences that's located up here above the preview window. Click on the preferences icon, and I want you to make sure that under General you have Save Image Settings in set to Camera Raw Database, not Sidecar XMP files. Once that's verified, let's hit OK. If you're upgrading from an earlier version of Photoshop, you'll see a warning triangle down at the bottom of the image window. Version 6 of Camera Raw uses a whole new set of algorithms to convert the RAW file. Clicking on this icon will simply update your image to take advantage of the latest and greatest from Adobe. So let's just click this. Let's go through some of the fundamental editing tools in Camera Raw. They're conveniently grouped together in the Basic panel here on the right. The very first thing we want to do to an image is set its white balance or color correct the image. By default, Camera Raw picks up the white balance that comes directly from your camera. If you click on this pull down menu, there are a bunch of presets you can select from, but we're going to choose a much more precise method. Above the image window in your toolbar, we're going to select the white balance tool, this little eyedropper. To use this tool, you simply click on an area of the image that should be neutral. This image obviously has a warm color cast, but this wall should be white, so I'm going to click. Immediately, the color of the wall becomes a neutral white. The rest of the colors in the image are shifted accordingly, and if you'd like to fine-tune this adjustment, you can drag the temperature and tint sliders at the top of the Basic panel. After we set the white balance, we move down to this exposure slider. And we just determined whether the image is a little over or underexposed. I'm going to boost the exposure here a little bit simply by dragging the slider to the right. That looks much nicer. The recovery tool is what I like to refer to as a sometimes tool. This is what you use to recover blown highlights, and in this image we don't have any, so we're going to leave it at 0. In an upcoming lesson I'll show you precisely how to use recovery. We skip fill light temporarily and move right to blacks. This is where we set our shadow values. How deep, rich, dark are our blacks going to be? To use this effectively, we're going to move up here in the histogram window and turn on our shadow clipping tool. You'll notice at the top of her hair there are pixels that are colored blue. Those represent maximum blacks. It's a good practice to have some maximum blacks in your image, you just don't want to overdo it. The default value of 5 looks pretty good. We could maybe boost this up to 6 or 7, but that's about as far as we'd like to go because we don't want to lose any important detail. After you set your blacks, if you find that you are losing detail but you're happy with the added contrast to the image, you can simply use fill light to open up some of your near shadows. Again, this is a sometimes tool. The majority of your images will probably not need an adjustment to fill light. Next we move on to brightness, and as its name suggests, we can simply make the image brighter or darker. The difference between brightness and exposure is that brightness is a much more gentle result. So you want to be very conservative with exposure, and if after setting exposure you feel the image needs to go a little brighter, a little darker, just adjust the brightness slider. I might move up just a bit from the default to 50, but not too much. I'm going to turn off our shadow clipping previews so we're not distracted by those blue pixels. There's a contrast slider you can use to increase the contrast in your image. If you drag it to the right, the contrast will increase, your blacks will get blacker, your whites will get whiter. Our contrast looks pretty good, so I might just tweak it a couple of points. We've got a clarity slider that you can use to give your image a little bit more snap, a little bit more punch. To use this, I highly recommend viewing the image at 100% view. So we're going to go down to our view percentage menu and select 100%. I'm going to use the hand tool. This is the same shortcut in Photoshop of holding down the space bar, and we'll drag up so that we can see her face. And if I drag the clarity all the way to the right, you can see that there is a little bit more snap, but it's getting a little bit too contrasty. If we drag clarity all the way to the left, you can see it softens up the image. We've gone much too far here, and I'm actually going to leave clarity at its default of 0. We have two tools left, vibrance and saturation. I want you to use vibrance. Vibrance is sort of a smart saturation tool in that it is much more gentle on the image and won't wreck your colors as easily as saturation will. Let's go back down to fit this into the view window. I'll choose fit in view, and I'll boost the vibrance just a bit there. Not bad. Now all we've done is go through the basic panel, but I'm going to toggle the preview on and off. The checkbox is up here above the image window. You can also toggle this by hitting the P key on your keyboard. Here is where we started with no adjustments, and in just a few seconds of work, there's where we go. Nice and easy. Now I wanted you to open two files to show you an important feature of Camera Raw, and that's the ability to synchronize settings. So far we've made edits to just one file, but suppose we wanted to duplicate these settings to this second file, Basic02. Our top image is active. That means that it's showing up in our image preview window. If I hold down the Shift key and click on Basic02, that image is now selected. It's not active, but it is selected. Clicking on the Synchronize button gives me a pop-up window, and you can see a listing of every single adjustment parameter available in Camera Raw. A check mark next to the adjustment indicates that that will be applied to the second image. I can go to this pull-down menu and select some presets that will automatically select one of these adjustments. Here I'm going to choose white balance. This is going to synchronize the white balance from the first image to the second image. I'm simply going to hit OK, and now our second image is color balanced. I'll hit Synchronize again, and I'm going to click on these options here. Everything that we've changed, I want to go and apply those from the first image to the second image. Click on Vibrance. Now when I hit OK, all of those settings are applied to the second image as well. Now we're ready to send a rendered file directly to Photoshop, either to make a print or do further editing. But first, we've got some choices to make. We're going to open the Workflow Options dialog. We can access that by clicking on our current workflow settings. And you can see we can choose the workspace that we want to have. We can choose whether this will be an 8 or 16-bit image. We can even choose the size. If you choose a pixel dimension that does not have a plus or minus, that's sending the original file size. If you want to reduce the file size, you can do that here by selecting one of these presets. You could also increase the file size. We get to choose the resolution to which this file will be set, and we can even choose whether we want to apply any sharpening. Note down here the checkbox, Open in Photoshop as Smart Objects. If we select this, the image will open up in Photoshop as, you guessed it, a smart object. Let's just leave these values at the defaults and hit OK. If your settings are a bit different here, don't worry, it's not going to matter for what we're going to do in this lesson. Just go ahead and click OK. And now at the bottom of the window, we can click Open Images just to open both of these images individually in Photoshop. To the left, we could also choose to save these images. Perhaps we wanted to do more work later but did not want them to open immediately in Photoshop. If we click Save Images, we have options of where to save the file, and we can choose whether it's going to be a JPEG, a TIFF, a Photoshop file, or simply leave it in its digital negative format. I'm going to hit Cancel. We've made a lot of changes to this image, and when we open it in Photoshop, we have a lot of options as to what kind of file that is going to be. To continue on with our next lesson, we're going to be using a brand new set of raw files, so you can simply hit Cancel. So far, the tools we've used have made global changes, that is, changes to the entire image. But Adobe Camera Raw offers some great ways to target specific areas of an image to work on. Let's get started by going to our Chapter 11 folder. I'm going to hit Control-O on the PC, Command-O on the Mac. And we're going to select the file Selective Edits. The first thing I'm going to show you how to do is limit our adjustments to specific colors within the image. We're going to go to the Hue, Saturation, and Luminance panel to do that, but first, I want to show you the Recovery tool in all its glory. I touched on it in the last lesson and promised to give you a closer look. Well, here it is. Notice in the upper right portion of this image I have a completely washed out and blown out sky. There is no detail here, just a solid wash of cyan and white. How do I know that? Well, if I go and turn on my highlight clipping preview up here above the histogram, look at that area that is covered in a red overlay. That red signifies pixels that have no detail. They're all blown out at a maximum value. You can see down in my basic panel I've already set my exposure a bit to the left at a minus 0.15, but that has had no effect on these blown out pixels here, and that is where the recovery tool comes in handy. Watch what happens to the image as I drag this slider to the right. You can see those red areas disappear like magic. Camera Raw is recovering highlight information, finding a way to pull detail out of areas that once were lost. It's actually able to reconstruct missing pixel information to give us full red, green, and blue values. Notice that there are still some scattered areas of red remaining, and this is a typical real-world result. Now, quite often you will be able to remove every last bit of red by dragging the recovery slider, but if you shoot in a very high contrast scene, you may end up with small pockets of red that Camera Raw could not reconstruct. But you can see that this is a marked improvement over where we started with the image. The recovery slider is a fantastic tool that's going to salvage a large number of your images. Now let's go to our Hue, Saturation, and Luminance panel. We get there by clicking on this fourth icon from the left, and look at all of these sliders here. We're going to start with Hue. You certainly know by now that I'm not going to say, oh, just play around with those sliders until you get something that you like. No, we have a much more precise way of working. First, let me turn off this highlight clipping preview. We don't need that anymore. To use the hue sliders here, we are going to visit our old friend, the targeted adjustment tool. which is located up here in the toolbar. And like the on-image adjustment tool in Photoshop proper, this tool works by clicking on an image area and dragging. Here we'll be dragging left to right. Now with the Hue tab selected, I'm going to click on these yellow shingles, drag to the left, and note the hue changes. If I drag to the right here, we can get a nice sort of a lemony lime kind of yellow. And what's great about this tool? Well, only those yellows have been shifted. We haven't changed the green in the trees, we haven't changed the blue or the reds in the house. The color that we click on is the color that gets adjusted no matter where it falls within the image. Let's go down here and click on the blue molding around this window. We'll click, we'll drag to the left. That gives us a more of a cyan kind of blue. Notice the reds are remaining untouched. Let's move here to the right and get something in the purple range. There we go. Let's move on to the saturation tab. Here we've got the same set of sliders, but this time we're going to affect, you guessed it, saturation. If I click over here in this foliage, target these greens, and drag to the left, you can see my green slider is moving. The yellow is moving as well. Yellow is a secondary color in there. And you can see the foliage is now desaturated by a large amount. Let's actually take it back and boost the saturation up a bit. And let's do something to the red in here. We'll click on the red, and let's boost the saturation up here as well. See how easy it is to target specific colors. We simply click and drag. We're not having to make a mask. We're not having to make any kind of selection. It couldn't be easier. The last thing I'll do here is click and take a little saturation out of the yellow there. And let's move on finally to our luminance tab. Luminance is just a fancy word for brightness. So with these controls, we're simply going to brighten or darken colors here in the image. Let's go back and click on the green foliage, and what I want to do is brighten these a bit. There we go. We'll open them up right about there. Now let's take a look at how much work we've actually done. I'm going to toggle the preview off and on. Here's the file we started with. And here's the file after our adjustments. A huge change. So you can get a sense of how drastic a change you can make to an image without creating a mask, without defining any selections. You simply click and drag. Now let's get even more selective. Instead of altering similar colors throughout an image, suppose we want to limit our adjustments to specific locations in the image. Well, that's easy to do with the adjustment brush. That tool is located up here in the toolbar. We'll click that, and notice along the right we have a completely new set of options. Now exposure, brightness, contrast, saturation, etc., those should look familiar. They come from the basic panel, but here's the difference. These adjustments will be limited to the exact locations that we specify. And how do we determine those locations? Simply by painting. Let's get started by adjusting one of these parameters. I'm going to start with brightness. I'll drag this slider to the left. Notice the image has not changed. I have not told Camera Raw where to apply this brightness value of -74. As I move the mouse over the image, notice that I've got a crosshair, which is going to be very important in a moment, and I've got two circles. The innermost circle is our brush size. That's the diameter that we'll be painting with. The outer circle indicates our feathering. Now we can change size and feathering very easily. By moving down here, I can drag the size slider to the right to get a larger brush. I'll keep this back where it was at 6. That'll be pretty good for this. Feathering, I'm going to set that all the way to the right at 100. We want a nice soft edge brush here. And for our purposes, we are going to leave flow and density both set to their maximum values of 100. What I would like to do is take down the brightness of this tree. So I'm simply going to click and drag to paint. Now, two things should be very obvious. One, I've set a value that's much too strong. Two, I am spilling over here into the sky. Let's tackle that first issue. Here's the beauty of the adjustment brush. At any point after I have painted, I can readjust the settings. So I can back off this brightness slider here, give us something that's much more believable. And even though brightness was the only parameter that I adjusted, I could move the saturation slider, take color out of that, boost it to add more saturation. Let's set that back to 0. And this is the great thing about the adjustment brush. You paint, and then once you see visually what's happening, you can tweak any of these sliders to taste. Now let's take a look at what we can do about that spillover. I'm going to turn on this Show Mask checkbox, and now you will see a white overlay. This shows where I painted. That includes the diameter of the brush and the feathering. So you can see I've spilled out onto the edge of the roof, I've spilled out over into the sky. In short, I was very sloppy when I was painting. Let's turn off Show Mask for a moment. We're going to turn on the Auto Mask feature, and we're going to paint that area again. Before we do that, we want to get rid of the painting that we just did, and notice that we have this little bullseye icon here over the image. That's called a pin. The pin will be placed at the location at which you start painting, and a pin simply tells you that that adjustment brush is active. And because Camera Raw allows for multiple and separate brush adjustments, you can end up with multiple pins on a single image. We're going to delete the pin by simply pressing the delete key on the keyboard. Now I'm going to paint, and I'll do it just as sloppily as I did the first time. Notice that I have reduced the brightness setting, so I'm getting a much more realistic result right off the bat. Now that I've painted, let's go in and turn on the Show Mask preview. Notice now how my mask has been automatically limited. It didn't spill over into the edge of the buildings. It didn't spill over into the sky. When you turn on Auto Mask, that tells Camera Raw to limit your painting. And what does it limit it to? Well, I talked about that crosshair earlier. With Auto Mask turned on, Camera Raw looks at the colors that fall directly underneath your crosshair. No matter the size of your brush, no matter the size of your feathering, your adjustments will be limited to colors and tones that match what is directly underneath your crosshair. So as I was painting in here, I can be as sloppy as I want. I just make sure that the crosshair does not spill off of this foliage, and you won't have any spillover into these neighboring colors and tones. A very, very useful tool to use when you need to be really precise about your selections. I'm going to turn off Show Mask and Auto Mask. Those of you paying very close attention to the adjustment brush panel may notice a new option that we did not see in the basic panel. That's this color option here, so I'm going to quickly show you what that's about. This option lets us paint with a color, changing color in an image, but unlike with the hue slider, we can limit that color change specifically to where we paint. Now before we get started with this, I need to direct your attention to this pin up in the top of the tree. Notice that it has a black circle in it. That means it is active. Any change that we make to any of those adjustment brush settings will apply to that adjustment, and we don't want to do that, so I'm going to hit New. I'm going to make a brand new adjustment brush setting. Here I'm going to take brightness and set that to 0. I don't want to change the brightness. What I do want to change is color. So I'm going to click in this color swatch box, and I'm going to choose something in the orange range over here. Simply by clicking, I've got a brand new color. I hit OK. Now what I'd like to do is change the color of this window molding. Notice now the size of my brush relative to the window molding. What will happen if I paint like this? Yes, my color change will spill over onto the side of the building, and I don't want to do that. So back we go to our Auto Mask, turn that on, and with my slightly oversized brush, watch what happens. Notice that color change is not spilling over into the siding of this house at all. It is nicely being limited to exactly where we want it. We're not getting any spillover at all on that yellow siding. Perfect. Notice we have a second pin. This one has a black circle in the middle. That means it is active. Now if you look closely, you may see that we did get some spillover right where this house number is located. Why? Well, that purple matches the purple color on which we were painting. How can we fix that? Well, we can use, for the first time, the erase brush. Let's go and click on erase here. Now what this brush does is simply erase the effect that we just painted. Notice that we have size, feathering, and flow options there. We're going to leave those all at their defaults, and I'm simply going to click and paint over this area, taking out that adjustment that spilled over onto this identical color. How easy is that? The last tool I want to show you here is the graduated filter, and that's up in our toolbar right next to the adjustment brush. Once we select the graduated filter tool, you'll notice that the panel on the right looks identical to the adjustment brush panel minus the brush controls. You'll also notice that we've picked up our color setting from the adjustment brush. Now I don't want to change the color in this adjustment I'm about to make, so the first thing I'm going to do is turn this off. Click, and I'll move my hue down to 1 and drag my saturation slider all the way down to 0, in effect turning off that color change. Now the graduated filter tool behaves very similarly to the gradient tool in Photoshop in that it allows us to create an adjustment, have it begin at 100% or full strength, and make a nice seamless transition all the way down to 0%. This tool is most often used to control lighting in an image, and that's how we're going to apply it. So the first thing I'm going to do is drag my brightness value down here. And what I want to do is simply darken a portion of this sky. I'm going to place the mouse in the upper right area of the image, and I'm simply going to click and drag down. And you can see we've got a darkening effect going on here. I'm dragging at an angle to match the slope of the roof, but if you want to drag in a straight line, hold down the Shift key while dragging. I'm going to put it just about there. The red dot signifies the end of this effect, so anything below the red dot in this case will not have the effect. At and above where our green dot is located, we have a full strength application of this adjustment. In between the green and the red dot, we have a nice seamless gradation from 100% all the way down to 0. Once you've drawn this, you can modify it. We could simply place the mouse along this dotted black line and move the entire gradient as a unit. I'll line it up just so it touches the roof. If we place our mouse close to the green circle, we have a double-sided arrow. We could drag this up to extend it. We could do the same thing where the red circle is. Notice, however, if I place the mouse further away from the red circle, I get a double bent arrow, which means I can rotate this adjustment in any direction. Let's line it up just about there. Looks pretty good. And again, as with the adjustment brush, I'm free after the fact to adjust my settings. So if that brightness looks a little bit harsh, I could back off of it slightly. And if I decide that I want to have this effect spill further down, I can simply click here, drag this red line down just about there. I'm going to touch up the angle just a smidgen, and there we go. We have no shortage of tools inside Camera Raw to perform selective edits. We are finished working with this image, so you can press the cancel button. If you'd like to maintain these changes, however, and reopen the file later, simply press done. Raw files will always be rendered in color, but with Camera Raw, you've got a fast, intuitive way to create a black and white version. Let's see how that works. In our Chapter 11 folder, we're going to open the file BW. Now, if you pay close attention to the basic panel, you may notice that I have already made a few small adjustments to this image. I've set a custom white balance, I've boosted exposure a little bit, and boosted my blacks. Even if you know from the outset you're going to convert to black and white, it's very helpful to make some basic adjustments to your image in color first. You want to get the image looking pretty good in color. This will make your conversion to black and white go much smoother and a lot faster. So you want to make sure you've got at least some pleasing contrast and exposure in your image before you even do the conversion. With that out of the way, let's go back to our HSL grayscale panel, and this time we're going to hit Convert to Grayscale. Now you can see under Grayscale Mix, Camera Raw is applying some auto settings we're going to turn those off and click Default. And we'll zero everything out because we're going to start completely from scratch. Keep in mind that even though we're looking at a black and white version of this image, Camera Raw retains the underlying color information from the original file. It remembers the color of the sky, the color of the dome on the buildings, for example. So wherever we click to make an edit, Camera Raw will automatically limit those adjustments to areas of similar color in the image. As we make our edits, keep an eye on the sliders in the Grayscale Mix tab. That will show you the exact colors that Camera Raw has identified. Now let's go back up to our Tools panel and visit our old friend, the Targeted Adjustment tool. Now this works exactly the same way as it did in the previous lesson. We're simply going to click and drag over an area of the image. I'm going to start with the sky, and if I click and drag to the right, the sky will get brighter. What I'm going to do though is get a very dramatic sky by moving to the left, and I'm going to move pretty far. We want some heavy drama here in this sky. Now what I'll do is move down over the building right here on this brickwork. I'm going to click here. I can move to the right to brighten it, but I'm going to darken the building, but by a very small amount, nowhere near what we did to the sky. So I'm still able to adjust these two areas of the image independently. So now we've got a fairly dramatic black and white image. I will point out though that once you've made this conversion, you're going to find it helpful to revisit the basic panel and make a couple of final tweaks. So let's go click back on our basic panel. Most of the time what you're going to want to do is adjust your blacks. Once you convert from color to black and white, the image might feel like it loses a little bit of contrast, needs a bit of punch. So let's go down to our black slider and we'll boost this up. We're not going to overdo it. We just want to add some nice drama in here in the shadows. And with this image, we didn't really have a lot of distinct and separate colors. I'll toggle the preview on and off by clicking on the checkbox here. You can also press P on the keyboard. Here you can see we basically had two main color groups. We had the blue in the sky, and then we had sort of orange, reds, yellows in the building. I'll toggle this preview back on. So for an image like this, it's really a two-click solution. We darken the sky a lot, and darken the building by a small amount, tweaked our blacks, and easy as pie, a rich, dramatic conversion to black and white. Even if your colors look good, most digital camera files are going to need a little bit of touch-up. Let's see how to fix some of the most common problems. In our Chapter 11 folder, we're going to open up 3 images this time. I want you to select Aberration, and then with the Command key on the Mac, Control key on the PC, I want you to select the image titled Crop, and then holding down the Command key on the Mac, Control on the PC, select Spotting. We're going to open up those 3 images in Camera Raw. Now let's start down here with the bottom image, Spotting. When we spot an image, we simply clean up defects and imperfections. And we've got a few in here. I'm going to zoom in to 100% view. Always view it 100% when you're going to be cleaning up an image. That will save you a lot of embarrassment later on when people zoom in and say, hey, that's not a very clean spotting job. We're going to remove the tea leaf that is stuck to the side of this teapot. Our spot removal tool is located in the tools bar. We're simply going to select that, and we have a radius set to 1, so we need a much larger brush size. Let's go and set this to about 6. I'm increasing this number by pressing my right arrow key. I could also just enter the number 6, or obviously move the slider with my mouse. Should work pretty well. There we go, much nicer size. I'm simply going to click, and Camera Raw automatically does its best to find an appropriate point to sample from. That's a pretty good spot, except it's picking up a little defect in the cup here and duplicating that, so I'm just simply going to bring our sampling point over on the other side of the image, and we'll turn off the show overlay so we can get a clear look at what we've done. That looks pretty good. I'll make this a little bit wider, and let's try that. Perfect. Can't tell that it was done at all. Let's try something a little bit more difficult. With this tea leaf that's stuck, the problem is that it's butting up right against the edge. When you have a light and dark edge, that's a much more problematic issue to solve. But have no fear, we're going to go through this step by step. I'm going to reduce my brush size a bit because this fix is actually going to require 2 separate brushes. We'll set a radius of 4. going to get rid of the bulk of the leaf here simply by clicking. And Camera Raw does a pretty good job of selecting there. Actually, it looks great. We're going to leave that. Now we're going to fix this area. So a separate click with the spot removal tool. And here you can see Camera Raw runs into some issues. I'm going to manually set the sampling point here. And now I'm going to adjust my removal point so that I can get this edge lined up. That looks pretty good. Let's turn off the overlay. Not bad if I do say so myself. So we've removed 2 spots there. Let's go up to our crop file. Now if we'd like to crop an image, we can simply go in the toolbar, select the crop tool. If we click and hold on the crop, we can use it in normal mode. That lets us drag a freeform crop. If we want to constrain ourselves to a certain ratio, we could choose 1:1. That'll give us a square, for example. Got plenty of other choices here, and you can also create your custom ratios. We're going to leave this set to normal. And I can simply click and drag a crop rectangle. When I release it, I can press the Enter key to commit, and there we have a crop. Obviously, with this image, there's another problem. It is not straight. So we're going to back out of this, choose Undo with the Command-Z on the Mac, Control-Z on the PC. Now, instead of choosing the Crop tool, we're going to select the Straighten tool, located just next to it. With the Straighten tool, you look for something in your image that's supposed to be straight and simply drag along it with this tool. I'm going to choose the first row of bricks here above this detail work. So I'm going to click on the left edge, hold the mouse, and I'll release it when I get somewhere over to the right and take care to keep my mouse located in the center of these bricks. So if I let go there, I now have a crop rectangle. You can see at the top of the toolbar that the crop tool is selected. And I can drag any one of these points and refine my crop. I'll come down just a little there from the top, but I'll move up a lot from the bottom. We'll do something like that. And I'll simply press the Enter key to commit, and there we have a much straighter image. The last thing I want to show you is how to fix the phenomenon of chromatic aberration. Well, what is chromatic aberration? It's a fancy term. I'll zoom into 100% here with Command plus on the Mac, Control plus on the PC. And let's shift over. I'll show you exactly what it looks like. Take a look at this American Express logo, and you can also see it in the black graphic on his shirt. Along the white edges, you can see sort of a red fringing. And that's what chromatic aberration is. It'll occur in your images where very light edges meet very dark edges. And you'll see a little bit of a red fringe. Sometimes it'll be blue or cyan or a bit of green. Let's go and fix this. Above the basic panel, we're going to select the icon for the lens correction panel. And we're going to choose the red cyan fringe slider and drag it to the left. If I go right down about there, you can see that the red fringe is gone, but now I have introduced a little bit of a yellowish green. So I'm going to go down to this blue-yellow fringe slider and drag this to the left. About down there, looks pretty good. Now I've got a pretty clean line between the light and dark edges. I'm going to toggle the preview on and off. Here's where we started from. So you can see now those reds are really popping out. And here is our fix. Much better. 3 common image problems, 3 easy solutions in Camera Raw.
Image layers open up a whole new world of possibilities whether you're designing or retouching. Let's explore the basics.
Image layers are among the most used features of Photoshop. They allow you to arrange multiple elements in a single document and still be able to edit them individually. Let's go to our Chapter 12 folder and open the file titled Shapes. You can't tell just by looking at an image how many layers it has. To do that, you have to visit the Layers panel. You can see that this image has a number of layers. And one of the great things about using layers is that you can move them individually. I want you to select the Move tool in the Tools panel and make sure that up in the Options bar you have the Auto Select option checked. Very important. With that option checked, you can simply click and highlight a layer automatically. As soon as I made that click, the layer 2 circles in the Layers panel was selected. And if I click and drag, I can move that layer around. Note that both of these circles are moving, and that's because, well, in the 2 circles layer, there are 2 circles. Both of these circles are on the same layer, so they move together. We cannot move these circles individually. But look what happens if I click on this left red circle. Here, the red circle layer is highlighted, and I can indeed move this circle around anywhere I want without touching the green circle. Now, I should point out there are 2 basic distinctions between layers. At the bottom of the Layers panel, you'll see that we have a layer titled Background. This is the default. Every time you create a new document in Photoshop, it begins with a background layer. And background layers have a couple of limitations. You'll notice that there's a padlock to the right of it. With background layers, you cannot move their layer objects with the Move tool. You can't apply layer effects, and all background layers must have a background color. They cannot be transparent like these layers above it are. You can easily convert a background layer simply by double-clicking on its name. Photoshop gives you the option to name the layer. We'll just select OK. Now the padlock is gone, and now if I take the Move tool and click anywhere on this layer, I can move it around. And notice that as I'm moving, the empty areas of that layer become transparent. Let's undo that move with Control-Z on the PC, Command-Z on the Mac. We can rename layers very easily. If you scroll back up to the top, you'll see that I've got a generic Layer 6 name. That's the name Photoshop gave it. I'm going to give it something much more useful. Double-clicking on the layer name highlights the text so I can change it. There we go. Now we've got a descriptive name. When you have a lot of layers, it's very important to give them descriptive names. It'll make your life a lot easier. We can change the order of layers. I'm going to move this green circle so that it overlaps the red circle. Now the green is on top because in our Layers panel, the green circle layer resides above red circle. If I switch that, simply by clicking and dragging the layer down, now the red circle is overlapping. Another neat thing we can do with layers is align and distribute them. I'm going to select multiple layers. I'll start with a red circle. I'm going to hold down the Shift key, select green circle, and then green diamond. Now I need to turn on the visibility for green diamond. There it is. And I'm going to scroll down and turn off the elements that we're not using. So I've got 3 layers selected, and with the Move tool selection in the Options bar, I have some choices for how to align these. This very first icon will align the 3 layers along their top edge. So I click that, and now all 3 are aligned at the top edge. I can choose to distribute them. If I move over here to this second grouping of tools, I can click on the Horizontal Distribute tool to allow them to have an equal amount of space between each object. The objects are now distributed evenly with the same amount of overlap between the 3 of them. The last thing I want to show you here is how to link layers. I'm going to click on red circle to deselect the other 2 for a moment. And if I hold down the Shift key again and select green circle, I'm going to move down to the bottom of the Layers panel and click the link icon. Now both layers have a link, and what that means is that whether I select green circle or red circle, whatever I do to that layer will happen to the second linked layer. So if I simply click on green circle and drag it around, you can see the red circle follows. It's as if they're on the same layer, but the link is only a temporary feature. We can turn that off anytime. If we wanted to transform both of these layers, because they are linked, we could simply go to the Edit menu, select Free Transform, and notice the bounding box extends across both objects, and I can simply shrink them down, skew them a little bit. The change applies to both layers. I'm going to hit the Enter key to commit. The Link tool allows you to work on one layer and have the change applied to the second layer automatically. Now, if you're finished with linking them and you'd like to work individually with them again, simply go back down to the bottom of the Layers panel, click the link icon, and now we can edit those layers independently once again. Let's take a closer look at the Layers panel and explore the options it gives us. In our Chapter 12 folder, we're going to begin with the file Layers01. Now, much of what we do to layers is going to occur in the Layers panel. We can add a new layer simply by clicking on this Add Layer icon, and there we have Layer 1, a brand new layer. We can duplicate an existing layer simply by clicking on it and dragging it down to the same icon, and now we have a copy of that layer. If we want to get rid of a layer, we can delete it simply by clicking the layer to highlight it and pressing this trash can icon. Photoshop says, do you really want to do this? We'll select yes. You could also delete a layer by clicking it and dragging it to the trash icon, and that will eliminate that Photoshop warning. You can adjust the opacity of layers. With this daisy layer selected, I'm going to click on the word opacity, and instead of 100%, let's type in 50%. Now you can see the bottom image is being allowed to show through at a 50% strength. We'll reset this back to 100. Blending modes here at the top of the Layers panel offer you a number of options for adding creative effects to your images. Let's just take a look at two. If I set this to screen, it blends those two together nicely, similarly to reducing the opacity, but with a bit more subtlety. Let's take a look at a brand new addition to CS5, Divide. That's a cool abstract effect. I'm going to set this back to normal. And I'm going to turn on the hue, saturation, and levels adjustment layers. Right now, the adjustment layers are applying not only to the daisy layer, but to the sky layer. If I turn off daisy temporarily, and you can see that levels is applying to this bottommost layer. But suppose I want these two adjustment layers to only apply to the daisy layer and not spill through. Well, we can do that by creating what's called a clipping mask. I'm going to select both of these adjustment layers, shift click to select the second layer, and in the flyout menu at the top of the Layers panel, I'm going to select Create Clipping Mask. Now look what happens. If I turn this on and off, you can see daisy changing, but that sky along the top of the image is remaining the same. These effects have been clipped so that they end at the layer immediately below them. Adding layers to your images greatly increases their file size, but if we flatten an image, we compress all of this information into a single background layer. And we can flatten simply by going back to the flyout menu and select Flatten Image. All those changes take effect, and they're now a background layer. I'm going to undo that, Control Z on the Mac, Command Z on the PC. If we want to merge the layers instead and not create a background layer, we can simply go back to the same menu, and this time select Merge Visible. We've now compressed all of those layers into a single layer, but that layer has not been converted into a background layer. I want to show you another image. Let's close this one, and we don't need to save it. Back in our Chapter 12 folder, let's open Layers 02. Notice that even though this image has a single layer, it is not a background layer. There's no padlock icon there, and that's important because we're going to add layer styles, and you cannot do that on a background layer. Let's go up to the Window menu, select Styles, and we have our styles options here. On the flyout menu, I'm going to click and we're going to load some new styles. Let's start with photographic effects for this image. Photoshop asks if we want to replace the contents. That's absolutely okay with us. Now you see all these icons here. These really offer you no help in terms of what the effects are going to do. So let's go back to our flyout menu and select text only. This is much better. Let's see what happens if we select negative. Well, it converts the image to a negative. Sepia tone does exactly what you might expect. Notice that as we click a layer style in the Layers panel, we can see effects show up immediately beneath the layer. Because those effects are in the Layers panel, we can turn them on and off at will, but we can also go down, double click on any of the effects, and we can edit the settings. So these styles are a great starting point, but you could also tweak them to taste. Let's take a look at one more set of styles. We'll go to Image Effects. Again, it's okay for us to replace these. Let's check Black and White Photo. We've got a blue filter, circular vignette, all these kinds of things. So you've got tons of styles you can cycle through, and styles are nothing more than a collection of layer effects. So you can turn them on and off, and you can edit them to your heart's content. The last thing I want to show you here is very cool. We're going to learn how to create knockout type. Let's close this image. We don't need to save it. And back in our Chapter 12 folder, we are going to open the file titled Knockout. Now in this image, I've got a background layer. I have created a layer effects layer right above it called Brick Wall. We'll turn that on. Now what we're going to do is to create some type and let it knock out this brick wall so that the background image shows through. Let's select the type tool that's in your tools panel. The shortcut is T. I'm selecting the font Arial and black because I want something very bold. You can choose a different font, but you'll get the best results with a typeface that is very, very wide and fat. So I'm going to simply click and type in the word here, clouds. I'm going to type it in all caps. Now that's pretty small for the effect that I want to do, so I'm simply going to click in here with the control key, that would be the command key on the Mac, and you can see the text bounding box, and I'm going to drag this up to expand the text. And I think I want to drag it out on the side as well. There we go. We're going to have something that stretches just about from edge to edge. That looks pretty good. I'll hit the Enter key to commit to that. Now what we want to do is go to our Layers panel, and up in the flyout menu, we are going to select Blending Options. Now the very first step here, very important, this will not work if you don't do it. Set fill opacity down to 0%. Our text is going to temporarily disappear, but under knockout, we want to choose deep. This will take it all the way down to the background layer. Hit OK, and now you can see that our text, instead of being black, has cut out so that the bottom image can be revealed. And this is still a text layer. We have not rasterized it. We can still move this around. If I simply click with the control key on the PC, that would be the command key on the Mac, I can move it down here. We can move this freely and decide where this looks absolutely best. So there you have it, knockout type that reveals our background layer. Once you've added more than a couple of layers, it's time to start organizing them. Let's go back to our Chapter 12 folder and open up our old friend Shapes. You can see that the Layers panel is starting to get a bit unwieldy, and if I turn all of these on, the image itself gets a little bit busy. I'm going to show you how to create groups in your Layers panel to manage all these layers. In the flyout menu of the Layers panel, I'm simply going to click and choose New Group. Photoshop asks us for a name. I'm going to group all of my circles together. So I'm going to name this Circles. Hit OK. Now we have a folder. What can we do with that? Well, we can add layers inside that. I'm going to drag this layer 6 thumbnail because it's a circle. Click and drag it up till it's over that layer and release it. Now you can see that layer 6 is inside the circles folder. If I close circles, you cannot see layer 6. I'm going to do the same with red. Simply clicking and dragging it, and we have one more circles layer down here that we can drag back up. Now we've cleaned up the layers panel a bit. We have our circles here. We can open them and close them in one click. I'm going to do the same thing with diamonds, but this time I'll do it a bit differently. I'm going to click on green diamond and shift click to select the next two layers. Now, in our flyout menu, I'm going to select New Group from Layers. When we select this option, Photoshop bundles the layers that we have just manually selected and puts them in the group for us. It saves me a lot of clicking and dragging. We'll name this. Now, those 3 layers have automatically been placed in the Diamonds folder. If I open up Diamonds, they're all in there. Make sure at this point that you have the visibility icons turned on for all 3 because I want to show you something very cool. If we close the layer group and simply turn the icon off, it affects all the layers included in that group. So an easy way to turn layers on and off. So with layer groups, we've got a quick and easy way to manage the contents of our layers panel. Now I want to show you something very cool, layer comps. Layer comps are a great way to create snapshots of changes that we make to our layers. Let's see how that works. In the window menu, I want you to go and select layer comps. Now with layer comps, we can record three things about layers. We can record the visibility, whether they're on or off, the position of elements in a layer, and whether we have layer styles applied to them. So let's go to the Layer Comps panel, click on the flyout, and choose New Layer Comp. Now we haven't made any changes yet, so we're simply going to label this Start. And we want to have all three boxes checked. We want to apply changes to visibility, position, and appearance. So let's hit OK. Now let's make some changes. I'm going to open up this diamonds group, and the green diamond, I want to apply a layer style. So I'm going to go back to my layer styles panel here, and let's choose a different library of styles. We are going to choose buttons, and we can hit OK to replace the contents and simply check angled spectrum. There we go, huge obvious change. And notice down here we can see the effects in our layers panel. I'm going to scroll down and select red diamond, and this time we're going to choose beveled mouse over. So we've got two changes there. I'm going to close the diamonds group, and I'm going to turn off the background layer, and now in circles I'm going to select layer 6 and red circle and move them both. Now if all of the circle layers are moving, I want you to look in the options bar and make sure that you have layer selected next to auto select. There we go. We've made enough changes that the difference should be obvious. So now back in our layer comps panel, we're going to click and select again new layer comp, and this one we're just going to give the title spectrum for that first effect we did. We'll hit OK. Now what we can do is go back to the beginning to start, and our document goes back to that state. If we click on spectrum, we move back to this current state, and you can easily imagine that you could have any number of these layer comps. Layer comps are a great way to quickly and easily go back between various stages of an image. And best of all, layer comps remain with your image. If you save the file, close it, and then reopen it later, your layer comps will still be there, and you can move to any of these states that you have saved.
Photoshop makes it easy to create a single composition out of multiple images. Here's how.
When you record a high contrast scene, your camera may not be able to record pleasing highlights and shadows in the same exposure. When that happens, Photoshop can help. Let's open our Chapter 13 folder, and we're going to select two files, Grass 01 and Grass 02. Hold the Shift key to select multiple files. And I'd like to see both of these in separate documents. So up in our application bar, we're going to simply select Tile All in Grid from this Arrange Windows icon. I'll reduce the size of this one a bit and do the same thing here. And you can see what our problem is. With the image on the right, we've got a nice rendering of the subject, but the background is a little bit too bright, and the opposite result in the image on the left. What we're going to do is combine these images into a single document and merge the best elements of each. We're going to select the Move tool. Now you can do this temporarily with a keyboard shortcut. It's Control on the PC, Command on the Mac. Click on this Grass 02 file, and we're going to drag it over into this first image and hold the Shift key. This will ensure that the images are perfectly aligned. Let's close this Grass 02. We don't need this anymore. And because I held down the Shift key, if I toggle this top layer off and on, you can see that the images are perfectly aligned. Let's change the names here, give them something a little bit more descriptive. I'll double click on the background layer. That's our dark layer, and let's call this one light. What we'd like is for our subject to remain as it is in this light layer, but to pull in a lot of the background from this dark layer. To do that, we're going to need to add a layer mask. So at the bottom of the Layers channel, we're going to select Add Layer Mask. We have a white layer mask there. And what we're going to do is draw a gradient on this layer mask. We're going to select the Gradient tool in the Tools panel. The keyboard shortcut is G. I want you to verify up in the options bar that you have this third icon selected. This is our black to white gradient. Very important. Also make sure that to the right you've selected our linear gradient icon. It's the very first choice here. Now we're going to be painting from black to white. So I'm going to start not quite at the top of the image because I'd like this top sliver to be completely black on the layer mask. I'm going to click, hold down the shift key to constrain my drawing to a straight line, and I'll release it just as I get to about the eyebrow. And there we go. You can see that at the top of the image we've allowed that bottom layer to show through. Now we can still modify this. If we want to fix some of these areas here in the grass and make those a little darker, we can simply paint on this mask in addition to our gradient. So let's select the brush tool, and I want you to verify that you have a hardness set to 0. We need a nice feathered edge for this brush. I want to paint with black, so look in the tools panel at the bottom, make sure that your foreground color is set to black. If it is set to white, simply click that double bent arrow. If you're seeing a completely different set of colors here, press the letter D on your keyboard. That'll take you back to your black and white default chips. And we're going to paint not at 100% opacity because remember the gradient starts at full strength and ends at 0. So we want to find a reasonably good match somewhere in this area. We'll choose, let's see, we'll click on opacity and try 45%. And now let's just paint. That's a pretty nice match right there. Taking care not to spill over on our subject. We're getting a nice subtle result that is realistic and believable. And there we go. We've combined the best elements of both of these layers. If I turn off this dark layer, you can see exactly what we've done. That's the amount of the light layer that's being hidden by the mask, allowing the dark layer below to show through. Stitching images together to create a panorama or simply a higher resolution file is a fun way to create striking photographs, and Photoshop makes it super easy. Let's go to our Chapter 13 folder and we're going to select 3 files, 3-shot pano A, B, and C. Again, with the Shift key, we can select those contiguous files and hit Open. I'd like to start with these files in their own document windows, so we're going to go up to our Arrange Windows menu and select Tile Vertical. We've got 3 separate shots looking across at the Ponte Vecchio in Florence, and what we'd like to do is blend them seamlessly into a single image. To manually blend these files, I'd have to create a large canvas, drag in each image, align them along the edges, and hope that everything matched up. Too much work. Instead, we're going to use Photo Merge. In the File menu, down under Automate, select Photo Merge. And we're going to leave the layout set to auto, and under Source Files, we're simply going to tell Photoshop to add Open Files. This adds the files that are currently on our screen. Blend images together, we want to have that checked. This will avoid any seams along our edges. Vignette removal and geometric distortion are handy tools. For this particular image, we don't need to use either, so I'm simply going to hit OK. And now let's check on our result. I'm going to cycle through to full screen mode with menu bar by pressing the F key. And look at this, those 3 separate images have been blended into a single seamless image. All we have to do is crop out the excess. We'll select the crop tool. The shortcut is the letter C. And there we have it, the Ponte Vecchio. What's that, you say? Only a 3-image composite, no big deal? Well, my friend, let's try something a bit more ambitious then. I'm going to close all of these files by going to the File menu and selecting Close All. We don't need to save anything. And we are going back to Photo Merge with no files open. This time we're going to tell Photoshop to look for a folder. We'll click Browse, and let's go to our Chapter 13 folder, and here we have a folder titled Panorama. We'll hit OK, And that folder contains not 1, not 2, not 3, but 13 images. We're about to make a very long panorama. Simply hit OK. Now that is a panorama. I really wish I could give you more information about nitty-gritty details and how hard and difficult it was to create and how much time it would take and how you had to dig into each layer, but it's really this simple. You select Photo Merge. We'll crop this out here. And there we have it, a beautiful panorama. Photoshop makes it easy to convert multiple takes into a single image even when the camera position has changed. Let's start with 2 more images from our Chapter 13 folder. This time we'll choose Align 01 and Align 02. Again, let's pull these into their own document windows. This time I'm going to select the horizontal tile, and I'll bring this one up a bit. Zoom in here as well. Now here's the problem. We've got a shot of these 2 incredibly cute kids, but one is looking at the image in one shot, the other is looking at the image in the other shot. Happens all the time. Here's how we fix it. You might have guessed that we're going to drag these layers into a single document, so I'm going to take this bottom layer, holding down the Control key on the PC, Command key on the Mac to invoke the Move tool. I'm simply going to click and drag, hold the Shift key to align the pixels. And let's get rid of this bottom image now. Now here's our problem. Even though we held down the Shift key to align the pixel dimensions, the camera position has changed in between these 2 photographs. So if I toggle this top layer off, you can see that everything has moved in here. And if we just create a layer mask and start painting out, we're going to have a mess on our hands. So what we need to do is first align these images, and fortunately Photoshop has a tool to do just that. We're going to select both of these layers in the Layers panel, go up to the Edit menu, and select Auto Align Layers. We're going to stay with the default Auto option and hit OK. Notice that in the Layers panel, Photoshop automatically converted that background layer. It's now titled Layer 0 and there is no padlock. Now let's see how Photoshop did in aligning these layers. Much better. Now when we toggle off, most of the movement is centered on the children. The chairs and the table are staying nicely in place. Now we're ready to add a layer mask. I'll click on Layer 1 to activate it. Click the Add Layer Mask button. Let's go and choose a brush. Again, we want to have a nice feathered edge, so you must be set to a hardness of 0%. Make sure that your foreground color is set to black, 100% opacity, and simply paint over the area that you want to hide. And look at that. Just like magic, we're able to paint out from the top layer, allowing this bottom layer to show through. Can even get rid of his arm over that plate. Change the plate a little bit. The rest of the table matches up nicely. We've got a nice seamless blend here between the layers. No one can tell that we faked it. So if you want to attribute this to your obviously superior photographic skills, feel free. What I'll do is crop out here. We're going to have to take out some areas here off of the top and bottom. But a small price to pay for such a great result. There we go. And if I toggle the top layer on and off, you can see really the only thing moving is the child on the right. Auto Align is a lifesaver with group portraits. Simply take as many shots as you need and you can blend them into one perfect take. Without a doubt, one of the most difficult things to make selections of are soft, fuzzy edges like hair. In CS5, though, we've got a revamped Refine Edges tool that is a huge leap forward. I'm so excited to show you this. Let's open up a file in our Chapter 13 folder. We'll select Hair. Notice in our Layers panel we have 2 layers. What we'd like to do is replace this white layer on which the child was photographed with our layer number 2, this sand. That'll be a much nicer effect. In an earlier chapter, we saw how easy it was to create selections with the Quick Selection tool, so let's start there. The keyboard shortcut is W for this tool. I'm going to increase my brush size significantly. Right bracket key is the shortcut. Now we want to select the child, but in this instance, it's going to be much faster if we select the background. I'm simply going to click and paint, and click and paint again, and now I've got a very rough selection in only 2 clicks. Let's zoom in here on the face and check out what's happening with the hair. I'm going to reduce my brush size. I want to modify my initial selection, so I'm going to hold down the Option key on the Mac, the Alt key on the PC, and simply paint along some of these hair edges. We don't need to include every single strand, but we do want to avoid the dreaded helmet hair. Get this last one down here. That's pretty good for a rough selection. I'll zoom back out. Now keep in mind, we selected the background, but what we really want to select is the child. So in the Select menu, we select Inverse. That inverts our selection, and now our child is selected, and now we're ready for our visit to the Refined Edge tool. Now, a few things I want to show you here before we get started. The first thing is that we've got a lot of view options here under View mode. We can choose to show the image in its marching ants mode. We can see an overlay. We could view it over black. We could view it over white. But the most useful view when you've already got a bottom layer is to choose the On Layers option. This lets you see your selection directly against the background that you're trying to match it to. We're going to work with this tool by zooming into the image at a 100% view. Very crucial to be able to see exactly what you're doing. And before we get to the hair, I want to focus on the body here. We want to make sure that we've got a good selection around these harder edges. Let's start in the Adjust Edge box. We've got a smooth slider, and right now the edge of his arm is a little bit harsh against that sand. So we're going to bump the smooth slider up maybe to about 5 or 6. That gives us a much more believable and natural edge against that sand. Feathering can be useful if you need to feather your initial selection. Here you can see it's giving us a halo, so we're not going to find that useful in this image. The contrast slider will increase the contrast along your edges, and that we don't want to do. We're actually smoothing those edges. Now if your initial selection is either too tight or not tight enough, you can use this Shift Edge slider, drag it to the left, and your selection will move inward. Drag it to the right, and your selection moves out. We're pretty good at 0. Now I want to show you the most exciting addition to Refine Edge. It is the Refine Radius tool. This tool is going to allow us to intelligently mask out areas of this top layer. So I'm going to scroll back up here to the hair. I'm going to turn on the Smart Radius box. On an older computer, this may slow you down a bit, but it gives you a much more precise result. I'm going to bump up my radius here to just about 1 pixel. And now what I'm going to do is simply paint over these white areas to allow the bottom layer to show through. And look at that. If you're a retoucher, you've probably just fallen out of your chair. This used to be very, very tedious work that could easily take up the better part of an afternoon, but all I have to do is click and drag with this brush. And Photoshop is automatically noting the difference between the hair and the background and allowing the background to show through to the bottom layer. This is really fantastic. I mean, this feature alone is worth the upgrade to CS5, and if you do any sort of retouching, this will pay for itself the very first time you use it. I'll get this spot down in here, and I'm not really having to be even that precise because Photoshop is doing such a great job of making a distinction between the hair and the white background. Now here's another great new addition to Refine Edge. Right now, all we've done is make a selection. We're seeing a preview of how it would look if it was masked, but right now we just have a selection. Under Output, we can choose whether we want this to remain a selection or to automatically create a layer mask. We could create a brand new layer with or without a layer mask. We could even make a new document that would have this layer mask. Extremely helpful options here. This will speed up your workflow significantly. We are going to choose the layer mask option. I'll point out here we have a Remember Settings button. If you check this, the next time you open Refine Edge, it will have these identical settings. So let's just hit OK. And now you can see we've got a very, very nice selection. It's not 100% perfect. We could do a little touch-up work on that mask, but for a few seconds worth of work, it's pretty phenomenal.
Whether you're the next Picasso or do best with stick figures, Photoshop's painting tools allow you to add artistic flourishes to any image. Let's find out how.
Photoshop has some amazing capabilities when it comes to painting, and there's no better place to start exploring these options than the Brush panel. So let's go up to the Window menu and select Brush. That opens up our Brush panel. Now before we get started here, there's a few house cleaning things I want to go over. At the bottom of the Tools panel, notice that I have a blue foreground and a red background color. I want you to have these identical colors. So simply click on this foreground chip. That opens up the color picker box, and I want you to set the red, green, and blue values that I have. 49 for the red, 52 green, and 183 for the blue. Then hit OK. And I'd like for you to do the same by clicking on this background color chip. Now set 174 for the red, 32 for the green, and 17 for the blue. Hit OK. Now our brush panel at this point is completely grayed out. Why is that? Well, we don't have any of the brush tools selected. So let's go select our brush tool. Now we can see that our brush panel is ready for use, but we're not quite ready yet. Let's go and create a brand new document. Under the File menu, select New. That's Control-N on the PC, Command-N on the Mac. And I want us to start with the same size document, so change your preset here to default Photoshop size if you're not there already. And what I'd like to do is change the width here. So I want you to change that to a 10. And I'm going to hit the Tab key to cycle down to the height. And under height, I want you to enter 10 as well. So we'll both be starting with a square document. And then simply hit OK. We're going to hit the F key to cycle through to full screen mode with menu bar. I'm invoking the hand tool here with the space bar so I can drag this image out from beneath the brush panel. And now we are ready to get started. The very first thing to know about the brush panel is that in this top window we have our brush shapes. We have icons showing us the shapes of brushes available in this brush library. I want you to go down to the bottom of the brush panel, click on the Preset Manager icon. In the right flyout menu, select Reset Brushes. I want you to replace your current brushes, so press OK. I've already got my defaults, so I'm going to hit Cancel. Then hit Done. We're going to start with a simple brush. I've got my 65 brush here selected. What does that 65 mean? And you'll notice that all of the brushes have numbers. That's simply telling you the brush size. So if I click here to 19 and went here to 65, we're changing the brush size. So you can see this is a 65 pixel brush. But I can easily change that with the right or left bracket keys. I'm going to bump it up just a couple of points. Now I'm simply going to click and drag to paint. Notice that the line I painted is very soft and fuzzy. And also in the bottom of the brush panel in our brush stroke preview, you can see that same soft fuzzy brush stroke. That's because in the options bar we can pull down here, our hardness is set to 0%. That is the preset for that brush shape. We can drag this over and make it 100%. Now, if we paint, we have a hard edge. Notice that at the bottom of the brush panel, that preview updated as well. So anytime you make a change to a brush, you can preview that before you even paint, right down in that stroke preview box. So far, if you've been seeing an animated brush icon in the upper left of your document window, you've got the brush preview enabled. Your video card supports that. You can turn that off because we're not going to use it here by simply clicking on this brush preview icon. That's a nice little feature that you have if your video card supports it, but it is far from necessary, and we're not going to be using that in this tutorial, so you can go ahead and turn that off. Now, if you're thinking to yourself, well, brushes would be great if I could draw. Well, have no fear. Photoshop to the rescue. We've looked at a very basic brush shape. We can see some bristles here that we're going to talk about in a few moments, but if you scroll down in this shape library, you'll notice that we have some very interesting shapes. Here's a leaf. Now if I simply click, I've painted a leaf. If I click again, I've painted another one. So even if you don't know how to draw a leaf, you can draw a leaf. Watch what happens if I click and drag. Now I've got leaves stacked on top of each other. Now this is the default setting here. Now I'm going to show you the cool stuff in the brush panel. We can see here below the shape previews, we've got a size slider. That's the same as using the bracket keys. We can make the brush bigger or smaller, but I'm going to jump down here to spacing. Watch what happens in our stroke preview box if I drag the spacing slider. Look at that. It's spacing out our brush strokes. So now if I paint, my leaves are nicely spaced out. Pretty cool, huh? What else can I do? Well, we've got a flip X and flip Y checkbox. If I click on flip X, watch what happens in the stroke preview. The leaves are now flipped horizontally. If I check the flip Y box, they're now flipped vertically. You can use both of these together. You could use one or the other. You could turn them both off, obviously. So that's an interesting way that you can add some variety to your drawing. You can change the angle here of the shapes. Right now it's at 0 degrees. I'm going to click on the word angle and set this to 45 degrees. And you can see now that the brushes are tilted at a 45-degree angle. Let's set that back to 0 for now. We can change the roundness. With these leaves, they're going to look best at 100%, but I'll show you what, let's say, 30% would look like. So they're a little bit flat, almost like they're pressed on a page. Let's set this back to 100%. So we've got some very cool options here to paint with. Now we have changed our default values for this leaf brush. We've changed the spacing, we played with flipping it X and Y. The thing to remember about brush presets are, you can change them at will, but anytime you click off of this brush and select another one, when you return to that original brush, it will take its default settings. So if we go here to this other leaf brush, which is very nice, actually let's paint with that a little bit. There we go. If we move back to our original leaf, now our spacing is set back to 25, and any other changes we would have made here have been lost. So if you would like to make changes to a brush shape and maintain those changes, here's what you do. Let's change the spacing here. Put it something like there. Let's flip this, and let's put the angle at 15 degrees, for example. Now what we'd like to do, if we want to be able to go back to this brush preset, go up to the flyout menu at the top of the brush panel and select New Brush Preset. It gives us a default name. Scattered Maple Leaves is the original name, and it's adding a 1, so it won't overwrite that. Notice that we have Capture Brush Size in Preset. Right now it's at 74, so if we check that box, our new brush preset will be 74 pixels. We can simply hit OK. And now let's move to a different brush. Let's go to this sort of 3-leaf guy here. Now if we go back to our original brush, well, there's the default settings, but we have our new brush preset down here that maintains the characteristics we just put in. Now I'd like to talk to you a bit about bristle tips. All of these standard brush shapes have what's called static tips. But if we click on one of these bristle tip brushes with the very cool icons here, you'll notice that our menu options change below. We have a bristle qualities box. We can change the shape of it. This is a round point. We could do something like a round curve, for example, and notice here in this preview box what that does. We can change the amount of bristles. We can increase them. We can decrease them. We can change the length of the bristles. We can change thickness. Now if you make it very thick, you're sort of taking out all of the individual bristles there. We could change the stiffness of it, for example, and we can change the angle. And of course our old friend spacing. So all of these parameters we can change for any of these bristle brushes. So if we click on this fan brush here, We can see how this paints. Let's click and draw with that. But if we change the bristle amount here, let's reduce those, make them a bit less stiff, and change the angle. Now we have a slightly different stroke. So all of those things that you can play with your brush bristles. Well, enough of that tinkering around the edges. We're going to create a brand new brush from scratch. Now you can create a brush out of anything. You can even create it out of another image, and that's what we're going to do. So I want you to go to your Chapter 14 folder and open up the file Strawberry 2. And let's drag this so we can see the whole object. Now what we want is for this entire strawberry to become a brush shape. To do that, we first select it. So let's use our quick select tool. W is the keyboard shortcut. Now we want to select the strawberry, but as we saw in an earlier chapter, sometimes it's easier to select the area that you do not want. So we're going to bump up this brush size, and I'm going to paint over this background. Fill in a little bit here, and once more there. And that's pretty good. We've got a rough selection, and that's going to be just fine for our purposes. Keep in mind, though, that we have selected the background, and we want to invert that selection. So we go up to the Select menu and choose Inverse. Now our strawberry is selected. And with that selection made, go to the Edit menu, and all the way down here, select Define Brush Preset. This is where we create our brand new brush. The brush has a nice icon. It's got a default name. I think this would be much better served with strawberry. So let's simply click OK. And now let's go back to the document we created. When you've got multiple documents and the view is blocked, simply go up to the Window menu. Scroll all the way down here to the bottom, and we can select Untitled 1. And let's go back and choose the brush tool. Now, in our brush panel, let's scroll down and find our strawberry. There it is. So if we click this, we now can paint a strawberry. I'm going to reduce the size of the brush just a bit. There is a strawberry. If I click and drag, multiple strawberries stacked on top. So let's change the spacing here. Space those out like that, and let's flip them that way, and now let's paint. There we go. So we've got strawberries. We can paint those all day. Note to this point we've only been painting in blue. When you paint with the brush uses the foreground color. If we wanted to paint a red strawberry, which I think makes a bit more sense, let's simply go and toggle our foreground and background colors here. Now let's paint another strawberry. And there we go. Now we've got some red going in there. Now we can do a lot with the brush presets panel, and we're not finished with it. We're going to come back to it in the next lesson. But this takes up a lot of screen space. And if you're not looking to alter any settings of your brushes, you really don't need to have this taking up that much of the screen. So what we're going to do now is dock this beneath our history panel, free up some screen space here, and instead what we're going to open under Window is Brush Presets. Now we've got a listing of all of our presets in a much more compact, manageable space. We can scroll up, choose any of them that we want, and we've freed up a lot more room for our image. So when you're going to actually make changes to the brush, go to the brush panel, but when you just want to quickly and easily select from the presets you've already made, you can use the brush presets instead. Now we haven't saved this file, and if we simply try to close it by going File, Close, Photoshop is going to remind us that, hey, we have not saved this. And in this case, for the very first time in our training, we are going to save this document. So I want you to select Yes. And let's give this a name. Let's call this DoodlePad. We're going to use this file in our very next lesson. For right now, we can leave it as a PSD file. We could save it as a TIFF as well. Save it back to your Chapter 14 folder if you prefer, and simply click the Save button. The strawberry we don't need to save, so you can simply close that, and I'll see you in the next lesson. We just saw some of the amazing options we have with brush shapes and bristle tips, but now we're going to take things up a notch with a quick look at brush dynamics. I've got open on my screen the DoodlePad document that we saved in the last lesson. If yours is not on screen, you can find it in your Chapter 14 folder. If you did not create a DoodlePad, have no fear, because the first thing we're going to do here is clear out the contents. So let's go to the Select menu, select All, then the Edit menu, Fill, and we're going to choose white. We want to fill this canvas with white and get rid of our previous doodles. I'm going to deselect these marching ants with Control D on the PC. That would be Command D on the Mac. You can see that I've still got my strawberry custom brush selected, and let's move to the brush panel. Now beneath brush tip shape, we've got a list of what's known as brush dynamics, and these are very cool. Let's start with shape dynamics. Make sure to click on the word, and then you can see all the options to the right. Now we've got options for size, angle, roundness, and we have a flip X and Y. Those terms are all familiar. We saw them in our brush shapes options, but now they're all followed by the word jitter. Jitter is simply a geeky word for randomness. So watch down in our stroke preview box. If I drag the size jitter slider over to the right, I'm randomizing the sizes of these strawberries so they're not one uniform size. I can make this same adjustment for the angle. Some random angles there. We can adjust roundness. And I could even flip them horizontally, but that's applied randomly. So let's take a look at what that stroke would look like. And there we go. Lots of variety there. Let's go down to scattering. This is also a very cool one. Right now, all of our strawberries are floating along a curve, but if I drag the scatter slider, you can see now they're spaced apart and kind of floating in space. But they're all scattering or moving in the vertical axis. If I check this box, both axes, well now they're scattered horizontally and vertically. We can increase the count, add to the density of these strawberries here, and of course we could randomize that density. Now if I paint, look at that, completely random assortment of strawberries. Now here's another great thing about dynamics. Remember in the last lesson when we clicked a brush preset and made changes, if we moved off of that preset and came back to it, our changes were wiped out. Here we've got padlocks to the right of all of these dynamics. If we click on them to lock them, then move to another brush preset, those two parameters, in this case shape dynamics and scattering, will remain. Let's see how that works. Let's go to our brush shapes, and let's go and select a very standard brush here, the plain old vanilla 19 hard edge brush. You can see that even though the preset changed, it is picking up our shape dynamics and scattering. Let's change one thing here to this brush before we get started. We're going to open up the spacing here. Now what happens if you don't want to maintain the shape dynamics and the scattering in this case? Well, they're both locked, but we can simply go to the flyout menu here and check Reset All Locked Settings. So that takes the shape dynamics and scattering to their defaults. Let's increase spacing a bit more here. And the final dynamic that's very, very cool I want to show you is color dynamics. Now we've got our first option that will let us shift between the foreground and background color. So I'll drag the slider here to increase the randomness, and I'll paint here. I'll increase the brush just a bit. And you can see it's varying back and forth. That's a nice little tool, but here's where it really gets fun. I'm going to drag the hue over here. Now when we paint, we have a full spectrum of colors. We're not limited to the foreground and background colors. We could adjust the saturation of those, but here's the one that's really fun. We can adjust the brightness. I'm going to drag this pretty far to the right. And now let's see the result. There we go. We've got an even greater range of colors here. The purity slider is an adjustment for your saturation. It sets the endpoints. I'm going to leave this set at 0. But look at the amazing changes we can make with dynamics, even on a plain old vanilla brush. New to CS5 is the Mixer brush, offering for the first time a way to simulate what happens in real life when you brush onto a wet canvas. To explore this, let's open up a file in our Chapter 14 folder. open the file Mixer. Notice that I have my Brush Presets panel up on screen. If yours is not open, go to Window and select Brush Presets. Now let's select the Mixer Brush tool. It is located in the Tools panel beneath the Brush tool. So click on Brush and let's select Mixer Brush. Now a couple things here I need to talk about in the options bar. The very first thing we have is a color swatch, and this is called the reservoir. This is the color that you are dipping your paintbrush into. By default, it's set to the foreground color, but we'll take a look at how to change that. To the right, you have two brush icons. This first one, you can toggle it on and off. This is your load icon, and when it's activated, you will be loading your brush between every stroke. In other words, you'll be dipping your brush back into that reservoir of color. To the right of it, we have the clean icon. You can toggle this on and off also. When this is activated, your brush will be cleaned between each stroke. So 2 consecutive strokes will have the exact same mix of colors. We've got a pull-down menu here with a ton of handy presets that we'll get into in a moment. But let's talk about this first parameter here, the wet value. The wet value determines how wet or dry your canvas is. So let's set this to a value of 0. We're going to have a completely dry canvas. We're going to have a load of 100%. Load refers to how much color you're putting onto your brush. So right now we're going to brush on this yellow square with a red paint. Click and drag, and we simply have the normal brush behavior in Photoshop. No big deal. But if we change our wetness to 100%, let's see what happens. Now we'll start painting in this yellow. And now look at what we have. The colors are mixing together because the canvas is wet. Now let's talk about load for 1 second. I'm going to set a wetness of 0 again. And this time for the load, I'm going to set it to a very small value, like 3%. Now let's click and see what happens. If I click here and drag, I'll do it again because you may have missed it. Look at that. I keep dragging the mouse, but the paint runs out because we have a very small load. We did not put a lot of paint on that brush. Next, we have the mix option. Now this is only active when you have a wetness value above 0. So let's set a wetness here of 100. Going to set a medium strength load of 50%. And I'm going to set the mix at 0. When the mix is at 0%, Photoshop is giving ultimate priority to the reservoir color, in this case to the red here. So if I paint on this brown, you can see the red shows up right away, and if I stretch out of that, we're painting with all red. Now let's see what happens if I change the mix to 90%. As the mix increases in percentage, Photoshop gives more weight to the pickup color, the color that is on the canvas. So now if I paint, well, you can see now there's a bunch of brown because you can't even see any red. If I spill out, look at how much of that brown color we're picking up. So mix is a great way to vary the percentage between your reservoir color and the canvas color. Now if we're going to be painting with this reservoir color, how can we change it? Well, you could go and change your foreground color as usual. You could simply click on it and select a new value, but you can also pick up color directly from the canvas. And you do this by positioning the mouse over a color, holding down the Option key on the Mac, Alt key on the PC, and simply click. We can add the yellow here. We could go back to red. Simply Option Alt clicking selects the canvas color as your reservoir color. Now there's one very important option under here. Until now I've been using the Load Solid Colors Only option, but I'll turn this off so you can see what it does. And I'll increase the brush size a bit too. If I put the brush over this area and Option click on the Mac, Alt click on the PC, notice what my reservoir color looks like. It is picking up all the color sampled by the size of my brush. So I'd be painting with yellow mixed with red up at the top. If you don't want that behavior, simply turn this back on, select Load Solid Colors Only. Now if I Option Alt click in that same location, I have a solid patch of yellow. So far we've just been making squiggles, but I'll show you a quick application of this tool. Let's open up a file in our Chapter 14 folder, and this time we'll choose Guanajuato 2. Alright, I'll zoom in here at 100% view. We'll go up to the top. What we want to do here to this illustration is add a little sun to it. Now I'm going to go down and choose a more artsy kind of brush for this one. I think I'll choose something like this. And I'll increase the brush size just a bit. And now I'm going to use our preset list. I want to have a very wet brush, so I'm going to choose very wet. This gives me a wet value of 100, a load of 50%, and a mix of 50%. I'm not going to paint directly on the background layer. It's always a good idea to paint on a layer. That way you can always undo your changes in the future. So in the Layers panel, let's click the Add Layer button. And we're going to paint on layer 1, but we want this mixer brush to interact with the background layer. So we're going to turn on Sample All Layers. And now we'll make a little sun. Not too bad. You can see the colors mixing because of the wet canvas, so we at least have a little more natural painterly-like look. But suppose we think that sun came in just a bit too bright to match the rest of the image. Well, here's what painters would do. Van Gogh and Monet would do a wet into wet painting, and that is exactly what we are going to do. I'm going to click on our reservoir color. That brings up the color picker, and I'm going to choose a yellow that is just less bright, something down about here, and I'll select OK. Now what I want to do is paint over that brighter yellow with the darker yellow and let those colors mix nicely. So what I'm going to do is lower my wet value because I want this to be fairly subtle. I'll set that to 30%. My load is going to be very small. I don't want to overpower the existing yellow. I'll set that to 5%. And I'm going to set my mix fairly high at 85. This will weight this heavily towards the canvas color. And now I'm going to just gently paint over this. And so what I'm doing here is just getting a nice darker shade of yellow by painting on a wet canvas. I'll open up the history panel and you can see the before and after. Here's with our first bright yellow, and now we've toned it down a bit. So the mixer brush is a brand new addition to CS5, and if painting is your thing, you're going to want to spend a lot of time with this tool.
Ready to share your work with the world? Let's find out how to prepare your files so that they always look their best.
Sharpening is one of the best and worst things that can be done to any photographic image. Why do I say that? Applied correctly, sharpening can make an image sing. Done poorly, however, and it can wreck your image beyond repair. Let's see how to do this the right way. Let's go to our Chapter 15 folder and open up the file Sharpen. I'm going to press the F key to take us into full screen mode with menu bar. And let's zoom in to 100%. That's Command 1 on the Mac, Control 1 on the PC. And to select our sharpening tool, we'll go to the Filter menu, down to Sharpen, and we're going to choose Smart Sharpen. Right away, you'll notice that we've got a great preview box in Smart Sharpen, and this allows us to have two views of the image at the same time. I can click in this preview box and drag it anywhere I want in the image. I'm going to move this over here so we can see some hair on the horse, and I'm going to go in my image window and hold down the spacebar key and move this so I can see his eye. Now, two things I want to point out before we get started. Software sharpening is just a visual trick. All we're going to be doing is increasing the contrast along edges, so we can't magically refocus an image. And that means two things. One, you want to be fairly conservative with your sharpening, and two, you want to judge your results by looking at the image at 100% on screen and by viewing a part of the image that is sharp. So this is a great area to look at, as is this, but we don't want to start Sharpening and try to sharpen this guy who's purposely out of focus. Okay, so make sure that you've got a sharp area of the image in view. Now moving to our Smart Sharpen dialog, we have amount and radius controls. Amount is our basic volume control. Do we want a lot of sharpening or a little bit? Radius lets us decide how far from the edge our sharpening effect is going to spill out. What's an edge, you ask? An edge is simply where dark pixels butt up against light pixels. Now let's take a look at this. Now right now we've got an amount of 100 and a radius of 1, and let's see what change that's made to our image. If I turn off this preview box, you can see in the image document window, there's with no sharpening, there's with some sharpening. You might have noticed there's no change here in this preview box. To see the before and after here, you simply move your hand anywhere in this preview box, click, and hold down the mouse. That's our before view. And let it go. And there's our after. So already we can see at this default setting, we've got some sharpening going on. Let's increase this a bit because I want to show you what amount and radius do. If we set a high amount here and a high radius, we quickly have an over-sharpened mess. Now, while I'm not going to be able to give you magic numbers that will work for every single image, I can tell you this. When you set a high amount, you are going to want a low radius and vice versa. You're not going to have a need 99.9% of the time to be dragging amount and radius, either both, all the way to the right or all the way to the left. So you want to sort of play these two off of each other. There's a couple of other options here that are important. Next to remove, you want to click on this pull down and make sure you select lens blur. That is going to be the most realistic and precise algorithm for sharpening these pixels. Also, make sure you turn on this more accurate checkbox. If you have an older computer, this may slow you down a bit, but this ensures that what you see in the preview box is what you're going to get once you hit the OK button. We don't want any nasty surprises there. Let's go and set this to a more realistic result. I'm going to come down some here on the amount, and I'm going to come down significantly on the radius. Now let's take a look at our before and after with just the hair on this mane. Here's our before, and there's our after. Not too bad. And let's take a look at the before and after in the eye by turning this preview on and off. I could use the keyboard shortcut here of the letter P to toggle this off and on. There's no sharpening. Here's our sharpening there. Now we're going to move and turn on the advanced radio button here, and this is the magic of Smart Sharpen. So far we've set a global sharpening value that affects the entire image, but now we have shadow and highlight tabs, which means that if I click on shadow, I can independently adjust the sharpening that's applied to the dark areas of the image. If I'm happy with the overall sharpening, but I feel that it's getting a little bit overdone in the shadows, I simply drag this fade amount. And watch the eye of this horse. As I drag it to the right, the fade amount reduces the sharpening effect. We have a tonal width, and we can use this to define what a shadow is. If we drag this to the left, we are narrowly defining shadows, so we're restricting this fade amount to only the darkest areas of the image. If we wanted to expand our definition of a shadow, we could simply drag it to the right and include more tones in that. Here, I'm going to restrict this to more of the darker shadows here. And we have a radius that we can use to even further refine our tonal width. For now, I'm going to leave this at its default of 1 pixel. And let's go and take a look at the highlights. We can do the same thing here, and I'm going to move this image over just so we can take a look at this stretch right along here. If we felt that our sharpening was a little bit too strong there, we could fade out and soften that up a bit. I think in this case we're pretty good. I might just come in about 10% right there. Tonal width and radius both look good. And we're going to hit OK to commit to these changes. Now let's take a look at our before and after here in the history panel. This is the image we started with, and this is Smart Sharpen. When it's time to put ink onto paper, learning how to properly set up Photoshop's print dialog can save you both time and money. Let's start in our Chapter 15 folder and select the file titled Print. When you're ready to print, you can go to the File menu and select Print. The shortcut is Command P on the Mac, Control P on the PC. That brings up our Photoshop print dialog. Lots of options here. Let's go through them. At the very top, the first thing we want to do is make sure that the correct printer is selected. Now, if you only have one printer, there won't be additional choices, but if you're like me and have multiple printers connected, you want to verify that you are choosing the correct one. We're going to print to this 3800. It's a photo printer. We can choose how many copies to print. I'm going to leave this set to 1. And just below, new to CS5, is a print settings button right in this dialog. If we click it, we go to our print driver dialog box. Here it lists the printer that we're using, and we can choose the paper size. I'll show you the options that are available for this particular printer. We're going to just use US letter. Here where it says layout, we're going to have a lot of printer specific options. So your options may look vastly different depending on the printer that you have. So I'm not going to cover these. We'll leave these at their defaults and simply hit the save button. That brings us back to the print window. And what can we do with our image? Well, the first thing we can do is orient it properly. Right now we've got a horizontal image set to print on a vertical sheet. No problem, we simply go and click this landscape orientation button, and now our image fits nicely on the page. We can center the image with this checkbox selected. It centers it. We can turn this off, and we can manually move this image around, tell it exactly how we want it to print on the sheet. If we know specifically how far we want that to print from the edge, we can simply enter it. In this box, I could set it to print 1 inch from the top, hit the tab key, and set it to print 1 inch from the left side. For now, I'm going to simply center it. We can scale the print. If this image was too big to fit on our sheet, we could scale it down simply by checking this box. It would automatically scale it, or we could choose to manually scale it. Note that right now at 100%, our height is 6 inches and our width is 9. We can see our print resolution right here, 300 ppi. The ppi is for pixels per inch, and that is a great resolution to use for a high quality print. Up at the top right, I want you to notice our color management pull down menu. This is crucial when you're printing photographs. You want to make sure that this document radio button is checked, and you also want to verify that next to profile you see a profile name, in this case ProPhoto RGB. You just don't want to see it say untagged, so it can say sRGB, Adobe 1998, any of those are going to be fine. Here's an important option, color handling. We have two choices, Printer manages colors or Photoshop manages colors. Now if you're printing to a laser printer or one of those all-in-one printer fax scan machines, you're probably best off choosing Printer manages color. I've selected in this case a photo printer that has things called printer profiles for excellent and accurate output, so I'm going to select Photoshop manages colors. With that selected, we can choose a printer profile. A printer profile is specific to your printer and your paper that you're using, and it will let Photoshop adjust the colors automatically so that what you get on the print looks very similar to what you see on screen. With a printer profile, you need to choose a rendering intent. For photographic images, your two choices are going to be perceptual or relative colorimetric. You don't have to worry about the other two. We're going to leave this set at relative. That's a fairly safe choice in most situations. We have a black point compensation box. I'll save you the gory details about its function, but you can never go wrong by having this checked, so we'll leave it set exactly the way it is. Another thing I want to show you relates to the preview you have of this image in the dialog box. Because we have chosen a specific printer profile, we can choose to match the print colors. So we can adjust this image so that on screen we get a bit of a preview of how it's going to look on that paper. We can choose Show Paper White. Now this is going to be a drastic change, and you can see a much cooler paper border because the paper that I have chosen, signified by the printer profile, is a very cool or cold paper. It looks almost blue by comparison to neutral white. We have a gamut warning box if you want to see the colors that are going to have to be adjusted to fit within the gamut of your printer paper combination. You can simply turn this on, and you'll see parts of the image show up in gray. It doesn't mean they're going to print gray. It simply means those colors need to be shifted a bit to fit within the gamut that your paper printer combination has. The last thing I can show you is in the output menu. Here we can choose to set printing marks. We can print registration. We can set corner crop marks, center crop marks. If we have descriptions or labels, we can put those. We could send the image to print as a negative image if we're laying down plates, for example. Down below this, though, are some useful functions. We can choose to print a background. If you really want to blow through some ink, well, you can simply choose a background color for your image. You simply click in the color picker, hit OK, and now we have a background that will be added. We could choose to print with a border. I'm going to set this to inches, but you could choose one of the other units of measure if you prefer. And there we have a border around the image. We can also choose a bleed. If you're going to have your image professionally trimmed, they will greatly appreciate having extra image area to cut into. And after all this hard work, it is finally time to hit the print button. Nothing beats the web as a medium for sharing your images, and Photoshop gives us an easy way to optimize files so that they always look their best. Let's open for the final time in our Chapter 15 folder a file, and this time Web TIFF. If we want to save this file for the web, we go to the File menu and select Save for Web and Devices. Now this is a very cool dialog box chock full of options. Let's start with this Original tab here. And I'm going to click and drag so we can have our subject in plain view right here. Now this is our original image, and to the right we have a box where we can set the compression. We can choose to save as a JPEG, a GIF, all these other formats, and we can even choose the quality at which we're saving it. But this original view doesn't do us a whole lot of good because it won't preview any of the changes we set here. To get that, let's click on this 2-up tab. I'll scroll this over, and now we have something to work with. Our image on the left is our original, a beautiful quality image. If we click on this right image, you can see this is what would happen if we set it to a JPEG at a low quality value of 10. So you can see exactly what's going to happen to your image. Down here at the bottom you can see the huge savings in file size. We're down to only a 133 kilobyte file. And notice this menu here on the right. If you click on it, you'll see approximations of download times. So if you're sending this to someone and they have an ISDN or cable modem or a T1 line, you can get a quick idea of how long it will take them to receive the file. But the image quality is absolutely horrible. So let's go and bump this quality up. Let's set it to high. At that value of 60, we have a much better image quality. A little bit of image loss compared to the original, but acceptable. We could change this even further. We could click on the word quality, and I could type in an 85 here, for example, and boost my quality up. Now, a couple of checkboxes here that are very important no matter which compression setting you're using. Check the Embed Color Profile. That will embed the profile with the image, and we must have Convert to sRGB selected. Don't believe me? I'll show you what will happen without that. Right now, our preview is using the document profile. Now, if you send this to someone and they're using Photoshop, they'll see the image. It'll look just like you're seeing it. But if they open it up in their web browser or some other application that is not color managed, your image may look like that, or it could look like that, or it could look like that. So if you want to ensure that recipients of your image have an accurate view, you must check the Convert to sRGB box. Without this, you run a great risk of your image looking much worse than you intended. Down here at the bottom, we can see that we can change the pixel dimensions of the image. Right now it's at 100%. We could set this to 50% if we want to reduce the size there. And again, you have a preview of what would happen at various settings. Now, if just seeing a 2-image comparison is not enough for you, let's go to the 4-up tab. Now, with our original in the upper left, we can see a version at a quality of 85, a version at a quality of 42, and a low quality version at a value of 21. So you can choose from any of these options here. You can also preview these directly in your web browser. We have a preview button down at the bottom, and in this pop-up menu there's a list of all the web browsers I have installed on my system. If you're not seeing the web browsers you have installed, go to the edit list, click on Find All, and that will bring up a list of the browsers that you have available. So you could actually click preview and this image will open up inside your web browser. Now, once you've made your decision as to which image you would like to save, you simply click on it to highlight it, and we're simply going to go down and hit the Save button. I'm going to press the Return Enter key. The Save button takes us to our Save As dialog. I'm going to put mine directly in the Chapter 15 folder, and I'm going to hit Save. Now we've just saved a file specifically created for the web. Quick and easy.
Wow, time flies when you're having fun. We've covered a vast terrain of Photoshop skills, from setting up user preferences to creating a composite image. The techniques you've learned are the basis of a sound, high-quality workflow that let you modify and create images in Photoshop with confidence. Now it's time for you to put those tools into action. Whether improving existing images or creating new ones from scratch, let Photoshop and your imagination be your guide. The possibilities are endless. The results can be breathtaking. If you'd like to learn more about me or my work, visit dialogphotography.com. And once you've mastered everything in this series, be sure to visit totaltraining.com to take advantage of more great training. On behalf of the entire team here at Total Training, I'm Amadou Diallo. It's been a pleasure working with you. And here's to continued discoveries in Photoshop CS5.